I've always looked forward to this horse running as a 4-year-old and maybe even a 5-year-old because he just looks like the kind of horse that's going to develop. And I feel like he's going to have a real big season. I'm sure there's a little part in his Hall of Fame trainer that, I don't want to say upsets the word, but that Turf Classic on Saturday did not come up the toughest race. And you would imagine if he was able to get started a little sooner in the season, I mean, honestly, I think he would have been the favorite in the Turf Classic on Saturday if he was ready for it. So,
well, we'll get to see him later on today. That's race 10 on the card, 5:45 Eastern Time. Annapolis, 7-5 morning line favorite. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Here's a look at today's action. Presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you everything from Belmont, races 1 through 9. And muddy, sealed, and good on the turf for the races that do stay on, races 5 and 8. Churchill Downs, they're fast and firm. Kentucky Juvenile. St. Matthews, that opening verse we just touched on with Annapolis and Oaklawn. Natural State Breeders Sprint, fillies and mares, they are fast in Hot Springs. All that coming up. We're going to have a very busy show on this Thursday afternoon. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up and started with NYRA Bets. Take advantage of a $25 free Derby wager just for signing up, along with a $200 sign-up bonus with that code for new members, Derby25. Get you all those promo bonuses in your account at NYRABets.com and bet any track, anywhere.
Anytime. We have blogs for the Derby and Oaks Up. We have a long shot and best bet blog. We have a stakes roundup for Friday and Saturday. Full picks for Friday and Saturday at Churchill Downs. We'll have Belmont full picks up over the course of the next 18 hours as well. Head over to NYRABets.com. One-stop shop for Belmont and Kentucky Derby 149.
Churchill Downs, beautiful weather. Riders up. Post-break when we come back. First, coming up under the Twin Spires when we return. Stay with us.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Oh, Silver State. And some babies here. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Silver State just sort of quietly kept off reeling up win after win after win. All of a sudden it was 6 wins in a row.
Made a ton of money with that horse. I was on round floor with him. Nice horse. Steve Esposito did an amazing job with him.
Med Mile winner. Race 1 at Churchill, 6 furlongs, 10,000 claiming racehorses who only have a maiden win on the resume, and the 5-2 favorite, the 6, who we'll get to. We start with Total Discretion, Matt Shire.
Yeah, this horse comes in off a third-place finish off of a February 10-week layoff. Matt's barn been hot and cold this year.
LA Deli 11-1 coming off a maiden claiming victory.
That was all on Poly. You're going to see a lot of these horses coming in off from Turfway Park off the all-weather.
Jimmy Graham on Tattered Heart.
This one comes in from the fairgrounds. Has been keeping company on the dirt. Much better company. We'll see if the drop helps.
Sonny Needs Money. He's been on synthetic of late.
I'm a big Alex Achard fan. He ships in from Horseshoe Indy to ride this one. 0 for 3 on conventional dirt.
Here's the favorite, 5-2 with Chris Landeros.
Yeah, this is Condiment Girl. I'm a big catch-up guy. The horse comes off an eased after having a tough trip on the all-weather at Turfway. I like the fact that she has the race under her belt.
Tyler Gaffalione just went by and War Ensign. Greg Foley trains coming off a maiden claiming win, and here's Freedom Machine.
War Ensign should be right off of the early pace under Tyler. Freedom Machines had an awful lot of chances. New York-bred daughter of English Channel tries conventional dirt for the first time, Greg, in her 24th start.
Yeah, it's been all dirt, synthetic or turf for Freedom Machine. So we'll see how that one. 6-year-old mare, first time on dirt. 3-1 right now. Joe Talamo rides.
That's a short price, isn't it? I mean, I mean, she doesn't. She's by English Channel. She's out of a pulpit mare. But she's by English Channel. I don't know how much dirt pedigree there is there, my friend.
Brad Cox, many think this is the year for him to outright, not 9 months after the fact, win a Kentucky Derby. Of course, that happened with Mandaloun. Angel of Empire, one of 3 big chances for the Brad Cox barn. Here he is schooling in the paddock. Arkansas Derby winner who comes in trying to win a 3rd straight in the Kentucky Derby.
You know what? He is a horse that I think you have a decided opinion on. You either like him or you think at some point the clock has to strike 12. I'm more in the latter camp. I'll tell you what. Maybe it's still 11:30.
Wow.
Look at how good this horse looks right now. And you know what? This is going to sound strange, but for the first time, you feel like he gets to run out of his own stall. Because for most of the year, this is where Brad is. Right? He has contingents in Oaklawn and Fairgrounds in the winter, but for the better part of the year, these horses are stabled at Churchill Downs. So he's going to be able to, after 2 big efforts at the Fairgrounds in the Risen Star and at Oaklawn in the Arkansas Derby, he's going to be able to leave where he calls home to head over for the Roses.
I just like the fact, too, it's not all been at one track for him. He's done it at Fairgrounds. He's done it at Oaklawn in those last 2 big preps. I like him a lot going into the Kentucky Derby. 8-1 morning line. Churchill Downs, minute to post in this first coming up. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin as we get set for the opener.
Yeah, thanks, Wolfie. Amazing day, beautiful day out here, Jonathan, on Thurby Day, and the crowd has come out.
Yeah, it's always crazy here on Thurby. They call it more the Locals Day. Oaks Day picks up a little bit tomorrow, and then Saturday, as you know, is going to be a madhouse. But if you're coming out here today, be ready for some crowds, be ready for some lines. It's pretty busy out here.
Yeah, good 11 race card. And I think this pick 5, you might see a couple singles in this pick 5. We do have a late scratch for a Wesley Ward horse where I think Brad Cox will be live in some of the middle races in here. You also can maybe look at some of the other runners in here, like in race number 3 as well, Jonathan, and Caramel Chip. So out of this race, if we wanted to get out of this pick 5 or use some horses in the pick 5, who do you think you need?
You know, I think this is a spready race. You mentioned Caramel Chip and then the Brad Cox runner and the stake. I feel as if this is a pretty straightforward sequence, but the first leg and the last leg I think are pretty tough. Here, I'm going to use the 1 Total Discretion. I want to make sure I have this horse on tickets. Last time was extremely wide. Now draws the inside for Matt Shire, who I think is an outstanding young trainer. 21% overall in his career, 14% for the year. But like I said, an outstanding trainer. I think this horse could take another step forward. And then I think you got to use the favorite in here, too, the 6 Condiment Girl. Her last race on the synthetic wasn't very good, but the race before that I think was sneaky good.
Yeah, you know, Condiment Girl won first time out of Kimo. It was very impressive, and she does have a little speed. Chris Landeros really had a solid meet at Turfway Park. The outside horse, War Enzyme, we got to give a little shout out to Eric Johnson, one of our good friends. Obviously, with the Colorado Avalanche, he's got a Stanley Cup in his bank. What do you give to the 7 here? War Enzyme here at 4-1, and the outside filly as well, taking a tiny bit of action. Wide open group in the 8 here in Freedom Machine.
Yeah, the 2 outside horses, the 7 War Ensign, it just kind of feels like a horse that doesn't have a lot of early pace. Looking at Timeform US Pace Projector, this race doesn't seem to have a lot of early speed. I'm not sure it's going to set up great for the 7. And then the 8 Freedom Machine just feels like a turf horse. Been running on the turf, been running on the synthetic, now tries the dirt.
So you're landing on the 1?
Yeah, I'll go officially with the 1. But like I said, I want to make sure I have the 1 and the 6 in the pick 5.
And I'll land on the 7, Wolfie. I'll take a little bit of a shot at 4-1. I think this is a difficult race.
There is the 7 War Ensign about to load for Greg Foley. Coming off that maiden score, was forwardly placed throughout, gets a cozy outside post here. We're set for the opener as our Derby Week coverage continues. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Sunny Needs Money bounces out on top. War Ensign broke well, too. So did Ellie Deli down toward the rail. And Condiment Girl comes on through to challenge as well. A scrimmage on early. Condiment Girl comes on through indeed. She's taken the lead down the backstretch run. Sunny Needs Money back second toward the rail. War Ensign comes away chasing third. Ellie Deli toward the inside fourth. Tattered Heart is fifth by 2. Freedom Machine is second to last, and Total Discretion the trailer. Far turned run. Condiment Girl cuts out an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Round the far turn, the leader by a length. War Ensign stalking second. Sunny Needs Money toward the inside third. Tattered Heart revving up with a 3-wide bid from fourth, and Total Discretion comes on 4 wide fifth. Ellie Deli is boxed on in behind horses. Sunny Needs Money toward the inside. Off the turn into the stretch. Condiment Girl the one to catch. The lead is 2 heading for the 8th pole. Tattered Heart, Total Discretion outside. Ellie Deli dives to the rail, but it's Condiment Girl who kicked away by 4. Condiment Girl with a 16th to go, and Condiment Girl keeps on going. Condiment Girl by 3 in the end. Ellie Deli got up for second. Tattered Heart was third, and Total Discretion checked in fourth.
Condiment Girl, Chris Landeros, Robert Medina, Blackwood Stables team up for the victory.
Yeah, I can never look at you the same. You just told me you're not a fan of ketchup. That makes no sense to me. This was a good job here, just putting Condiment Girl on the lead. Chris took no prisoners, and just, sometimes if you have the best horse, you just let her flaunt her speed. Use your best weapon. Her best weapon's her speed. Proved that she just did not handle that tough trip on the poly last time, the all-weather, I should say, and she gets the job done pretty easily. Ellie Deli, nifty move by Joe Rocco, sneaking up the inside to get the place money.
Yes, 6-2-3 finish. You're going to like me even less when I tell you this. I don't like any form of condiments.
Come on.
Ketchup, mustard, mayo, all of it. Pass.
What about barbecue sauce?
I'll do barbecue sauce.
That's really not a condiment, though, right?
Arguable. Opening day, Belmont. First race of this meeting. 2-year-old fillies sprinting 5 furlongs in the maiden special weight. And, of course, 2-year-old fillies this time of year. We have a Wesley Ward sighting with an odds-on favorite, Princesa Selena, Jose Ortiz for WW. Let's check in with Richard Migliori for more. Mig, what do you got for us with these 2-year-olds?
Well, first of all, guys, I'm just thrilled to be here in the Belmont Park paddock. It's been a long time since we've been back here, a long stand at Aqueduct. I'm under that beautiful white pine that's seen so many champions parade underneath it. And we even had a Belmont Hawk sighting, just flew right past us here in the paddock. Got a nice-looking group of 2-year-old fillies here as we kick off 2-year-old season here, starting with the one Round the Town. Very, very fit. Lean filly, daughter of Liam's Map. Doesn't scream 5 furlongs, but she could not look any fitter. She's a half to Frosty Brew, who did win on debut. The mare's had 2 foals to race, only that 1 winner, but showing that precocity we look for. The 4 Leslie's Loot. Kind of a vocal filly, strong-looking filly for a trainer that does good work with 2-year-olds, and Jimmy Chapman. She kind of announced her arrival here in the paddock. She showed up and started kind of screaming, very vocal, but a nice-looking filly. And then the 5, Princess Selena, she makes a lot of sense here. Wesley Ward, she's out of a mare that's had 5 foals to race, 4 winners. 2 debut winners. She's a half to Happy Like a Fool, who was a stakes winner on dirt. She's also related to a stakes winner on turf as well. But out of the 2 Wesley Wards, this Quality Road filly's a big strapping filly. She came here to the paddock with a saddle on, an exercise saddle on. It's kind of an old school thing. Keeps horses settled. They feel like they're going out to train instead of coming to the paddock for something new. But she makes the most sense and is the one that's taking all of the money, guys.
Mig, thank you. Indeed, she is, as most Wesley Ward debuters, 2-year-olds especially, tend to do. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. You can download free Equibase past performances, follow along in the program, get all the stats on the jockeys, trainers, horses. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Download your free Equibase past performances to follow along with the program. Post parade from the opening race of this Belmont Park meeting when we come back. Just getting started here on this Thursday afternoon. We'll have the opener ahead. We'll get back to Churchill Downs, and we'll mix in Oaklawn Park as well coming up.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the
well named.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We are back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including Friday's Kentucky Oaks and Saturday's Kentucky Derby. Here comes our first post parade of this Belmont Park spring-summer meeting. And we'll kick things off with Round the Town, daughter of Liam's map for John Service.
Ships up from Palm Meadows straight, did not stop at Parks, did not pass go, did not collect 200. Paco Lopez, who will pilot Lord Miles in the Derby, is aboard.
Jimmy Chapman sending out Just the Oaks, a Justify filly.
Yeah, shipping in from out of town. Daughter of Justify costs just $22,000 and tracks Romero Mirage. Longest shot on the board by a long way.
The other Wesley Ward. This is a Wesley Ward first-time starter by Uncle Mo, Slane Mahath.
Yeah, I believe it's pronounced Slancha. That's what I'm told by Hillary Hutchison from NYRA Bets. It means cheers in Gaelic, actually.
Okay.
That I knew from Acacia last night.
Leslie's Loot, Jimmy Chapman, Fast Anna filly.
Yeah, Jose Gomez is going to climb aboard. This one costs just $5,000. Worked from the gate 35-4 back on April 15th.
And here's the Wesley Ward that everybody's betting right now, Princessa Selena.
Yeah, this is the one with the pedigree. You heard Richie talk about half that Happy Like a Fool, some other horses as well. This one ships in. Paul Veterosa, one of our PAs here who co-hosted Talking Horses with me today, read that Wesley was looking forward to running this filly here at Belmont Park because of the bigger turns, and she's a bigger-bodied filly.
Good health, being told it means.
Then Acacia gave me the wrong call then. Blame her.
That's from Acacia.
Oh. She told me cheers.
Well, you could say that as you cheer someone.
I guess.
Get involved with the Showdown contest. NYRA.com/showdown. And hopefully see your name rise on that leaderboard. It's free to enter. You're competing for real prizes, so no reason not to get involved. Again, NYRA.com/showdown to get involved.
Yeah, it's a fun contest. I know a lot of people enjoy that contest.
It is also cheers.
It is also
cheers.
cheers.
You were correct.
Okay.
Back at Churchill. Underway. And Chris Landeros on Condiment Girl with the victory to kick off the card.
Longtime Sugar McGahee assistant Robbie Medina. He was on the end of the, all the way on the left side of your screen in the winner's circle photo. Yeah, nice effort today. She found her friends at this level. She got back to the main track, which I think was important for her as well. And Chris Landeros gave her a heady ride, put her on the front end. We'll see if he can do that with Botanical tomorrow. She, too, is going from the Turfway synthetic to the dirt. She's had a little bit more success over in Florence, Kentucky, though. She ran a little 4 in a row before trying the dirt tomorrow in the Oaks.
Funky cold in the opener. 682 for the win. You got it finally. 6-2-3 finish to kick things off.
That was great. I wasn't expecting that from you.
Back to Belmont.
Nice work, Greg.
Thank you. So here's this now 2-5 favorite.
But you see she jumped off the screen now. This is Leslie's loot. If we can go back to Princess Selena, you'll see exactly what Wesley was talking about. And there she is. She is she's a tall 2-year-old filly, right? I mean, she's almost as tall as her pony. If Richie's listening, maybe Richie can weigh in on this too. So I understand every reason why Wesley would want to run her here. Now, you know what? Even luckier, because there is a degree of luck, especially at the draw, she gets the outside post. So she doesn't have to worry about being between fillies on the inside. She gets that outside draw. Man, she's going to be, if looks could kill, she'd be an assassin right now. She looks really good.
We know Wesley Ward, he obviously has these 2-year-olds ready to fire out of the gate, and they're so quick when the gates open. Such a big edge, it seems like, in these 2-year-old debuting races.
And you see the blinkers on. So Wesley is one of a couple of trainers, Bob Baffert being the other one, that is not afraid to run 2-year-olds, unraced horses at any age in blinkers first time out. Wesley, I've talked to Wesley about this extensively, he likes to change things up on them a little bit. He'll give them the blinkers, and she may run with the blinkers today and never see them again. But he's of the theory that it gets them a little bit more focused, keep their mind on their business first time out. Maybe you don't want to expose them to the horses inside or outside of them as much as a young horse, trying to see if the other, we're so far away here. That's one of the beauties of Belmont Park. We are so far away, it's hard to see back there. I know a lot of people are discouraged by that. I love it. I love the fact that this place is as big as it is. Now, you see the other filly, we just passed by, Slancheva. I did not see. I think I saw a pair of black blinkers on her as well. So both of these fillies, it looks like, are going to debut in blinkers. But if the tote board's telling you anything, it's telling you that Princess Selena is certainly the one to look at. And Round the Town's taking some money, too, for John Service.
Pick 5 pool, $122,000 and growing. Let's check back in with Mig.
Yeah, guys, these 2-year-old fillies really acting well for their debuts. They go off the wrong way to go to the starting gate. It would just be a little too far for these young horses to gallop the right way or the conventional way to the starting gate, but they're all been acting really, really well. The 4, Leslie's Loot, who I liked a bit in the paddock, left the pony with Jose Gomez and really framed up beautifully, acting very professional, even with everything that goes on behind the starting gate. You have the ambulance, you have the examining veterinarian, you've got the gate crew. And a lot of these horses will start looking at everything. She seems pretty focused. It's all about the 5, Princess Selena. She just looks bigger, stronger, more mature than everybody else. It's a Wesley Ward with a win early pedigree. I think she's just too formidable at a very short price. The one round the town, too, guys, I got to say, she's been figure-8ing under Paco Lopez right by the starting gate without a pony, and he's kind of kept her moving and using each diagonal. When they warm horses up, you want them to use themselves evenly and really loosen up. And that's what I'm seeing with Paco. He's kind of kept her going in that figure-8 motion, real close to the starting gate, though, not letting her get too far away from there. And she's taking meaningful money as well, guys.
Love to see. It's one of the things we love about this time of year, too. You get to see these 2-year-olds finally coming onto the racetrack, especially what we've incorporated with Game of Silks.
Did you see that just now? I hope she crosses past Princessa Selena again. She could fit inside of Princessa Selena, the #1 round of town. But I'm going to tell you what. And there's Slan Chava for Wesley, and there is a pair of blinkers. So both of Wesley's fillies are going to debut with the blinkers. You see the yellow WW on the black, easy to spot, race caller's dream. Round the town is built more like a sprinter. A little smaller, a little more compact. She's drawn the inside. I love what Richie brought up about how he was keeping her busy. And then you see what he did in between keeping her busy? He took her behind the gate for about 15 seconds, Paco did, and he just let her stare at it. And then when he felt content, it looked like he said, all right, Mama, let's go. And she went back to getting to moving around. So a very interesting warm-up for Around the Town, who now is behind the gate again, but this time she's getting ready to settle into her inside starting stall.
And we got musical chairs with our voices here in New York calling the action. Guess who's back?
My main man. My main man. A guy who's been like a father figure and a mentor certainly here to me. John Imbriel back from a winter respite down in South Florida.
One of my favorite voices calling a race anywhere, and one of the nicest people you will ever meet. Yeah, John Imbriel back on the mic here for this Belmont Park meeting. So glad to have him back as we get set for the open. 1-5.
There it is.
On Princessa Selena for a moment. Just click back up. And yes, there is this first timer, daughter of Quality Road for Wesley Ward with Jose Ortiz. First race of this Belmont Park Spring Summer Meet 2-year-old fillies. Sprinting 5 furlongs. Let's go to John Imbriel for the call.
They're all in. And they're off and running at Belmont Park, and it was a slow beginning for number 2, Just the Oaks, and she is well behind the field. Up front, it's Leslie's Loot, who has the early advantage with the favorite Princessa Selena tracking in second, 2 lengths to Round the Town in third, about 6 to Slan Chava, who is racing in fourth, and after that, a slow beginning, Just the Oaks way back. It is Leslie's Loot who has the lead. Princessa Selena's on the outside now. Leslie's Loot, Princessa Selena, and the two of them are at the top of the stretch together. Princessa Selena on the outside, Leslie's Loot down towards the rail. The two of them are right together, passing the 3/16 pole. Princessa Selena hand-ridden to the front now. Leslie's Loot is in second, a big break. Back to the rest of them. It is Princessa Selena. And the 1-5 favorite is going to win the opener on opening day at beautiful Belmont Park. Princessa Selena by 5 lengths. Leslie's Loot completes the exacta.
Ready to go as they usually are from this barn first time out. Bet back down to 1-5, and that is what you call geared down late.
The only word I could think of, was nonchalant. I mean, real. I mean, how easily did this filly win today? You had a 2-year-old filly. I think you were kind of glad you didn't come over and face this one. Wow. Nice. I mean, she didn't go that fast, but who cares? She just did it the right. I mean, she was a winner every step of the way.
Easy as could be. In that opener at Belmont, maybe a name you want to remember, Princessa Selena for Wesley Ward. Back to Churchill. First allowance condition race, 7.5 furlongs. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for the first time today.
And Greg, it is an interesting distance, this 7.5 furlongs, as we do see some fillies trying to get a little more ground and some cutting back. But one of your favorites is going to cut back to the shortest distance she has ever competed at, and that is number 3, Academic Honor. She is now second off of a layoff, and last time she was out wide the whole way, where the top 2 finishers and the favorite did win, Distinctly Possible. She was out wide and just really never any cover, never any chance to save ground. Now, looking at her here in the paddock is what I anticipated watching her replays. Very long, lanky filly. Where she doesn't necessarily scream that less distance is going to be better. But I love the fact that she's gotten on her toes since we see Brian Hernandez getting on her back. She looks incredibly fit. She's an impressive individual. She is beautiful. I mean, I love everything about her. I just don't love the distance for her. But maybe she shows a new dimension where now, at least when she came back and made her 4-year-old bow, she was able to sit a bit closer. So that's a feather in her cap here for this second start off the bench. Now, one trying to come off of a layoff is the $500,000 daughter of Gun Runner. That's Scarlet Stripe, where she will make her first start for Whit Beckman, who, if anybody's not familiar, did several stints for top trainers, including Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher. And Whit's been on his own for a little over a year now. Looking at Scarlet Stripe and watching her really pleased, she's one that does seem to run with her head in the air. I noticed she wore a figure 8 for her previous trainer in Brendan Walsh. She is wearing a drop noseband here. But as she comes back off the bench, she looks very fit. I just wish she had more conditioning to her, to be honest. Just looks as though a race is going to benefit her to strengthen up a bit. But I don't mind this distance with her coming back. Was beaten last time, Greg, by a nice one, and Olivia Darling, who would return to win with an 87.
That's a 4-year-old debut. Thank you, Maggie. Coming up for Scarlet Stripe. 2-1 with the 8-5 favorite, Academic Honor, Kenny McPeak. They'll have Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard as they make their way through that tunnel. Let's get back to New York. And potentially a star in the making, Princessa Selena. Wesley Ward, as he so often does, has this filly ready to roll in her 2-year-old debut.
Just looked like she beat these horses on her class, and with her size and her scope, as the distances get longer, she's going to be tough. Yeah, this was a very big effort. I wonder if Ascot's next.
Could be. Been the MO for Wesley Ward, who's really changed the game with taking horses over there to the Royal Meet.
And she's by Quality Road, which is, of course, a phenomenal turf influence. So I imagine she'll be on a plane going over the pond shortly.
The top hat and tails ready. 1-5, Princessa Selena.
That looks like the peanut guy in the top hat, I think.
I think he'd wear it well.
I don't know, man.
5-4-3 in the opener at Belmont. Pick 4 is next. And they're on the track at Churchill Downs for their second race as we approach the 5-minute mark to post. Again, this other than condition distance we don't see a lot. This sort of tweener distance, 7.5 furlongs, as we see Beau Art blinkers on.
Yeah, blinkers go on for the third start off of a nearly 10-month layoff. She took a bunch of money when she broke her maiden 2 back, and did the same when not getting the job done at the fairgrounds in her last 2.
Took 14 starts for Fine Cotton to break through and get the maiden win. Has had a couple of tries going longer against winners. Now we'll cut back.
And she'll cut back from a series of 2-turn races. I'll tell you what, Greg, her sprint races on her card were not very good, and she's bred to handle a distance around.
Here's the 8-5 favorite for Kenny McPeak, Academic Honor.
Another one cutting back from 1.16 2 turns at Keeneland to this 7.5 furlongs out of the chute. Daughter of Honor Code did well off a 14-month layoff, 1/3 last out.
One Maggie touched on, faced a next out winner, was a beaten 3-5 favorite in that race, Scarlet Stripe.
First time for Whit Beckman. This filly could very well be the speed unless the blinkers really sharpen Beaux Arts up from the rail.
5, Franjo Electrico went by, and here's Brittle and You, who's the only multiple winner in this field, a 4-time winner.
Yeah, she really is the most established in here as far as getting a picture taken. Two of those 4 wins have come at Churchill Downs.
We're going to take a timeout. 5 minutes away from this pick 4. Here in the second from Churchill Downs as our Kentucky Derby week coverage continues under the Twin Spires. We'll be back.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road, City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Opening day, this Belmont Spring Summer Meet, continuing live coverage. Kentucky Derby Week, Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, of course, tomorrow. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile. We're going to touch on the big races coming up from under the Twin Spires later on in the program. I know Wet Paint, 3-year-old fillies, your top selection.
Yeah. What's funny about that Oaks, Greg, two of the fillies that we talked about the most coming into the season, Who's Your Filly and Julia Shining, are on the outside looking in right now. They're 16 and 17, the second and third also eligibles respectively, which is really strange. For a while, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner and 2-year-old champ, Wonder Wheel, was in the same position those two fillies were in, so they were in the top 3. I think they may have finished 1, 2, 3 in the voting last year for the Eclipse Award. They were all on the outside looking in until a couple of defections. Julia Shining, Who's Your Filly, still outside looking in. Yeah.
Strongest also eligible list in the history of racing right there.
Any race I've ever seen. Yeah, that's pretty impressive, especially Julia Shining, who I think would have been a major, major player in the Oaks. Wet Paint, obviously, the filly to beat, just based on what she's done so far this winter. You and I talked about this earlier. She was doing a lot of her best work. All of her work really had come on a wet track. And then finally last time she caught the dry track, and she probably ran better on the dry track than she had on the wet track. I know she jumped 6 speed figures for the Buyers. So, yeah, I mean, it's her race to lose. That's not saying she can't lose or has to win, but it's certainly her race to lose at this point.
4 for 4 on dirt.
Yep.
And yeah, that first try on a fast track coming last time out where she looked even more impressive than she had in those 3 prior victories. Post time coming up for the second start of this pick 4 from Churchill Downs. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Paulie and I here will check in with the one. And, Anthony mentioned it from the rail. I really feel as though Eddie Keneally and crew are going to go with this filly, Bozart, who does add a shortcut cheater blinker. And Paulie, she's just built fast.
Yeah.
I mean, she is stocky and broad at that engine that just, runs into the ground.
This is a horse that started in the Chad Brown barn, and Eddie got this horse in 3rd career start. And I'm with you. I think this is the only horse in here that has a true speed to get to the front. We'll see if she's good enough. The 3 and the 4 are the fillies that you have to beat in here, but the one's the horse you're going to have to catch.
Now, did you think that Academic Honor was a little bit against the flow of how the race unfolded last time at Keeneland off the long layoff?
That's tough to gauge, you know, because, you know, Kenny had such a great meet and a lot of his horses fired. My worry with that horse is, you know, you look back, this horse lost to Juju's Map almost 2 years ago. So obviously some issues, and there's been a lot of spacing. So now you run an unbelievable top. Is there going to be a regression or not? That's the worry.
Yeah, my worry was the distance. Does she get better with less ground?
Yeah.
Because she's so big and stretchy, but wow, did she make an excellent impression even out in the racetrack. Now, what do you do with Scarlet Stripe? They paid so much for this daughter of Gunrunner. Can she get back on track here for Whit Beckman?
Tough call. You know, it really is. And Whit is a very good trainer. You mentioned it. He was under the Chad Brown care. He knows exactly what he's doing. And Brendan Walsh has been on fire. Brendan Walsh, this horse leaves the Brendan Walsh barn. So I thought this one was a tricky call. I thought the outside horse, Brilliant You, maybe with the fitness back to the Bob Hess barn, could be the horse that could be the most, I guess, the threat late.
And one you're familiar with, having run her last 2 starts at Oaklawn. I thought the turn back in distance would help her. I mean, I galloped the dam, and she was more of a sprinter. So I think less ground's going to work for her and in her favor here, Greg.
All right, thank you both. We'll see how it plays out here coming up. 3-2 favorite, Academic Honor. Kenny McPeak, first race back in over a year, came back on April 14th at Keeneland. And you would think it'd be that much better for the effort. As we get set, race 2, pick 4 time. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Beaux-Arts from the inside post. Scarlet Stripe from mid-pack. Scarlet Stripe steps out to lead. Frongo Electrico comes on from the outside. Beaux-Arts down toward the rail, trying to keep pace with them as they advance up the chute and cross for the main track. And here's Beaux-Arts down inside on through to the front. But Scarlet Stripe moves right with her, and these two go head-to-head in the early stages. A firing line right in behind. Academic Honors in some traffic there, racing up into third. Fine Cotton toward the inside with Frongo Electrico. Brittle and Hughes in the clear on the outside, but it's only 2 lengths off the lead. It's a tight pack down the backstretch run, and it's Beaux-Arts the leader. 4 furlongs from the wire, the opening quarter sharp, 22-2. Scarlet Stripe pressing second, 2 lengths back. Fine Cotton comes through toward the inside of Academic Honor. They're together third and fourth with 3 furlongs remaining. Brittle and You is wide on the track, and dropping out is Frongo Electrico. Round the far turn, Scarlet Stripe cranks it up on Beaux-Arts. Beaux-Arts in a drive, Scarlet Stripe right there. Academic Honor switched outside for the final quarter mile. They're off the turn. Short lead for Scarlet Stripe. Academic Honor is there. Beaux-Arts fights on toward the rail. 1 furlong to go. Academic Honors up for an arrow lead. Scarlet Stripe fights right back. Beaux-Arts back to third. Final 16th coming. Academic Honor short lead. Scarlet Stripe keeps on grinding away, but is second best to Academic Honor. The hard-fought winner in the end. And Scarlet Stripe was second. Beaux-Arts was third. Tight fourth. Fine Cotton or Brittle and You.
Academic Honor, short price. And she rewards her backers with a victory here. Second off a long layoff for Kenny McPeak.
Well, I'll tell you what. The winner was able to grind away at the speed of Beaux-Arts and Scarlet Stripe here. What a race from Scarlet Stripe. Does all the dirty work chasing Beaux-Arts around there, and then almost holds off the even money favorite who had just, I mean, what a dream trip. They're flying up in front of you. You have the recency on the horse that you beat by a half length when all said and done. Big effort from Scarlet Stripe. I think this daughter of Gunrunner finally figured it out.
Academic Honor, short price with the victory. 2-year-old champ. Can he keep that win streak rolling? Undefeated as a 3-year-old. One of 3 major chances for Todd Pletcher this Saturday in the Run for the Roses. We'll have a preview coming up.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso. ahead. The Twin Spires expert picks were all optimistic.
You've got the best speed rating in the field. Don't fail me now.
Man, I love this horse's name.
And from far behind, here comes Frank. It's neck and neck. Frank is winning. Frank wins! Yes!
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day of the Races. Great to have you with us on Kentucky Derby Week, opening day, Belmont Park, Spring Summer Meet. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Winner's Circle, Churchill Downs, good place to be, especially this week. Academic Honor, public all over this one. Short price for Kenny McPeak, filly making her second start back off the bench.
Yeah, they got a good crowd there on Thurby as well. Brian Hernandez Jr. getting the job done here in a place that he's not accustomed to being, outside. He marries himself to the rail. I love that about Brian. But here he was able to take advantage of a very contentious pace, and was just able to grind on by late. I mean, a long neck. What an effort from Scarlet Stripe. Real big. I was impressed today by Scarlet Stripe.
$4.28 for the win. Honor Code Filly gets the second win of her career in 4 starts. Brian Hernandez Jr. seems to have his mounts in the right spot, and she was ready to pounce. 3-4-1 finish.
He might be on the longest shot on the board for that trophy on Saturday. I think Sun Thunder is going to be.
I've been interested in that horse the entire road.
Well, it looks like the 1.25 miles is going to. He's the Steppenwolfer.
Yeah.
It's 55-1 to finish fourth to round out the Super.
Review show tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern on FS2 for the 149th edition of the Run for the Roses. Here's a look at the field, where they're going to line up. 2-year-old champion Forte, post 15, trying to bring Todd Pletcher his 3rd career Derby.
Yeah, and Todd has a big chance to get Derby number 3 under his belt. And the 2-year-old, the champ is here. For you John Cena fans out there. And I'll tell you what, we saw him school on Tuesday on this program in the paddock. And you're watching him train down at Churchill now. He does not look like the horse that was quote-unquote falling apart in the Florida Derby. He looks like the 2-year-old champ. He looks like the horse that was ready for the Fountain of Youth. And it looks like Todd Pletcher, his Hall of Fame trainer, has tightened the screws. You know, it would be a very cocky way to think, and this is not how Todd operates. I don't think he had this horse 100% for either the Fountain of Youth or the Florida Derby. I don't think he needed to, and I think he knew he didn't need to. He knows he needs to on Saturday, and if he does, I think you're going to see quite a display.
Second from Belmont, one of the 3 races coming off the grass today. So 6 furlongs now, main track, 35,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 life. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And it's just so happy to be here in the paddock at Belmont. So much green, and you feel like you're a little bit in the country, if you will. We'll start with the 1, Brisky Frolic. She couldn't look any better. Gets an inside post. You get Manny Franco, who'll be on Hit Show Saturday in the Kentucky Derby, but he's riding here today and tomorrow before heading down to Churchill Downs, and Manny's been riding so well. Inside, has some speed. At least the baby race, the 2-year-old race in the first, speed was good. We'll see how that plays out as we go a little bit further through the day. Horse at a big price that absolutely making a nice impression here is the 5, Just a Nyquist. I think she benefits from this coming off the turf. Makes the first start for Oscar Barrera off the claim. Comes from a really good barn in Bill Morley. I just like what I'm seeing here. I think that she's going to get a good trip, and at a bigger price, I think she's going to run really, really well, at least from a physical perspective, what is she showing me in the paddock. And then your favorite, the 6, Icy Stare Down. When I look at favorites, I'm looking for some reason that maybe physically I'm going to go away from her. I don't see it. She's a gray filly, and a lot of times it's hard to discern their coat as opposed to bay horse. Honestly, she looks very good. Rich, hydrated coat, checking all the boxes. I prefer others in here, but from a physical perspective, certainly cannot fault your favorite.
Mig, thank you. Paula Duca just texting me. This was a report from Dave Grenning at Daily Racing Forum. We got a change in the Kentucky Derby. Practical move out of the Kentucky Derby due to a temperature, per his trainer, Tim Yakteen. So that Cyclone Mischief will now draw into the race.
And that changes the complexion of Kentucky Derby 149 tremendously. A race that had a murky pace now has pace, because Cyclone Mischief, if Jace's Road thought he had it to himself, he thought wrong.
Yeah.
Now.
All right, Cyclone Mischief, Dale Romans drawing into the Kentucky Derby with Practical Move out. Here's Brisky Frolic, Mike Maker, Manny Franco.
Yeah, tried the turf last time. The last time he dirt sprinted, he got beat just a neck to Captivating Cara, who was on a 2-race win streak.
2-1, slight second choice from that inside slot. Fantail had a big win on dirt at Churchill Downs.
Claimed that of her last 3 straight, 4 of her last 5. She has 1 win there. It was back at Churchill in November.
Just a Nyquist. Katie Davis aboard.
Yeah, she's kind of the dirt horse. Avoided claim last time for 16. Now she's running for 35 off the turf.
Let's see speed with the favorite, 7-5 top choice. Linda Rice first off the claim.
Yeah, on the raise as well. I think this horse makes a lot of sense. She was the quote-unquote dirt horse in a race of off the turfers.
And a dominant win at Laurel, too, back in early December. She'll be easy to spot, that great daughter of Frosted. Here's a 7, Red Zilla. Turf to dirt, cuts back in distance.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do with her. A couple of turf races. The last one was pretty good. She broke her maiden going a mile and 40 yards at Tampa, but that was a slow race.
And Princess Pinky to the outside. Eric Cancel riding for Rob Atras.
Yeah, they kept her going all winter long, but she's definitely more of a turf horse. First time they get on the turf, guess what? Rained off.
Pick 4 starts here. Pool 24,000 and growing. Still time to get your tickets in on your Naira Bets account. Now we're going to check in for the first time today in Hot Springs for action from Oaklawn Park. About to load up here for the opener. 12,000 starter allowance. 2-turn mile. Jim Byers with the call. West Side Girl, the 9-5 favorite.
Amity Oz. They're in the gate. And they're off. Put a Bow on It's taking the early lead. Mumblebee to the inside is next. Amity Oz third. Hoping for a Ring is fourth. And then comes West Side Girl. And Close to Me, the gray, is along the inside here as the sextet swings around the clubhouse turn. It's Put a Bow on It. Ramsey Zimmerman with the lead, a length and a half to Amity Oz. Mumblebee on the inside, hoping for a Ring. Positioned off the rail is fourth. Then comes Close to Me, and West Side Girl is outside of her, trailing as they move on to the backstretch. Put a Bow on It. Maintains the lead and has actually widened out to 2 lengths now. Amity Oz is a chasing second, and Mumblebee is saving ground up the backstretch run, racing in third. Followed by Hoping for a Ring. She's fourth on the outside. The back pair remains West Side Girl on the outside of Close to Me. They're well past the half mile now as The finish line is the 16th pole, and it's put a bow on it with the lead by 3/4 of a length. Emily Oz is chopping into that margin, hoping for a ring to the outside, moves toward contention in third. Mumblebee has been an even fourth to this point. And then comes West Side Girl and Close to Me. They come to the top of the stretch. And it is still put a bow on it on the inside, but now joined by Emily Oz. And up on the outside, hoping for a ring. And Arietta, they have swept up 3 wide, and they go to the lead, hoping for a ring. Takes over an upper stretch, and as they come to deep stretch, draws off by some 4. Emily Oz is moving towards second. Inside of her, put a bow on it. It is hoping for a ring. Going to win it by some 4. Over Emily Oz. Then on the inside, it was put a bow on it third.
Francisco Arietta hoping for a ring. 5-year-old mare gets the 6th win of her career.
Yeah, nice effort. She just kept on going on the front end. Francisco Arietta having a tremendous meet, 22% down there. Big effort here.
Back to Belmont on our opening day coverage from the spring-summer meeting. 9-5 favorite, still the one who very likely is going to be in front in this race early on, the 6 Icy Stare Down.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's not a bigger favorite, to be honest with you, Greg. I thought she'd be somewhere around even money with all those, with the scratches and the moving surface, but public is pumping it in on Justin Nyquist, her trainer, and there was the punch, 6-5. I was getting all warm and fuzzy inside, thinking I was going to get 2-1 for a second on Icy Stare Down. But trainer Oscar Barrera III's having a fantastic season, winning at 20% for the first 4 months of the year. But now 6-5 on the favorite. It's about right.
Now, Philly, you finished ahead of her the last time she was on dirt. As that inside post, Brisky Frolic getting back to dirt with Manny Franco. There she is. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and the one Brisky Frolic is going to be my top selection. I liked her in the paddock, and I liked her even more on the racetrack. Man, did she frame up beautifully. Galloped over there, getting over the top of this sealed racetrack very, very well. Very, very sharp. The way Manny Franco's warmed her up, an aggressive and long warm-up, if you will, kind of speaks to intention. Inside post, off racetrack, she's going. I'm sure she's going to use her speed. Looks great on the racetrack. My top selection. The 5, Justin Nyquist, a horse that I really liked in the paddock and continue to like on the racetrack. She was 8-1 a few minutes ago. She all of a sudden was 2-1. Now she's drifted back to 3-1. I thought I was being clever with a horse that was going to be around 8-1, but boy, she took a huge hit, and I like her. I think she's definitely a major contender here for Oscar Barrera, who has really done good work this year. His horses have looked good, and they've run to their looks. And then on the outside, a horse that honestly is a huge price, and especially for a Rob Atras trainee, is Princess Pinky. And she was probably the best looking one in the warm-up. I mean, she framed up incredibly. She's all dappled out. I actually asked Rob, as they were heading out towards the tunnel, has she been looking this good? Because her races haven't been good recently. He goes, no, she's actually looking better than she had. He thinks it might be a bit short for her, but I had to talk about her at 10-1. Maybe she's the one that I should have been talking about all along that'll outrun her odds.
Yeah, we'll find out. She essentially, against those, I know this was meant for the turf, but even with it being on the dirt, is really stepping up to face a little bit tougher in this spot, especially with Icy Stare Down in the race.
Yeah. She's kind of under the gun from the rail, right?
I was talking about the 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought we were talking about still, because we had Brisky Frolic on the screen. Like I said, I know she has a win on the main track, but I just think she's more of a turf horse. I think that's, it's unfortunate. You claim a horse in December, you keep her going all winter long, and she was in for the tag. But I have to think they claim this horse with turf intentions, and now she finds herself on this. And the worst part of it for them is, and I think the tote board tells you the tale. When this barn's live, when the Rob Atras barn's live, and this owner as well, Larry Roman, they bet their money. This horse, she's dead on the board at 9-1. And I think, furthermore, not only is she a turf horse, but she really doesn't like moisture in the track.
Back to your point with, as we look at the favorite, even money, but we could talk about Brisky Frolic as we look at the favorite. Brisky Frolic, how much heat do you think Manny Franco tries to apply?
From the rail, he has to try as hard as he can to get going early. Icy Stare Down's just faster than her. And I don't know if a speed duel develops here, but it may compromise Brisky Frolic's chances from hitting the board. I picked the race 6-1 on Talking Horses this morning just because I think they're the quote-unquote dirt horses left in this race. I know Justin Nyquist ran well last time. I don't like betting horses with a voided claim. That was not a tough field she beat last time. And I would imagine the water's a little deeper in here against a horse like Icy Stare Down, who was taking the drop in for a tag for the first time last time. You can't get them. You can't sneak those fastballs by Linda Rice. She had exclusively run in allowance races and maiden special weight races, and they dropped her in for the quarter, knowing this race was still eligible. And Linda got lucky because she only got beat a half length. But Linda got lucky last time because if she would have lost that condition, she'd have lost her best friend. But now she's in the position where she can get almost all the money back here in one fell swoop.
And got a bit of an assist too. I mean, with Crowding Out, who obviously wanted to run on the turf, but had shown a little capability on dirt as well. With the two coming out, was the other primary speed, really opened things up for the 6 to be able to take advantage here. And that's why you're seeing that short price. Can this one with Manny Franco try and put any pressure on, at least make her work a little bit harder early on? He's going to try and do that at least out of the gate. And we'll see how the pace scenario shapes up from there. 5-2 second choice in the rematch between those two. Again, Brisky Frolic finished just ahead of Icy Stare Down when they met on dirt back on March 12th. But Icy Stare Down got bumped around a little bit out of the gate that day. We'll see if she's able to get loose here early. If she does, could be over early.
Yeah, could be over early. I don't disagree with that at all.
John Imbrial, the call. Here's the start of the pick 4 from Belmont.
There in the gate. And they're off, and it was a quick beginning for the favorite Icy Stare Down, who is out for the early lead. Brisky Frolic is down at the rail. In between horses, Fantail and Princess Pinky on the outside. Then it's Justin Nyquist who runs in 5th, and Redzilla is the trailer in 6th. Icy Stare Down by a little more than a length. Brisky Frolic in 2nd by a neck, with the Fantail and Princess Pinky, those two right together through a quarter over the Muddy and Seal track in 22 4/5 seconds. And it is Icy Stare Down leading by a length. Brisky Frolic has moved off the rail, is on the outside now. Fantail runs in 3rd. Princess Pinky now dropping back. Down on the inside is just Nyquist, and farther back is Redzilla. The half mile in 46 seconds. Icy Stare Down leads now by 3.5 lengths. Brisky Frolic running in 2nd as they move past the 8th pole. It is Icy Stare Down in front, with Brisky Frolic giving chase in 2nd. And it is Icy Stare Down, Jose Ortiz to sweep the double. Brisky Frolic was 2nd. And Justin Nyquist checked in 3rd.
Icy Stare Down too quick. Break sharp, and it was over early.
Yeah, put Brisky Frolic on a real chase here, and they run 1-2 around the racetrack, essentially. Brisky Frolic, to her credit, never stopped trying to run down Icy Stare Down, but the favorite was just too much at the end. Prohibitive favoritism, in fact, Greg. I think she went all the way down to 3-5 when all was said and done. She took a lot of late money. At one point, her and Justin Nyquist were 9-5 and 2-1 with about 3 minutes to post, and that changed very, very quickly. 4-5.
Odds on 3rd win of her career. Able to get to the front and go gate to wire for the victory. Again, Linda Rice. First off to claim Jose Ortiz, A. Bianca Holding Limited, winning connections as we head back to Louisville. Race 3. On this Thursday card, 10,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint. Here's Tetsu.
Second off of a New Year's Eve layoff. Made up a little ground last time at Hawthorne. Chips into Churchill Downs. Finished second in our lone start here. Gets Julian Leparoux.
High tone 9-1. Matt Shire.
Just missed off the claim. Made up a lot of ground at Horseshoe Indy. Quick turnaround here.
Deservedly very huge favorite here. Caramel Chip trying to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, if she runs any of her last 5 races down at Gulfstream Park in Keeneland, she's going to be ultra tough.
Improbable Story, 10-1 went by. Here's the 5, Masai Man, 15-1.
Yeah, both the 4 and 5 are big prices and should be. Improbable Story and Masai Man.
My man Flintstone tried to go gate to wire last start and got caught, ran third.
First start off a 2-month break and first start back from the Turfway all weather. We'll see how this horse does. One of this horse's 3 wins has come at Churchill Downs.
That's your field. 7 and 8 come back. Caramel Chip, the 3. Short price favorite. Rad Ortiz Jr. We just saw his brother win at a short price in New York.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Back on America's Day at the races. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile, our entire crew all across the country. And there's a horse who just earned his way in to the Kentucky Derby with a scratch. A Practical Move. Is it Rich Strike all over again? I'll tell you, this horse has much better form coming into the race. Back-to-back third-place finishes against Forte coming in.
And the exact opposite running style, right? Rich Strike came from the moon. He will be in. They'll all be looking at him going into, you would imagine, all going into the first turn at Churchill Downs on Saturday. He's fast out of the gate, and in a race that does not have a lot of confirmed speed, you would imagine he adds a little pace on in here. Gonna need a rider, though.
Yep, Joel's spoken for on Disarm. Should not be too much of an issue finding a Derby mount. But it's interesting to see who shows up, though, won't it? On a horse with speed from that outside post, and just like last year, although it was even more last minute with Rich Strike, who wound up winning the Kentucky Derby, a late entrant into the run for the Roses. Let's head to Louisville for more with Paul and JK.
Yeah, Wolfie, I actually got the text actually from Tim himself that the horse had a fever. And you know what? It's a little bit of a shame because, you know, Practical Move, you win the Santa Anita Derby, you're a real racehorse. And I really felt, listen, I wasn't a fan of him, JK, but he had a legit shot to be a major player in the race.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is a shame for the connections. It's
Yeah.
a shame for Tim. It's a shame for me, who wanted to bet against him. I didn't like the horse very much from a betting standpoint. And look, he's out of the race now, but Cyclone Mischief is in. We'll see what happens with Cyclone Mischief. I think Cyclone Mischief in the 21 has a significantly better shot than Rich Strike had, so that's got to be good for him and Dale Romans.
Yeah, do you think it speeds up the pace a little bit more, obviously, like Anthony's saying?
Yeah, well, Dale is one of those trainers that really appreciates speed, so it would be silly from the outside for him to take back and try to make one run with Cyclone Mischief. I think he'll send from away from there, try to get position, and to answer your question, I do think that could affect some of the pace in the race.
Okay, let's get to this. It's been chalky so far, and we talked about this race earlier, JK. Caramel Chip was going to be very, very tough in here. And I think the public's going to the 6 because they think the 6 might be in front for a little while, and they're thinking maybe this horse can speed pop. But like Anthony said, if Caramel Chip runs any of his last couple or 3 races, he wins easy, right?
I think the most formful races in racing are Grade 1 races because everyone wants to win. You're going to get the best out of everyone, so you know what to expect on paper. And I think the second most formful races, and maybe even more formful, are starter allowance races, where these conditions of this race allow horses to qualify for things that they did in early 2022. Caramel Chip is a different horse than when they qualified for this race. She's just significantly better. I'd be extremely, extremely shocked if she gets beat here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I do think the 6 will lead him around for a little while. And Wolfie, the one, Tetsu's taking a little bit of money. Horse that likes to hit the board, so I wouldn't leave the 1 off your trifecta tickets.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Here we go. Caramel Chip trying to make it 3 consecutive victories. Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. High Tone stumbled a bit coming out of there. My Man Flintstone caught a flyer quickly in front and over to the rail. My Man Flintstone, the leader. Must-I Man, those on the move. It is up to grab second, and Caramel Chip comes on between them from third. Improbable Story backs off into fourth. Tetsu fifth, and High Tone's at the back in sixth. Down the backstretch run, Must-I Man goes head-to-head with My Man Flintstone. Must-I Man on the outside, My Man Flintstone right at the rail. Those two through a quarter in a snappy 22 seconds flat. Far turn run, My Man Flintstone back for a narrow lead. Must-I Man pressing from second. They round the turn together. Improbable Story perched out 3 wide. Caramel Chip is set to strike but has nowhere to go right now. Stymied fourth and down toward the rail. High Tone loops up on the far outside and Tetsu trails the field. They're off the turn. My Man Flintstone turns for home in front. There's an opening in between for Caramel Chip, if good enough. Down the center, High Tone's late on the scene. 1 furlong to go. My Man Flintstone's in deep water. Here comes Caramel Chip to the attack, and Caramel Chip has taken over and takes off for the wire. Caramel Chip finishes full of run to score by 4, and Tetsu grabs second. My Man Flintstone third, High Tone fourth.
Just much the best for a while there. Rad Ortiz Jr. Caramel Chip in a tough position with nowhere to go. Finally got a little opening and shows what he can do.
Yeah, was able to just, you don't want to say navigate, but just wait for My Man Flintstone to come back a little bit. And once he did, the hole opened and Arad busted on through. Good job by Julian Leperoux, kind of just following. Arad paved the road for him, and he just followed the winner to get place.
3 in a row for this 5-year-old son of midshipman, Jose D'Angelo, Bianco Stable. And Rad Ortiz Jr. win number 7 in 27 career starts, putting together a nice campaign this year already. 4 wins from 7 tries. Odds-on favorite in the third from Churchill. We'll be back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Watching continuing live coverage here, Kentucky Derby week. On America's Day at the Races, Caramel Chip in a tough position for a lot of this race. Finally got an opening, and when he did, takes off from this group, and it's 3 wins in a row now.
One of the best in the business, Irad Ortiz Jr. just showed his patience there. Did not panic aboard the heavy favorite, and once the seam opened, he was gone.
Caramel Chip, again trained by Jose D'Angelo, and right now wanting some room, but there's that opening. And that's all Caramel Chip needed. Just too good for this group. Its figures towered over the rest of this field.
Yeah, that was the end of it. That was the end of it. He was long gone. Long, long gone.
Dominant performance. Wins at 6, 7 furlongs last time out, and then cutting back to 6 today. 3-race win streak for this 5-year-old, who returns $2.82 for the win. And first 3 in the books. 3-1-6 finish on this Thursday card at Churchill Downs. Kentucky Juvenile is coming up next with a huge scratch in there. That Wesley Ward even money favorite coming out of that race. So you almost had me for Brad Cox. You've got to think is going to get hammered on the board. It's going to be close in the wagering between those two. We'll get back to business here at Belmont when we return, as we get set for the third coming up. Middle Pick 4 begins here, mile and a 16th main track, $20,000 claiming race. Post parade when we return.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
We're back at America's Day of the Races. It is brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set for race 3 coming up, a middle pick 4 begins in this third $20,000 claiming race, Big A, mile and 16th.
Yeah, fun bunch. Love these 20 claimers. Backbone of the game. Had a little bit of a tough time with this race, and ultimately landed on my old friend Hammer and Hammer.
Yeah, one who's been on this circuit for a long time, 9-year-old who just 4 starts ago was back in the winner's circle with us for the first time today on the program. Good to see you, Acacia Clement.
Good to be here, Greg. And it is amazing after not being at Belmont Park for nearly 10 months how much grass there is in the paddock without having a crowd in here looking at horses every day. But taking a look at a horse breaking from the rail now in the Linda Rice barn with Caribbean, the Australia bred, coming off of a second-place finish. A horse that looks incredibly fit coming in here. Very, very athletic. Does cut back a little bit to the 1-turn mile and a 16th after going the mile and an 1/8 2-turn distance over at Aqueduct. I like that for him. While he does have some good size, I think that this is a horse that will appreciate getting back to the 1-turn. Just physically strikes me much more as a horse that would prefer this distance, and his last win did come going the 7 furlongs. I really like what I see from this 9-year-old. As we'll go to another 9-year-old, the number 3, Hammer and Hammer. He does have that condition known as string halt, where it's kind of like a marionette with his right hind leg. He's had that his whole career. And it will kind of subside a little bit as he starts to get into a gallop, and you really won't see it much out on the racetrack. Was a little significant when he came into the paddock here, a little bit more pronounced. But again, that's just typical of him. That's always how he is. Once again, he's carrying terrific weight. His coat looks good, nice and relaxed here in the paddock. Last time out was behind repeat winner My Friend's Beer, who is in good form. And Hammer and Hammer is just one of those horses that likes to make those outside runs, and he's one of those big grinding types that just continues to gallop away. The number 5, Gentleman Joe, is a little bit intriguing to me because he drops down a notch in here. And last time out, he was 3 wide. He was steadily drifting out in the stretch last time out. Apprentice Jamie Torres has certainly turned heads and done a really good job and impressing as a 5-pound apprentice. But you do get a switch to a journeyman and a strong rider in Dylan Davis climbing aboard today. And Gentleman Joe's very sharp in the paddock today. He's really forward. His handlers kind of had his hand on his shoulder the entire time, just trying to keep him a little bit more relaxed. I'm sure Dylan has done his homework and it is aware of that, because this is a horse that seems to have the tendency to bear out. Now, I didn't know what kind of bit he wrote down last time, as I wasn't in the paddock, but he does have that Houghton bit, kind of a caged bit with the extra bar underneath for horses that have the tendency to bear out. So watch the kind of trip that Gentleman Joe gets, and hopefully he'll be able to keep a straight path today. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. He's in the past has some big races on the resume. 7-year-old now, looking for the 6th win of his career. Get signed up, play along with NYRA Bets. No better time than on the eve of the Kentucky Oaks with the Derby on Saturday. Take advantage of that $200 sign-up bonus, that $25 free play in the Kentucky Derby with that code right there, Derby25. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com.
What do you do with that free $25 bet? I mean, we don't have it. I've had my account for as long as I can remember. You take a swing?
Take a swing with a price,
get
right?
A tri-key or something?
Every year I say it's so that's one of the difficult things, trying to manage your money on these big days like that.
They let you bet 50-cent. There's no dime supers, but I think you can bet a 50-cent try.
Okay.
Well, they could take a nice swing with a little 50-cent try.
Even a trifecta could be, I won't say life-changing, but it could be an incredible day for you if you're able to hit that superfecta, of course.
I gave out a try play in
can be life-changing
in our Kentucky Derby blog.
Yeah.
On NYRABets.com. You can take those numbers and mess around on the super a little bit.
What do you usually play Kentucky Derby Day?
Everything.
Of course you do. Of course.
I'm like a kid in a candy store on Derby Day, buddy.
Oh. Race 2 at Oaklawn as we're back in Hot Springs. $12,000 maiden claiming event. 6 furlongs.
Paul left it, and I don't think it's rained once. since Paul left, just for the record.
You're going to blame it on LaDuca. After the tremendous job he did for us, he's going to get the blame.
Paul was absolutely sensational this winter and stopped himself from looking like a raisin half the time with all the rain down there.
Faber just walked in. That was the 8. Keith Asmussen. It's been one of the great stories of the meet. His evolution that we've just seen during this meet has been incredible. He's riding here for Kenny Smith.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it, right? Riding for somebody other than Hall of Famer dad Steve. Right? I think he won a couple of races for Ron Moquett. I think Lucas may have used them. So, yeah, good to see.
Jim Byers, the call started the early pick 4 in this maiden claiming 6-furlong sprint from Oakland.
Hot Summer Dream. Zong's Irish Frost is knocking around in there. In goes Lunch Lady. They're in the gate, and they're off. And both the X Factor and Zong's Irish Frost were out slowly. Lunch Lady, the speedy filly, as expected, is absolutely tearing off early on and has opened up 3.5 on Rowdy Daisy. Petula is 3rd. Lovely Joyce 4th. Blue Cowgirl 5th. Back to the inside, Zong's Irish Frost, the light gray, is racing now in 6th, followed by Hot Summer Dream. She's a wide 7th. Then the X Factor, Devon's Girl, and Sweet Baby Kate is 10th and last as they round the turn. A shorter lead now for Lunch Lady and Gabe Saez. Rowdy Daisy and Blue Cowgirl from the outside are closing in. And then it's 4 lengths to Zong's Irish Frost and Petula on the inside. Lovely Joyce and Hot Summer Dream the far outside. The X Factor is feeling the whip and is about 7 lengths off the lead. Rowdy Daisy takes over at the 3/16. There's 4 of them in a line to challenge. Here comes Petula toward the inside in the lime green. Zong's Irish Frost on the outside. Blue Cowgirl ran out of racing room. Through the stretch, it's Petula, Rowdy Daisy, and Zong's Irish Frost. Petula is going to draw off by 2.5. Rowdy Daisy 2nd, Zong's Irish Frost was 3rd, and Blue Cowgirl 4th.
3-8-4 finish. Petula, Walter De La Cruz for trainer Joe McKellar. And 3rd time the charm dropped down in class to a level that she had been at before.
And cut back in distance for the first time, and I think that proved to be the key, Greg.
Post 3 back at Belmont, and we start with Grumps. Little Tots has post 3.
Yeah, post 3. Gentleman by the name of Ladd Bailey aboard. I don't know anything about him. He had a big start back in January.
Post 6 for the stablemate, Durkin's Call.
Yeah, hasn't won since being claimed back by Charlie from Linda Rice. We'll see if this little class drop helps.
Here's the favorite with a rail, Caribbean.
The first time from Linda Rice. This horse figures to move up a little bit, back around the 1 turn and with the wet track.
Back class for this old veteran, Hammer and Ammer.
Does the wet track hurt him? Maybe, but he loves Belmont Park, and he is 8 for 9 in the money at this mile and a 16th distance.
Biggest price on the board, the 4 Dark Storm, 22-1.
And he should be, since being claimed by the from the Canamachis, he hasn't done much running.
What Acacia was talking about with a tendency to bear out a little bit. Gentleman Joe dropping down.
Yeah, we'll see if Dylan Davis gets aggressive with him. His better races have come on dry ground. I didn't know what to do with him.
Pit Boss 9-1, blinkers come off. Eric Cancel rides.
It's funny because there's not a lot of speed in here, and I thought maybe he'd be the speed, but with the blinkers coming off and Eric climbing aboard, you think maybe they're going to take him off the pace today.
Yeah, 14-1 Sailor Speed, slight cut back in distance. A horse who was forward going 1 mile and an eighth last out.
I would imagine he's been forward in a lot of his 2-turn races over at Penn National. I would imagine now Romero Mirage will be aggressive with him from the outside draw.
2 minutes to post. 3rd at Belmont coming up. Got a stakes race next in Louisville, Kentucky Juvenile. 2-year-olds this early on in the year already in stakes company, and a huge scratch with Hibernacle. Wesley Ward even money favorite in the morning line coming out, so you almost had me. Now a very short number for Brad Cox. Let's go to JK for more.
Guys, I'm here with Jake Ballas and Matt Miller of Black Type Thoroughbreds. They've got a habit, as of late, of buying fillies and running in big races under the Twin Spires. They bought Pasta Champagne, who ran in the Kentucky Oaks. They bought Hidden Connection, ran in the Kentucky Oaks. Sacred Wish almost ran 2nd in the Gulfstream Park Oaks. And then today they have You Almost Had Me. I'm going to go to the brains of the operation first. We all know who it is. It's Maddie. Maddie, what did you like about this filly?
Well, first off, John Hancock is a dear friend of ours, and he's always been high on this filly. He told us for weeks going into it that she was a special one. And not only did she win by open links, but how she did it. Looked at another filly right in the eye and then drew away. Her movement made you think that she has a longer stride to her, maybe a two-turn horse than we saw her physically, and she had that substance that makes us think that not only is she a 2-year-old, but she could be a very imposing 3-year-old in the future.
Jake, I know that this is important to you to be running on these big days for black-type thoroughbreds. Why is it so important to be running on these days for your partners?
Well, people get in the partnership to run on, weekends. Today's Thurby, which I'll consider it a Saturday. But, for people back in Texas, which is the majority of our partners, they want to see everybody on TV. And especially with fillies, when you run in big races, you create residual value and get a return on your money. And everybody comes out here and has a really, really fun time.
As far as the race today, where do you guys want to see the filly early?
In the front.
In the front. That makes sense to me. I like to see him in the front as well. Jake, I think you have had some success getting fillies and selecting good ones, but I think the best one was Maddie because obviously she's helping you find good horses.
Can't disagree.
We'll see how you almost had me, JK. Nice work. 2-5 favorite in here. A dominant debut at Keeneland, winning by more than 8 lengths.
Yeah, it was a big effort. Real big effort. First time Brad Cox now. And we'll see if this horse stays on the forward trajectory. She was very good. She should take on the boys in here, but I don't think it matters. She's got 2 firsters and 2 second-time starters that didn't do much running on debut.
Let's go to Maggie.
Taking a look at these 2-year-olds here in the paddock, we do have a mix of some fillies and colt, or I should say just one filly. Taking a look at You Almost Had Me, your heavy, heavy favorite. Very classy acting filly. Now, they've kept her in the saddling stall for most of the time here in the paddock. She's incredibly athletic looking. Of course, she's a little bit smaller than her male counterparts, but with the frame that she has, she's very well developed, really well muscled in here. I found it interesting. I wonder how long Brad Cox has actually had her in the barn, but she is wearing the same equipment that John Hancock had on her first time out in that shadow roll, and is wearing a ring bit. But all things good for your heavy favorite. She was just such an easy winner. Moving on to one that I thought could move up from the debut, and always helps to have experience, but number 4, Lose Legacy. I don't know how strong that race is going to end up being, but he just seemed green. He was struck me as one kind of a bigger galloping type. Took a while to really get his feet underneath of him and find his stride, and that's kind of what he looks like here in the paddock. He is a bigger type, is wearing a pretty full cut blinker and a shadow roll today, but I like his disposition. Sometimes they get a little rattled when they come over here second time. Not the case. And I think any extra ground that he gets to cover, despite it only being half a furlong, Greg, is going to help him in the end.
Always exciting to see these 2-year-olds, thank you, Maggie, get their careers started. It is a filly against the boys. The 2, You Almost Had Me, who is the odds-on favorite after a dominant debut against her own sex, now tackling males. Taking all the money for the Brad Cox barn. Tyler Gaffalione will ride. We'll get back to that race momentarily. About to load up back at Belmont on our opening day coverage of the spring-summer meeting. $20,000 claiming race, mile and a 16th. It is Caribbean, has the rail. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, money coming in on Gentleman Joe as well. I landed on Hammer and Caribbean. I boxed 2-3 in the exacta. It's actually paying pretty well. 2-3's $12 for a buck. 3-2's $14 for a buck. Wide open tote board like this, I thought they'd be maybe a little shorter, but they're not.
Middle pick 4 begins in this third here from Belmont on our opening day coverage. And John Imbrial to get us started.
Waiting for Dark Storm and Sailor Speed. There in the gate. And they're off. And it is Pit Boss who is out for the early lead. And now a Caribbean is moving up down towards the rail. A Gentleman Joe is in between horses. Sailor Speed on the far outside. And Durkin's Call is there. Then a break of 2 lengths back to Dark Storm, followed on the inside by Hammer and Ammer. And Grump's Little Tots is the trailer in 8th as the field moves up the backstretch. With Pit Boss in front, 3/4 of a length. Sailor Speed and the red blinkers on the outside. Caribbean is down at the rail. Those two are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds over the off-going. Then comes Gentleman Joe, who's racing in 4th. To his outside is Durkin's Call in 5th. Break of 2 to Hammer and Ammer, who's on the inside of Dark Storm, and Grump's Little Tots continues to trail. The half mile in 47 and 2/5 seconds, and now they're midway on the turn, and it is Pit Boss by a half length. Durkin's Call now moving up on the outside to challenge. It's Pit Boss and Durkin's Call, and now they're stride for the lead. They've got 2.5 lengths on Sailor Speed in 3rd. Caribbean is at the rail, and then comes Gentleman Joe as they come for the quarter pole. 3/4 in 1:12 and 2. It is Pit Boss trying to hold off Durkin's Call. Pit Boss and Durkin's Call right together, moving down for the 8th pole. Pit Boss on the inside with the lead. Durkin's Call on the outside in 2nd. Then comes Gentleman Joe and Sailor Speed, who is moving down towards the rail with the 16th to the finish. Pit Boss still there. Pit Boss in front. Sailor Speed towards the rail. Pit Boss is the front-running winner. Sailor Speed was 2nd, close for 3rd between Gentleman Joe and Durkin's Call.
Pit Boss, the win. Eric Cancel, Juan Bernardini winning trainer for Aaron Racing Stables. Blinkers coming off, 5th win of the 6-year-old's career.
The blinkers coming off actually woke this horse up. You see Eric having trouble pulling him up. I mean, he was ready to roll today, right to the front in a race that did not feature a lot of pace. Eric gave him a great ride, just putting him on the front end, letting him do his thing. It's his first win since November over at Mahoning Valley Racecourse as the even money favorite in a 2 other end that day. Got the job done in front-running fashion today.
Pit Boss, no slowing down the stretch. 6-year-old by Union Rags. First win since November of last year. And my eyesight's too bad. Final odds?
Oh, I didn't see. Well, I didn't see them anywhere, actually.
Back at Belmont. Pulling it up right here. And there we go. 12-1 Pit Boss. Wow.
That's a huge price. That was way too big of a price on him.
Way too big.
I didn't like him, but that was too big of a price for the speed.
There's the filly. JK had spoke to the connections. Just went by at 2-5 for Brad Cox. And now Lil Anthony, the 3.
She's fast. You had Lil Anthony. That was my nickname when I was about 3 years old. I grew out of that quickly. That was a sharp work from the pole to back.
Lose Legacy. The 4, start number 2, still a maiden.
Made up ground, passed some horses on debut at a big price, 41-1.
5-horse Tranche, 2nd time out of maiden as well.
Got stuck on the far outside in his debut. He didn't do much running that day.
And who's Snow Trouble? Actually taking some, wow, 4-1 right now. And a horse who was 15-1 Morning Line.
They kind of have to go somewhere, right? And the Morning Line, I mean, after Hibernacle and You Almost Had Me, I don't know what the Morning Line odds maker is supposed to do in here. It's a guessing game.
Stands for $500.
Snow Trouble, never heard of him. Trying to tap it, though.
Here's the big favorite. So You Almost Had Me. This was the debut. It was at Keeneland, 4.5 furlongs, and this is about to be over real soon.
Yeah, it was over real soon. Like you said, 9-5 was a gift in hindsight. She beat fellow fillies that day. But again, she is running for, how about this, $200,000 purse. She gets to run against 4 maidens, 2 firsters, and 2 second-time starters. Pretty fortunate.
Yeah, and, you know, one coming out, look at that crowd on hand, too, tremendous, was pretty highly regarded Wesley Ward filly as well, who was dominant in the debut. We'll have to wait to see Hibernacle another day, but we'll see what You Almost Had Me can do here. 2nd time out facing the boys. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Greg, we actually got to see Disarm JK, one of the Derby contenders. He'll wear a cloth saddle towel, I should say. 11 in here. Now, What are your thoughts about him? I know a lot of people think he's just too slow.
You know, I think that he's the type of horse that Steve Asmussen, although he wants to win this race, I don't think he's just like jamming horses in here for like just to say he's got
I
him in
agree
here.
with you.
I think that he feels pretty confident this is a talented horse. I don't think Disarm is going to get his picture taken and get the bed of roses laid over him, but I do think he's extremely live to hit the board. I think he's the type of horse that can run third or fourth. And let's think about the success horses have in the Preakness running back in 2 weeks. It's because you know they're fit, and you know that they're going to have a little bit of stamina when the others might not. I think Disarm will be finishing while the others might be getting a little tired.
Yeah, he does just seem to have that kind of even grinding running style. Now we see Steve schooling him for the second time this week. He can be a little bit of a stud muffin, so to speak, in the paddock. He's been that way since he was a 2-year-old, so I think the more schooling, possibly the better, just to get him settled. But he does make a lovely impression. I gotta say, Steve seems so laid back and happy that maybe I'm reading too much into human connections, but I think he's feeling pretty good about his
I've had a conversation with him. I know he is confident about the horse.
Yeah.
I think he's, like I said, I don't think that as much as he wants to win this race, I don't think he's, oh my gosh, I got to have a starter. I think that he feels like this horse fits.
Let's talk about this race here, the Kentucky Juvenile, 1-4 on the filly coming in here for Brad Cox for the first time. You almost had me. Obviously, special connection with you being such good friends with Jake Bellis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always rooting for Jake and also Qatar Racing as well.
Yeah.
Who I partner with on my podcast. And look, this is just a really cool horse, you know. And John Hancock as well. We got to see him yesterday. He's hilarious. If you've never talked to him, maybe a cart talk with John Hancock at some point has to happen. But he's funny, and so rooting for him as well to have some success with a horse coming out of his barn.
He's got to stop selling these babies so he can make it up to Saratoga to have a cart talk with you. Let's talk a little bit about a firster that's taking money. Another guy who can be dangerous with 2-year-olds is John Ennis in here. JK, there is absolutely no pedigree to sink your teeth into with this horse. I will say, typical of John, well prepared, very smart looking horse, very intelligent, but do you think it's more the rider on his back that's making him 4-1?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you got to think that when John Ennis called Kieran McLaughlin, he told him that he had a horse he wanted to run in the stake. I think he had to probably give him a story to get Louis out here. And I think it's also important to note that I think Louis is going to have a ton of success here at Churchill Downs. He's drawn towards the outside. But I do think that this is also the case of who else can I bet, because I don't want to bet the 1-5. Oh, I guess I'll bet Louis Saez in the 6.
Yeah, it's not many to really kind of experiment with here. But I am interested in number 4, Lose Legacy. I mentioned him back in the paddock. What were your impressions from his debut?
I mean, broke a little bit slow, and when you're in these races going 5 furlongs, that's not a smart thing to do. But look, it was the first start, so maybe he's figured it out now. I'd keep an eye on it. If you've bet the 4, I think that your race kind of happens at the first jump. If he breaks a little slow, I think he's going to be up against it. If he can get out of there clean and maybe take a step forward, he could be there at the end.
Well, looking forward to it. The filly taking on the boys. Greg, you almost had me. Could she have them at the wire, too?
Most seem to think that she will if she was as good first time out, regardless of if it was against her own sex or not. She is just, without question, the one to beat here.
She's the only horse that's won in a 5-horse field. So, yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be that difficult a task for her to get the winner's share of this $200,000. Big bucks, no whammy.
So short-priced, odds-on favorite. Early part of the year to see these 2-year-olds, most of them, many of them, making their first starts. But she already has one dominant performance at Keeneland under her belt. We're flying blind here. We don't have any picture. So we'll help for an assist here as to when they're loading.
For that inside post, takes the lead rather easily. Tranche comes on to grab second. Who's No Trouble on the far outside with Lose Legacy. Lil Anthony down toward the rail, but they're all chasing You Almost Had Me, who hits the far turn in for a length and a half. Tranche is on the chase from second. Getting closer is Tranche. Tranche now pressing You Almost Had Me for the lead. They round the far turn 1-2. 3 lengths back. Who's No Trouble and Lose Legacy. At the back is Lil Anthony. So round the turn. Tranche's first bid was rejected. You Almost Had Me shrugged it off willingly and goes by the quarter pole in front by 3 now. You Almost Had Me in front, heading for the 8th pole. Tranche is back in second. Lose Legacy in third. The rest with too much to do. And You Almost Had Me is on cruise control. You Almost Had Me wins big. Under the wire by 8 lengths in the end. Lose Legacy grabbed second and Tranche was third.
Just as dominant as the debut. So Philly beats the boys here. Brad Cox with a very talented daughter of Oxbow who's 2 for 2.
It beats him like a drum, too, by a very long way. The horses that had experience run 1, 2, 3. The 2 firsters trail the field. A very formful and logical renewal of the Kentucky Juvenile, Greg.
Tyler Gaffalione, Brad Cox, Cutter Racing, Kentucky Juvenile winners here in the 4th from Churchill. Let's go to Jonathan.
5 seconds. I'm here with Sheikh Fahad, Qatar Racing. You Almost Had Me. That was a quick turnaround. You buy the horse, you win a stake.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we really loved her when she won first time out. We thought she's special, so, great to have her.
Well, it's a start to a good weekend, hopefully. You know, I'm a huge fan of Caravel. How excited are you to see her run here under the Twin Spires?
Very excited, really excited about it. I hope she shows us exactly what she showed last time and the times before. She's a very special filly to us. I mean, she could be one of the best we've ever had, so I'm looking forward to it.
Qatar Racing, a monster overseas and starting to become a monster over here in the U.S. I'll let you go get your trophy.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing Caravel back in action. You Almost Had Me here. Maybe a superstar. First 2 starts, it looks like it.
Yeah, quick turnaround, and she just she galloped today. No other way to say it, Greg. She just handled the boys with aplomb.
Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffalione, Cutter Racing. You Almost Had Me dominant in the Kentucky Juvenile, beating the boys. We'll be back with more Kentucky Derby Week coverage and opening day from Belmont right after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Live coverage of Kentucky Derby Week. This filly just takes it to the boys here. You Almost Had Me. She's a perfect 2 for 2 now in her brief career for trainer Brad Cox. It was her debut for that barn after starting with John Hancock.
Tyler Gaffalione just shakes the reins at her at around the 3/16 pole and says, all right, let's see what you got here. And plenty was her response as she just draws off as impressively as can be. We saw a couple of nice 2-year-old fillies on the program so far.
Made her 1 to 5 look like value there with that win, which is rare.
Surprised the trifecta paid as much as it did. It was the 1-5 favorite over the two other horses that had experience in the race. Triple paid almost $29 for $2. That's a big number.
2-4-5 finish there. One that we may very well be hearing a lot more about in the very near future. You almost had me for Brad Cox, private purchase, and she lives up to the billing in that performance in that Kentucky Juvenile. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Brad Cox, more work to come, both in the Oaks and with 4 that he's going to send out in the Kentucky Derby. Got a Derby win 9 months after the fact with Mandaloun. Got 4 chances to get one and experience that joy and jubilation right when they cross the wire on Saturday. We'll be back.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the verdict of $50, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the verdict of $50, in the verdict of $50, we're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million, $1 million, $2 million, hold on, $2 million, $2,050,000, all through, and I have, boom, thank you both, $2 million, Rogers way, good luck.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Opening day of this Belmont Spring Summer Meet. Continuing live coverage, Kentucky Derby Week from Churchill Downs. And you can play it all with NYRA-Bets. $25 free play in the Derby, $200 sign-up bonus as well when you punch it. Derby 25 is the new member. Go to NYRABets.com to take advantage of that offer and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 149th edition of the Run for the Roses. And Brad Cox, we just saw with an incredibly talented 2-year-old filly beating the boys. He'll have 4 chances on Saturday to win the Kentucky Derby.
A fall ball. Yep, hit show verifying Jace's Road. And of course, Angel of Empire. 1, 2, 12, 14 if you're looking to make an all Brad Cox box.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
A Brad Cox box, that rhymes.
Most believe his best chance, this one here, the Arkansas Derby winner, Angel of Empire, who has won back-to-back starts, Risen Star at Fairgrounds, Arkansas Derby at Oaklawn. It's that race last time out that pointed this horse out as a major player for Saturday.
By most, does that mean you, Greg? I know you're a fan of this horse, right?
I would think it.
Yeah, I'm breaking
I like this horse a lot, though.
I mean, he is the one. You know, it's weird. Brad's running 4, and I feel like to win the race, he might be not only his best chance, but it's kind of hard. The draw did him no justice. Hit Show, who ran a bang-up second in the Wood Memorial, Verifying, who ran a bang-up second in the Bluegrass. I mean, they really got the worst of it. Those are the 2 draws you really don't want. And then Jace's Road certainly looks like he's in there because before about 12 o'clock this afternoon, looked like he was going to be loose on the lead, and that's not the case anymore with Cyclone Mischief drawing in with the
changed
unfortunate
quickly,
scratch. Yeah.
Yeah, practical move for those who did not hear. Per his trainer, Tim Yakteen, coming out of the Kentucky Derby, that Santa Anita Derby winner. Back here to Belmont. Fourth race, approaching the 7-minute mark to post. Let's go to Acacia.
And with this race off the turf, Greg, we'll take a look at a couple of horses who've only run on the grass and are taking money going onto the main track today, starting with the number 3, Smoky Eyes, as she has never been on the main track before, and she is making the first start of her 3-year-old season. Now, she didn't grow a ton, but I think what maybe she didn't take a step forward as far as physically from 2 to 3, mentally, she has improved a lot. She's very relaxed here in the paddock, and she used to be pretty energetic prior to her races. She's very, very fit coming back. For the main track, I would like to see her strengthen up a little bit after a race. And as far as the pedigree is concerned, the dam was all turf sprint. The second dam, turf and synthetic. Her siblings, Phantom Smoke and Smokin' Hot Kitty, both of whom started out with Christophe Clement as well, all turf. So I'm a little bit questionable of how she'll take the main track today, Greg, but she does look like she should be ready to roll off the bench.
4 to 5 favorite. Acacia, thank you. 3-year-old debut coming up for Smoky Eyes. Race was scheduled for the grass, moves off to the muddy sealed surface. As we're back to Oaklawn, race 3. Non-winners of 3 life, 6 furlong sprint. 5 to 2 on the entry, and Whiskey Blue, the 3, taking plenty of money as well. American Band, Team Asmussen, dad and son team up. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Hail Columbia toward the outside, right on the inside, Queenie's Way. And then from between horses, American Band and Essential Bella in the red. Those 4 across the track. 3.5 then, and Lantern's Candy is sitting off that early battle and racing in 5th, followed by Forever Home in 6th. And then to the outside, it's Whiskey Blue in the red with the white cap. She is racing in 7th up the backstretch while about 3 wide. Then Tap Me a Text and Have I Ever. They circle a far turn. And it's still quite a gathering up front as American Band goes to the lead by a neck to Essential Bella. Queenie's Way drops back. And then angling outside is Forever Home. And outside of her is Lantern's Candy. Hail Columbia appears to have had enough today. Then Tap Me a Text inside of her. Whiskey Blue is down the center but is well back as American Band and Keith Asmussen begin to draw clear, and they come to the final 16th, and American Band, justifying her favoritism today, has drawn clear. Forever Home is going to maintain second. Lantern's Candy is third, and Tap Me a Text fourth.
American Band, Keith Asmussen riding for dad. First off, the claim win for Steve. Owns this one as well. 4-year-old filly by Flatter, now 3 for 5.
4 across the track. They looked like an accordion going down the backstretch. And one by one, they started falling off, and American Band. Last one standing in a comfortable victory.
Back to New York and coming out on the track for a post parade here for this race taken off the turf. New York bred first allowance condition race, even money favorite, Smoky Eyes, the Clement filly, back off the bench for her 3-year-old debut. Jose Ortiz will ride.
I was very surprised to see her stay in. More often than not, when these races come off the grass, the Christophe Clement horses are the first ones out. She's in, and she's even money. I'll tell you what, I'm a fan of this filly. I don't know about this. I do not know about this.
You know, I don't either. I'm with you. You got a main track only runner as well on the outside who got what she wanted here with his coming off. And coming off a win last start, Linda Rice off the claim 3-1.
So I'll tell you what. Sounds ridiculous. Well, we'll talk about it when they're coming out now. So I have a theory here.
All right, we'll get to it in a moment. Captivating Kara kicks things off.
Yeah, she had won 2 in a row, and then wheels kind of fell off the bus, off the turf though, for a dirt horse.
Even money favorite, first time on a dirt surface, 3-year-old comeback here.
Yeah, you know, she gets Lasix for the first time. She's a daughter of Derby winner Nyquist, out of a Derby winning broodmare. Street Sense was a Derby winner as well. Even money is just too short a price.
Freddie Mo factor at 11-1. Maddie Olver.
Another dirt horse in here. She has a win on a wet track. Big price at 11-1.
Two more we're going to see that stay in the race despite the fact they've never been on dirt. Collaboration for Linda Rice.
Yeah, one of an English Channel in here out of a Giants Causeway mare. I don't know how this horse is going to handle the main track.
Blinkers on Lady Jasmine. David Donk first on dirt.
Same can be said for this one. This horse did not get a great trip last time out, and maybe the blinkers going on will help.
And a main track only entrant. Gets into the race and is a multiple winner on dirt.
I think her biggest knock is her race on a sloppy track was awful. But she's won 2 of her last 3 on the dirt with a second-place finish sandwich in between and a turf try as well. She's running back quick off the claim for Linda, who's been doing it a lot with success lately, running back quickly.
Very successful with that maneuver throughout her career. As we look at the even money favorite, so Smoky Eyes was knocking on the door, just missed. First couple of starts of her career, broke through on the turf, Belmont at Aqueduct. And this was in the Tepin stakes action on the grass to end her 2-year-old campaign.
Yeah, she ran good. Sweet Lou's got aces. You can see Sweet Lou's got aces, just rambling along on a very loose lead on the front end. Smoky Eyes moved into second. Held the place over Alluring Angel, who's going to try and sneak up the inside together for the place money. Actually, she was outside Alluring Angel. I apologize. The horse on the inside had a little bit of a trip. So for the most part, turf horses and dirt horses train a little differently. You see only 3 timed workouts for her since April. But there's a lot of fitness moves. There's a lot of stamina building moves in between. I think it's different getting a horse ready for turf than it is dirt, especially when they've never run on it. And she's a talented filly. Man, that's a short price.
No way should anyone trying something different for the first time be that type of a price here. Smoky Eyes way over bet. Here's the 7 collaboration. Linda Rice, Dylan Davis, Silksa Barry Schwartz, very familiar on this circuit. And 3-1 right here. Let's go back to Acacia.
We'll pick up Greg with collaboration. As I touched on with Smoky Eyes, who has mostly on the bottom side a turf pedigree. On the bottom side with collaboration, she actually has a very good dirt pedigree. The Dam was actually a stakes winner going a mile on the main track, and both of the siblings were dirt winners. She does have the English Channel influence and kind of in that typical English Channel appearance. Sometimes they don't carry a ton of condition. They're not the biggest, and I didn't love what I saw from her last time out on the off the layoff. She looks much stronger today, which I certainly appreciate as she'll try the main track. Relatively quiet warm-up with Dylan Davis, but seems to be moving pretty well out over the main track. The number 8, Lady Jasmine, does get the blinkers on, as you guys mentioned. It's also attached to a hood. She typically races with a full hood, a piece of equipment that Dave Donk actually employs quite often, covering the ears to muffle out the sound. And so the blinkers are to that hood, so she's closed in as far as her peripheral vision and limiting what she can hear with surrounding noise. She does tend to be a very high energy, kind of high strung type of filly, not necessarily a good doer. She doesn't carry a lot of flesh, got a little bit warm back in the paddock, but she's pretty sharp here as there is a cat out on the racetrack right now. Hopefully somebody can catch that. That was not what I expected to see out here. But as far as the number 9, Amanda's Folly, she will keep the cheek pieces on that Carlos Martin put on her, again, to limit the peripheral vision, a little bit more open than blinkers tend to be. So she's first off the claim for Linda Rice, but the same equipment that she has been wearing with those cheek pieces. And Linda is so sharp with finding places for main track only runners. And Amanda's Folly will try to make it 2 in a row, though she's stepping up. She was saddled back with the pony. She looks like she's coming in here in good form. I know Anthony pointed out that her one wet track race didn't seem to be her best at all, but I don't mind her in this spot. She's kind of the tried and true dirt horse of the bunch, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Hopefully they catch up to that kitty on the racetrack.
Usually you'll see different animals on the track. A dog. Some tracks you've seen deer. Down at Tampa, we've seen alligators running around, or crocodiles.
The unofficial mascot.
Yeah.
Tampa.
Rather see a cat.
I'm with you. Pass on the Gator. Play with NYRA Bets. Just signed up just in time with that promo code right there, Derby25, in time to play the Oaks tomorrow for 3-year-old fillies and the Kentucky Derby on Saturday at NYRABets.com. Loading up for a race that was intended for the grass. It has come off. It is on the main track now, and a filly who has never been on this surface, the 3, Smoky Eyes, coming back for a 3-year-old return, trying the surface for the first time, a very short price.
If Amanda's Folly could read the tote board, I think she'd be seriously insulted right now. She has the 7-5 favorites never run on the dirt, and the co-second choices have never run on the dirt either. Collaboration and Lady Jasmine, and she is the same price.
Zero respect. It's
unbelievable. They should call her Rodney. Johnny should call her Rodney Dangerfield when the gate opens. This is amazing.
She's got the outside post. Trevor McCarthy will ride. There she is, the 9 in the background. Surface she wants. Really the only one in the race who can say that. Trying to get her 3rd win on dirt. 3-1 trying to do it. Let's go upstairs. John Imbriel, start of the pick 6 from Belmont.
Waiting for Lady Jasmine and Amanda's Folly. Set for the start of race 4. And they're off. Amanda's Folly broke well from the extreme outside. Now Smoky Eyes is moving on through. Freddie Mo Factor is there along with Collaboration. So 4 of them vying for the lead. Lady Jasmine on the outside runs in 5th. And the trailer is Captivating Cara in 6th as they move up the muddy backstretch. And now it is the 2 grays, Collaboration and Freddie Mo Factor. And they are heads apart for the lead. Freddie Mo Factor pokes ahead in front. Collaboration runs in 2nd, a little more than 2 lengths to Smoky Eyes, who is next in 3rd. On the outside is Amanda's Folly. Captivating Cara is down at the rail, and Lady Jasmine is the trailer. First quarter, 23 seconds. Freddie Mo Factor gets clear now to lead by 2.5 lengths. Collaboration is in 2nd. Smoky Eyes, the favorite, is down at the rail and gaining some ground. Then comes Amanda's Folly, and farther back, Captivating Cara and Lady Jasmine, all chasing Freddie Mo Factor, who leads through a half in 46 3/5 seconds. Freddie Mo Factor by a length. Smoky Eyes on the outside. Amanda's Folly right behind Smoky Eyes. And now it's 3 of them across the track for the lead, with Captivating Cara next in 4th. And they head for home. And here comes Amanda's Folly with a quick surge on the outside to take over the lead from Freddie Mo Factor. Captivating Cara down at the rail. Smoky Eyes is tailed off. It is Amanda's Folly who is pouring it on here through the stretch. Amanda's Folly took to the off-going today and wins decisively. Captivating Cara was 2nd. Freddie Mo Factor finished 3rd.
Head scratcher when you look at the fact at what price this filly went off at. Main track only runner, multiple winner on the dirt. We saw 3-1 right before the gates broke open.
I am absolutely kicking myself right now, Greg, because normally I'm as opinionated as the day is long. This race consisted of 2 groups of 3. 3 horses who had never walked on a main track in a race in their life, and 3 horses who had done all their running on the dirt for the most part. The 3 dirt horses ran 1, 2, 3 at 3-1, 21-1, and 24-1. The 3 turf horses are 4th, 5th, and 6th at 3-1, 7-5, and 3-1.
And even if you just looked at the winner alone, 3-1 on that horse, wow, just sometimes races get misbet. That was a great example of it, finding value.
This was
sometimes these races that come off the turf, it happens.
This was the Andy Serling Derby.
It was.
Because he has taught me how to take advantage of these off-the-turf races. This is a race you're supposed to make a score in.
Got a pick 4 coming up at the 5th at Churchill Mile, a 16th on the lawn, maiden special way. This is He's Got Swagger. Kenny McPeak Brian Hernandez Jr.
Trying to the Churchill turf for the first time. A couple of good races at the fairgrounds. This horse did not run well at Keeneland last time.
Barn with a win already today. Here's Archie the Giza.
Yeah, first timer from Cairo Prince. The half sister ran yesterday, I believe.
There's Hidden Path, Todd Pletcher, second-time starter.
Yeah, this horse goes from the all-weather at Gulfstream to the turf. Son of Hartspun should have no problem with the grass.
Qualified went by for Riley Mott. Here's Ridge Runner, our first-time starter.
A Big Blue Kitten here, big price here at 28-1.
Hard-spun Fantasy, getting on turf for the first time, start number 4.
Yeah, this horse is makes up a lot of. We're going to need to make up a lot of ground. Has no speed whatsoever.
10-1 here with Florent Giroux and Kigali for Phil Bauer.
Another hard spun. He improved on the all-weather at Turfway Park. We'll see what he does on the grass.
Rider change on Curlin's In Charge, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Pratt climbs the board. This horse has yet to hit the board in 6 starts, except once on the Kentucky Downs turf.
Brad Ortiz Jr. and Mainline Cypher, whose first start came on synthetic.
Yeah, Honor Code, son of Honor Code, ran okay, made a little bit of a middle move, see if that 2 turns helps him.
You still love those growing up now and later.
They were good. Yeah, this horse ran okay at Tampa in his 3rd start. He's going to need to improve, though.
And a horse who crossed the wire first, maiden special weight on the turf, only get DQ'd most Saturdays. Hal Stahl.
This horse is dangerous drawing in. Ran really well behind Stakes Placed Inflation Nation on debut. They tried the dirt twice, then came back and went long at the fairgrounds off a 3-month break. Got the job done, disqualified, like you said. He's a major player drawing in, and he's a square price at 5-1.
Todd Pletcher, second-time starter, meant to get on the grass first time out. It was washed off and run on synthetic at Gulfstream, just missed by a neck.
Yeah, this horse ran really well. Forward throughout. There's not a lot. It felt like every horse we talked about in the post parade, we were talking about making up ground, and then Decanted scratched, and with Decanted coming out in here, I think it finds Hidden Path and Louis Saez find themselves on what could be a loose lead. You never know what some of these other horses are going to do second time out, first time grass. But I would imagine Louis is going to be successful getting this horse on the front. He put a maiden on the lead yesterday. Name's escaping me.
We know how aggressive he is, too.
Exactly.
That's why he's so successful. So we'll
Correct.
see. Yeah, Hidden Path. That looks like the path to victory for him. First time on turf, start number 2 coming up. Back at Belmont, Amanda's Folly, multiple winner on dirt, facing essentially a bunch of turf horses. And gets the win at 3-1.
820 Sealand Rice, sharp claim, right back in a little over a week. Gets the job done here. Linda's won over 2,000 races. We were remiss, we missed earlier. Juan Bernardini got his first win with Pit Boss in race number 3 this afternoon.
$8.20 for the victory.
Look at these gimmicks.
And as you said, the dirt horses 1, 2, 3.
Look at that try for 50 cents. It's a
$421 and change.
So $485 triple for $2. They were the 3 dirt horses in a 6-horse field.
Post 4 for this guy on Saturday. It's Confidence Game, the Grade 2 Rebel winner. Long time off leading up to that start. Final Derby audition late February to the first Saturday in May for trainer Keith DeSormo.
What do you do with a horse that got his points 70 days ago, 10 weeks. He was tired after that race, and they didn't give him another prep. He's never been beyond a mile and a 16th, and now they're going to ask him to go a mile and a quarter without a prep in 10 weeks. I find it interesting. That's why it's the greatest game played outdoors, that this horse is getting a lot of attention. I know a lot of people that think this horse is a live long shot on Saturday. I don't. Because he has, I don't even know what that history would be to buck. 10 weeks?
Long time away. Let's go to Maggie Paul. Can Confidence Game make a statement on Saturday with all that time off?
Well, yes, he would have to buck history here, Paul, but you couldn't ask for a horse to look better, to be training better than what he has. And I think it's interesting. Connections wanted to have a horse for the long term, so they're not putting in a big taxing campaign leading to the Derby.
And I think the other part of this is we were focusing on the Brad Cox and the Todd Pletcher horses. When you look at people like Keith DeSormo and John Sheriffs, their horses have ran well in Derby and ran well in the Triple Crown races. So, Keith is very, very sharp. And I was talking to him yesterday. He said, listen, the break's going to be obviously key for all of us. But if Verifying and Two Fills and maybe Hit Show is going to probably lay back, but if he can get some of those horses, get to the inside, and he can get down to the rail and try to save ground, he said, hopefully we can get lucky.
Now, he wasn't happy the day going into the Rebel on the day because the horse kind of got too excited in the paddock, but Keith has been schooling him here at Churchill, and he's handling this Thurby crowd with aplomb. But let's talk about this field here. I think it's really interesting, Paulie. We do see the 4 at 2-1 Hidden Path. There's pedigree. Look, there's 3 hard spuns in here. This one, the Dam was a stakes winner on the turf, and he does have the speed, which some of these lack.
Yeah, the concern you have with the 4 is Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez at Gulfstream Park. I get it, 4-1 wasn't the favorite, with a clear lead. That rarely happens. Luis Saez, first of all, gets past, and on a Todd Pletcher horse. So I'm wondering if this horse kind of still a little green, waiting on horses. I thought there's some other horses you can maybe go to, because at 2-1, do you want to take that short of a price? Because maybe the major players, though, are towards the outside besides maybe the inside horse.
Right, let's talk about that inside horse. He's got swagger. I thought just way too far back last time, considering they were going a mile and 1/8. Now, yeah, they did try to kind of stretch the field out a little bit. Luis Saez aboard decanted, but Operation Torch was the favorite, laid closer. This horse got a really nice warm-up with Brian Hernandez aboard.
Yeah, and you know, this horse came from Fairgrounds to Keeneland. In the Fairgrounds turf races, let's just be honest, they just did not translate. Right. And I'm wondering, like, second time now coming back into Kentucky, and you're right, Brian Hernandez is very, very sharp on keeping his horses closer to the pace on the turf. So to show no speed last time is a little concerning, but you do draw the 1 hole, and maybe you can get that pocket trip.
Yeah, get him out of there, that's for sure. Now, one far outside draws into this race, number 13, Mo Saturdays, who has crossed the wire first, but was DQ'd, kind of, I would say, justifiably.
Yeah.
It really wasn't Corey Lannery's fault. This horse was lugging it quite badly that day.
Yeah, he was. And, you know, but you can't knock a horse that actually is almost 2 for 2 on the turf course. The sprint race was good. You just get the 13 hole. It's a bad draw, but Corey is, I would say, the second coming of Calvin Burrell. He tries to find that rail as soon as he can. And let's not forget about Mainline Chapter, because Brendan Walsh is just on fire, the 11 in here, Maggie.
Yes, Mainline Cypher does come out of the same Hidden Path race. He just didn't show anything, though. He just ran very evenly. But by honor code, the Dam was a decent sprinter, but her fastest races came on the synthetic. Now, it was half to a stakes. I just thought there was more pedigree. But yes, Brendan Walsh's barn has been guns a-blazing. Let's talk about one that does have some pedigree that we're both interested in getting on the turf. That's Kigali for Phil Bauer. I like the hard spuns on the green stuff. The Dam went 3 for 7 on the turf, ran some fast figures, and the Dam was half to a multiple stakes winning turf horse named Medea.
This is a horse that I had gotten a big tip on first time out, got smashed out of the gate. Phil Bauer had to put this horse up because of some scratches, and now coming back on the turf. I think the 8's going to run a big race. You're getting 10-1. I think Phil has another live one here, too. I think Kigali's a good bet here.
Yeah, and Greg, he looks like a turf horse physically.
Maggie, Paulie, thank you both. There is Hidden Path moving in, the 4 for Todd Pletcher. Getting on the surface he wanted first time out on. Grass just missed on synthetic. Luis Saez, how aggressive will he be with his speedster? Will he show that same speed on turf that he showed on synthetic? 5th from Churchill Downs, maiden special weight on the grass. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Waiting for Ridge Runner and Mo Saturdays. They're in the gate, and they're off. Kigali at mid-pack bounces right out on top. It is heading for the lead and crosses over toward the rail. He's got Swaggers now in tight as Hidden Path comes on to grab second. Now and later from the far, far outside, racing up as well. And Curlin's in charge in that firing line, too. But it is Kigali, the clear-cut leader to the opening turn. Leads by length and a half. Hidden Path, a tracking second. Now and later on the outside third. He's got Swagger covered up inside fourth. Curlin's in charge, coasting along in between while fifth. 2.5 lengths back to Mainline Cypher. Racing in 6. Ridge Runners now 7th. Mo Saturdays in 8th. Qualified is 9th by 2. Archie the Giza second to last early, and the trailer is Hard Spun Fantasy, 10 lengths from top to bottom. A controlled tempo, 23 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Kigali down the backstretch run. Isolated up top. Hidden Path is stalking second, but still a length behind. Now and Later is going to be wide on both turns, while third. He's got Swagger saving grounds both turns, fourth and toward the rail. Curlin's in Charge is still fifth within 3 lengths of the lead. Mainline Cypher starting to pick it up. Qualified down toward the inside most Saturdays from the back. Round the far turn. Hidden Path is coming after Kigali. And these two are head-to-head at the quarter pole. And Hidden Path puts a nose in front off the turn. Hidden Path, the one to catch now. He's got Swagger. Pumps outside now. 2 lengths behind with a furlong to go. And Curlin's in Charge is finding a seam too. 1 furlong to go. Hidden Path clear by 2. He's got Swagger. Wanders to the outside trying to run down Hidden Path. Hidden Path wanders back toward the rail. Digs in. Hidden Path got it. Hidden Path, the winner. He's got Swagger was second. Curlin's in Charge was third. Qualified got up for fourth.
Hidden Path didn't need the lead, sat just off the 8. It showed surprising speed. Kigali or Florent Giroux breaks his maiden first time on the turf.
Louis left it right out of there running when he saw Kigali intent on the lead. He just was happy to take the 2-hole. Nice stalking trip. He never really, this one thing about Luis Saez, we talk about how aggressive he is. I don't think there's anybody better at putting a horse in a right spot. And he's able to get these horses to rate off the pace and really kind of melt into his hands a little bit. As aggressive as he can be, most guys that are that aggressive can't do that successfully. He does. And he gave this horse a brilliant ride. He went to the left-handed crop at one point and drifted out just enough to discourage Brian Hernandez in his charge, and it gets him a half-length victory.
Yeah, he got Swagger, who
Perfect
a
trip.
couple of runs. It looked like he was going to make this very interesting late in the race. And there's the break out of the gate, that yellow cap. Luis Saez on your eventual winner. Those blue and yellow silks, content to let the 8 go to the front, sit behind him, and then pounce.
You're going to see it right here. He's gonna switch. Oh, he already did it. Because he was home Jerome already here.
Hidden Path, Starlight Racing. Saez aboard as mentioned, and a Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher, racks up a victory on Derby Week. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Todd, and nice maiden breaking performance here from the Hidden Path. Getting on the turf certainly has the pedigree to excel on it.
Yeah, we felt like he'd handle it well. Ran well in his debut, just got a little bit lost when he made the lead, as he kind of did today. Still, I think he's a colt that's got room for improvement.
Liked having a target. Let's talk about Annapolis opening verse today, coming back, making his first start of the year. Todd, kind of a disastrous beginning in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Talk a little bit about his development.
He's done really well. He's a beautiful horse. He's carries plenty of condition. He's trained well for this. This seemed like a good place to kind of get started and hopefully get a good clean trip.
Todd, sending out this year's Derby favorite in Forte. I mean, you're a brave man letting Mike Rapoli hold him for a bath.
I didn't know that happened.
Oh,
He snuck that one in on me, but yeah, thankfully he's still at the barn.
How's he doing?
Good. Yeah.
I like that big smile for Todd for Forte, but get your picture taken here with this maiden winner.
Thank you.
Hidden Path graduating with some style today, but as Todd said, always room for improvement.
Ever the perfectionist, and that's why he's one of the best in the history of this game. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, looking for number 3 on Saturday. He will have 3 tremendously good chances to get it.
Yeah, he will. We were talking about this off camera about the old entries in the field. His entry would be like 8-5 on Saturday if they
arguably the strongest hand in recent Derby memory any trainer has had. We're going to take a timeout. Hidden Path for Pletcher, Starlight Racing in the 5th at Churchill.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Kentucky Derby Week coverage continuing on our FS2 coverage here. And we just saw Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with one who may have a future here on the lawn. Hidden Path breaks his debut, maiden, I should say, in his turf debut.
Nice effort today. Again, showed an ability to rate after setting the pace on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream Park. Now we're going to get to see Luis Saez at his best. You're going to see him, Greg. He's going to switch to his left-handed crop right here. And he is going to show the winner, the runner-up, just enough, not only to discourage the runner-up, but to get his charge to re-engage a little. You see it right there. He just spurted away from him again. Half length. That's the difference.
$6.50 for the win. He's got swagger. Curlin's in charge, second and third, 4-1-10 finish. Middle pick 4 underway. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. More coming up from our opening day coverage from Belmont Park when we return.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
Back on America's Day at the Races, set for the 4th from Oaklawn. Let's go to Jim Byers.
They're all in line. And they're off. Mary's Boone toward the inside. Shanisa toward the outside. Way out there is Mystic Pleasure. And then comes Greek Eris, who gets out in fourth. And Russian to the wire is fifth on the inside. Then comes Tyrona, and Vow is next. And then it's way, way back to Super Cindy, trailing the field with a half mile to go. Mary's Boone with the lead by 2 lengths to Shanisa and Mystic Pleasure. She's racing third on the outside. Greek Eris is following 2.5 back and forth. Then Tyrona and Russian to the wire. Vow a little wide into that turn in the black. She is about 7 lengths from the lead. Still well back to Super Cindy. Here's the final quarter mile. And Mystic Pleasure has gained strongly here on the outside of Mary's Boone. Then comes Shanisa, and up to the outside, Greek Eris, and back in behind them, Vow is starting to get into the picture, but she's still about 3.5 lengths off the lead. Mystic Pleasure just ducked in just a bit at the furlong pole, and Shanisa's trying to run her down, but Mystic Pleasure has the lead here in start number 2 and is going to draw clear. Colby Hernandez tucks the whip away. She takes it 3.5 to Shanisa and Vow. Super Cindy came on for fourth.
Mystic Pleasure, Brad Cox, second time starter. Filly by Good Magic with Colby Hernandez, the victory.
Yeah, she improved a little bit, I think, off of that debut at Turfway Park onto the main track today.
Late pick 5. It begins here. First of the meet on opening day here at Belmont Park.
Let's try and hit them all.
Let's take it one at a time. One at a time.
Let's get alive in the first one.
Entry-level allowance. And this one stays on the grass at 1 1/8. Here's Andrew Wolfson on Afghan.
Blinkers go on. This son of Uncle Mo. He's tried the turf 3 times to no avail thus far.
QF 75, Christophe Clement. This one wants to be forward.
Yeah, see how he does first off the break from last June. He's been gone over 10 months.
Not far now. We'll see next, I think. Yes, at 5-1, Trevor McCarthy.
I would imagine he's the speed in here. He did well stretching out back in January at Gulfstream.
Here's the favorite, Jose Ortiz on Al's Rocket.
Yeah, he's short. He broke his maiden for a tag. He's one of these horses that just seems like a plodding type. Maybe he needs more ground.
Todd Pletcher trains, by the way. Back to the 3 again, not far now. Trevor McCarthy, this horse beat a length at Gulfstream last start.
Speed at a speed. We'll see what the QF Senate of 75. The 2 horse puts any pressure on him early. Probably not fast enough.
Hold the Salsa. Ramiro Mirage at 18-1.
Another horse he's tried the turf twice to no avail.
Briefly saw the 7. Here's the 8 at 9-2.
This is the horse I'm most interested in here. Inflation adjusted. I think he was given a little bit of a lazy ride last time out. I don't think he wants to really go to 1.5 miles like he did 2 and 3 back. I think now Kendrick can get him into the game earlier. And he's a square price at 5-1.
Here's the one that flew through our screen. Mike Maker taking over. Fighter in the win.
Yeah, he didn't run that poorly going 1 1/16 in his U.S. debut. The 2 races going 1 3/8 though later in the year over at the Big A at the Belmont, a Big A meet were better.
And the 5 here, Breakwater, Shug McGahee, Ruben Silvera, horse who returned for the 4-year-old debut at Gulfstream back in late March.
Best races were down at Colonial. He ran okay at Pimlico last year as well. And then he was okay last time first off the layoff, made a little bit of a middle move.
Big 5 pool. 110,000 and growing for the first late pick 5 of the meet here on opening day. And of course you can play it by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. That $25 free play in the Derby, $200 deposit match bonus. New members, that's the code to use. Derby25 and sign up at nairabets.com. We need some help with this pick 5. Acacia, what do you got for us?
I will certainly try, Greg. We'll start with the horse that's currently your favorite, the 2 QF75. Makes his first start since June and looks incredibly fit coming back and dappled out from head to toe, as Richie likes to call it, is Florida Tan coming up from Payson Park. You'll notice in the short comment of his most recent start, swerved from geese first turn, and that's exactly what happened. He was going along on the front end and then kind of bolted on the first turn, given the fact that there were some geese on the track. So hopefully he gets it clear sailing today, but I also thought that the 1 3/8 was just too far for him. The 1 1/8 does suit, but we'll see how the pace plays out given the presence of Not Far Now. The 4 Al's Rocket, he is that late running type, and he's a horse that I've always had I've never loved on the track. He doesn't always carry a lot of condition. He never moves the smoothest out on track. He has done really, really well from 3 to 4, and you will often see a big jump. He's carrying great condition. Jose Ortiz took him away from the pony. He had a lovely solo warm-up out on the track. I like what I see from him. He last time out just tended to drop really far back, and that's what we typically see him do. I'm hoping that that won't be the case with him today, because I really like what I saw from him and the progression as he now comes back for his first start of his 4-year-old season. The 5 Breakwater makes his second start as a 4-year-old, as he had that prep down at Gulfstream last time out. I noticed in that race that he looked like he was completely washed out, that he was really, really hot. And at the end of March, at that time of year, it was very warm down in South Florida, but it also could have been by virtue of the fact that he was off the layoff. It was pretty quiet back in the paddock until they put the blinkers on, and then I don't know if it was something was kind of pinching him. It wasn't totally comfortable, but he was just shaking his head constantly, and he just never looked settled, which you never want to see from a horse, because they're focusing on other things versus what they're doing out on the racetrack. Seems that they got the equipment adjusted, and Ruben Silveira gave him a nice warm-up away from the pony to kind of get some of those jitters out, so to speak, and he's relaxed nicely again. I think that at a big price, we're going to see a better performance from him second off the bench. Finally, the 8 Inflation Adjusted. Definitely the smaller of Mike Makers, too. He does not physically look like the type of horse that wants to go 1.5 miles, but Mike Maker seems to have the talent to get horses to do just that. I think the cutback in distance should suit. He did go the 1.16 last time. He just kind of, I thought, ran in place behind Siege of Boston in that spot late, and he will be a little bit more forward today given the big warm-up we saw from Kendrick Carmouche, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So, Inflation Adjusted. See if he can get it done here for Mike Maker. Kendrick Carmouche, horse who was 1 for 1 on this Belmont turf.
That's who I like here. I like this horse a lot today. I think he's supposed to sit the right kind of trip. Kendrick's just got to be a little bit more aggressive than Paco Lopez was last time. He just dropped way too far back in a slowly run race, and then he came with the rally. But he was just left with way too much to do last time. I want to see this horse. I don't want to say aggressively handled, but I want to see Kendrick keeping after him.
Meanwhile, the favorite 5-2, Al's Rocket, he's faced some pretty decent company for this level. And the comeback here, we just saw Pletcher win at Churchill. He's got the favorite here at Belmont to start off this late pick 5. There he is with Jose Ortiz.
Jose looking for 3 on the card. Al's Rocket. Too short for me.
Major player. Obviously, we're set for the start. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Not far now. On the outside is Fighter in the Wind. Down at the rail is QF75. And going wide there into the turn was Not Far Now, but still up with the pace. And it is QF75 who has taken the lead. Not Far Now runs in second. A Fighter in the Wind on the extreme outside is next in third. Down at the rail is Afjan in fourth. Hold the Salsa. In between horses is Breakwater. A break of 4 to Inflation Adjusted. 3 more to Al's Rocket, who trails the field in 8th. The opening quarter mile over the good turf, 23 and 4/5 seconds. And now the field is heading up the backstretch, and it is QF75 leading here 3/4 of a length. Not Far Now runs in second. It is QF75 holding the advantage over Not Far Now, and then it's the trio of Afjan, Breakwater, and Fighter in the Wind. Inflation Adjusted has moved up into 6th, now about 5.5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Al's Rocket, and the trailer is Hold the Salsa. QF 75 ran the half in 48 and 3, leads by a length. Not Far Now is running in second. It's 3 lengths back to Afjan in third. Then Fighter in the win as a Breakwater drops out of it. They're coming for the quarter pole, and it is QF 75 who has the lead. 3/4 in 1:12 and 4. Confidently ridden here by Manny Franco and opening up on the field. QF 75 has a 7 or 8 length lead. Al's Rocket has come out of it now to take second as they come down for the 16th pole. It's QF 75 by 5. Al's Rocket in second, and coming off of a long layoff, QF 75 was ready to roll today. He wins it over Al's Rocket, and then it was a Fighter in, or make that inflation adjusted, finishing third.
He's done this before off a long layoff. He seems to run his best off these long times away. Does it off the bench here. Just too big a margin in the stretch to overcome.
He went kind of fast early, 23 and 4 opening quarter over a ground that has some give in it for sure with all the rain we've gotten the last week. I'll tell you what, Not Far Now, that was a weird start, and then Trevor McCarthy never seemed like he wanted to go after this horse. To me, it looked like he rode to instructions because Trevor's usually aggressive. He let QF 75 walk the dog on the front end. He got away with it almost a 25-second quarter, and that's really where Manny won this race, being able to nurse this horse along almost 25, 24 and some change for that third quarter, and then he was able to just pop the cork turner for home and build what proved to be an insurmountable lead.
2-4-8-1, 3-1 QF 75 kicks off the first leg of this late pick 5 opening day coverage of this Belmont Spring Summer Meet continues. Continuing live coverage from Kentucky Derby Week as well. That is it for us.
See you tomorrow.
Look forward to it.
Long one tomorrow. 10:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, we begin early start time. Yeah, 10:30 a.m. Eastern start time for the two of us on Kentucky Oaks Day. We hope to see you then, but don't go away. A lot more coming up. Lafitte Pinkai, Richard Migliori stepping in for the two of us after this short timeout. Much more on the way from Louisville under the Twin Spires. Derby City 6 kicks off next. Race 6, 7 furlongs. Allowance optional claiming race to kick it off. Right after a break. Stay tuned.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
As they head to the back stretch, it's a tight pack.
He's going to pull ahead. The Twin Spires expert picks were all optimistic.
You've got the best speed rating in the field. Don't fail me now.
Man, I love this horse's name.
And from far behind, here comes Drake. It's neck and neck. Drake is winning. Drake wins.
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A glorious day here for Thurby at Churchill Downs, as we do have today's 6th race. Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kinchin, going to talk a little bit about some of these pretty nice sprinters we have assembled out on the racetrack, JK. We do see number 7 on the far outside. That is Run Classic as your favorite for trainer Brett Calhoun. And Raylu Gutierrez, your favorite, or taking all the money. Let's talk about the post parade, though, as we'll start here with number 1. That is Radical Right for Peter Miller.
Yeah, Radical Right, drawn towards the inside, doesn't have a ton of early speed, not crazy about being down on the inside with no speed.
A horse that does like it here at Churchill is Strava.
Well, it's Dallas Stewart. Get ready to hear his name all week, talking about how he has big prices in races. He's 5-2 here.
3-1 on Chasing Time for My Racehorse and Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, this horse ran well in the last 2 starts, kind of turning it around, getting that My Racehorse money at 3-1.
Double Crown comes out of some live ones at Laurel.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed either. In these sprint races with this caliber of horse, I'm looking for a little bit more speed.
The only horse in double-digit odds, number 5, Ready to Pounce.
Yeah, and to be fair, no offense to the connections, I think he probably deserves it. Doesn't seem to fit up with these.
Spankster threw in a clunker last time, but does have some races to go back on.
He does. I just wish his last 2 races were a little bit better. If he can find some of that form early at Oaklawn, he'd be pretty dangerous.
And finally completing the field, Run Classic, your favorite.
Yeah, this is a horse I love in here. Finally getting back around one turn. He did last time. Felt like a little bit of a setup for him. And now he was inside speed last time in a duel. And my favorite switch now is he's outside, get a more comfortable trip.
I love what I saw from him in the paddock, JK. He is a horse, though. I want to say that the comment line between Spankster and him, who come out of the same race, it was actually Run Classic that was rearing up and acting up in the gate, and one that can get a little bit just claustrophobic in there. So watch him at the start, but luckily he draws the outside. That's great for horses that want to not be in there.
Actually, he gets in last, and he gets, hopefully he'll get out first. I think he's going to be dangerous from the outside. I think horses that can run well despite being stuck on the inside, then getting outside, it's got to be a breath of fresh air for them.
I love the 7 furlongs for him. He does have 1 win at it in 2 tries. Strava, though, he's held some pretty tough company. We last saw him in the Grade 1 Malibu. That was back in December. I just thought he was not able to get involved. California speed is like no other kind of speed. And he just was like, I can't keep up. So he comes back in here fresh, and boy, is he on his toes.
I mean, if he can run that race he ran before he went to California, he's going to be tough. That was a very impressive performance on this racetrack. A little bit of a different, I think, situation in terms of moisture on the track, but ran extremely well. And you get Flavien Prat, and I got to admit, I used to have this really bad opinion that Flavien was just beating up on an average colony out in California, and that was completely incorrect. He is an outstanding rider.
Well, it just shows how mature you are that you can admit you're wrong. We all admit we were wrong. But no, he has done really great work coming here to the East Coast. Really quickly, Chasing Time. I feel like he's a horse that needs a particular ride. He needs to find some cover and then just be produced at the exact right moment.
Well, he's got the right rider for that, right? I mean, Joel seems to be really good at that, just kind of letting him fall out of there and finding some position. And he times late-running sprinters better than anyone I've ever seen. He's outstanding. And the only thing with Chasing Time, I think why sometimes you can get a little annoyed with him is he's always a little overbet because of his wonderful group of My Racehorse supporting their horses. And so you see them on the board at 3-1, you're like, that horse shouldn't be 3-1. But I think he does definitely have a chance in here.
All right, as we get it back to New York and welcome in a new host, Lafitte Pinkai, and he's joined by Richard McLeory on the desk.
Maggie, I needed a good laugh. Richie, Maggie talking to Todd Fletcher a little bit
a few minutes ago and saying, Todd, you're a brave man letting Mike Repole handle Forte, the Derby favorite. Like holding him during a bath, Todd's like, yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
Particularly during a bath, these horses get a little animated. Their groom is sponging them down. They get to kicking a little bit. Listen, at the end of the day, Mike Repole owns the horse.
That's a good point.
But Mike, all due respect, leave the handling of the horses to the professionals.
Just a deadpan. I didn't know anything about it. Getting closer to the stakes racing coming up today at Churchill Downs. Moments ago, we just saw race number 5 here. Belmont Park and QF75 and jockey Manny Franco picking up right where he left off. Would he win the Aqueduct Spring title by 21 wins or whatever it was? There he is, thanking the man upstairs for a safe ride and a victorious one. QF75 in the 5th at Belmont.
We talk about turf sprints, right? And when horses win by large margin separation. Well, the Spring Meet at Aqueduct's a turf sprint. There's not a lot of time to put that separation on your rivals, but he's been riding at a sensational level for a while now. His confidence level there. And how about the training job here by Christophe Comont? This horse last seen June 30th, almost about 11-month layoff, a little bit short of 11-month layoff, and has a speed horse, goes gate to wire off of that kind of layoff. Nice effort by him, great training job, and Manny Franco continues the roll.
West Point Thoroughbreds, QF75, second lifetime victory. Solid effort by Al's Rocket to complete the exacta 2, 4, 8 in the 5th. At Belmont Park, opening day. As the march towards the 149th Kentucky Derby continues at Churchill Downs. And more live racing, lots of live racing. That's how this show is going to roll. Start of the Derby City 6. Lucrative allowance sprint, 7/8 of a mile, $140,000 purse. You're looking at the favorite, Run Classic at 2-1. Defeated in the Commonwealth, Richie, as the favorite, no excuses, just hired. But before that, this effort in the mine-shafted Fairgrounds Run Classic, a narrow lead in battling through the length of that long stretch in New Orleans.
Yeah, listen, it's a very game effort here. I do like him going 7/8. I think he can finish the deal going 7/8, particularly with the way the pace of this race projects to set up. Not a tremendous amount of pace in here. He's outside. If someone goes crazy, he can stalk, but he might just be able to control things under Reylu Gutierrez. You see how game he is here, Lafitte. He got past, but he kept digging in. It wasn't really caved in, right?
And again, just tired late in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, and now a question of how he responds today.
Well, and I just think from a pace standpoint, he's going to get a different setup than the Commonwealth. Now, this is a tough race. 5 of the 7 competitors here are dropping out of stakes company.
No, they've been mixing it up with some very good competition. And with Run Classic, Reylu Gutierrez, Brett Calhoun, they'll team up tomorrow. New boss in the Unbridled Sydney on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks. Currently 2-1 Run Classic. Your thoughts on number 2, the second choice in Strava, as Maggie was just discussing with Jonathan. First start since that Grade 1 Malibu out west. Before that, his win in the slop at Churchill. That's what earned him the trip out west for a spot in the Grade 1 Malibu.
Yeah, and his record at Churchill Downs is good. You know, he also sports a win on a fast track at Churchill. 3 starts, 2 wins, a third. He was on the lead in that mile race at Churchill, but normally he's more of a stalking type. And again, it's going to be a little bit of a chess match the first 1/8 of a mile. Who's going to kind of take control of this race? Chasing Time is a horse that showed more speed last time.
On the Derby Trail last year.
Yeah, but last year more of a closing type of sprinter. Right. Now, last time a little more speed. I kind of expect Joel Rosario to revert back to those rating tactics. Again, I just think Run Classic is going to have run of the race with that good outside draw.
9-5, the favorite. It's like you have to take a double take. You see Radical Right in the orange and blue, the first one, who lathered up a little bit on his neck there. Anytime I see a Rad Ortiz and there's an overlay, it's like, what am I missing? You just don't see it very good. Certainly not in New York.
No, and I guess he had a slow meet for him at Churchill. Still wasn't
Keeneland.
Keeneland. I mean, it still wasn't a bad meet, just wasn't characteristic for him. I think he's riding extremely well since they got to Churchill.
Just the right time. Date with Forte, 3-1 morning line favorite for the 149th Kentucky Derby. The favorite for this one, right there. Run Classic with Reylu Gutierrez. Travis Stone with the call post time from Churchill.
You're in the gate. And they're off.
Good beginnings for both Spankster and Run Classic from the far outside post. They're looking for the lead as they race up the chute toward the inside. Strava comes on, and now Strava takes over and crosses over the clear-cut leader. Strava's in front, chasing time second. Spankster third, far outside. Run Classic is fourth. Radical right up and on the pace and behind, while fifth in tight there. At the tap on the brakes briefly. Break it 2 lengths back to Ready to Pounce and Double Crown the trailer as they move down the backstretch. Run pretty tight pack with about 4.5 furlongs to go. And down inside, it's Strava with a short lead. Run Classic 3 wide, and smack dab between them, Spankster. Chasing time is covered up inside fourth, just 2 lengths behind for the far turn Run. Farther back, Ready to Pounce is 3 wide and moving up. Down inside is Radical Right, Double Crowns in between them. They're still about 4 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Strava still the one to catch. Run Classic comes on once again. Here's Run Classic off the turn wide. Strava cutting the corner, head-to-head off the turn. Strava down inside, shaking up for more. Strava's holding on to that lead. Run Classic is wandering about the track, furlong to go. Strava still in front. Run Classic still second. Chasing time third. Final 16th coming. Strava digs in for more. Run Classic comes out again. Strava, Run Classic's going to be tight. Photo! Strava and Run Classic nose up and down. Chasing time third.
Bang, bang finish in the 6th race. Churchill Downs inside Strava, Flavien Prat outside Run Classic. Reylu Gutierrez, Richie hitting the wire simultaneously. Who got it?
It appears to me like the inside did. The stride right before the wire. Your favorite Run Classic got
So
all
close.
the best of that, Bob. I'm not going to call it. I'll wait. Interesting how this race played out, though.
In terms of?
Pace. Strava made a very easy lead, controlled the pace. It looked soft visually. I didn't see any fractions, but visually it did not look like they were really going anywhere early. Your favorite Run Classic kind of set up shop on the outside. Boy, that's very tight. I'm really not 100% certain exactly where the wire is. It's right before the pole. There's a possibility that Run Classic got his nose down at the right moment.
Yeah. From the start, Flavien Prat, Strava, Run Classic on the outside, a little bit further off the pace than expected, I think. Deep stretch right here. Strava eventually jumps back right there to his left or wrong lead. Not sure it cost him. Run Classic closing with big strides. I thought Run Classic got his nose down and maybe right at the wire. Strava, the best of the Bob, but really hard to tell.
Boy, that is desperately close. But also the other thing we should talk about is Run Classic shifting around from the crop through the stretch. Reylu Gutierrez went at him left-handed. He wanted to drift. He went back right-handed. He wanted to go in. It didn't seem like he was responding in a positive way to it. More left and right than forward, where Flavien Prat had his horse's head straight, running down towards the wire. Despite jumping back to his left lead, he was digging in all the way to the wire forwardly.
And if Strava held on, and we don't know for sure, waiting the results of the photo, the camera is on Strava. That's usually a pretty good indication. But if he held on, and what you're talking about with Run Classic not running straight, the difference between winning and losing being such a slight margin, it cost him.
Yeah, but when you're going sideways, left or right, and not forward, it's costing you some momentum, as slight as it may be. Now, the other factor, again, was the seeming very decided and deliberate pace that Strava was able to set under Flavien Prat. And Flavien, for all the things he does well, maybe at times doesn't get enough credit for how strong he finishes on horses.
Doing everything he could to keep Strava together. Do we have, there's Dallas Stewart, we're assuming winning trainer, the pat on the shoulder. All the markings, it looks like the winner of the 6th race, but we don't have anything from Churchill just yet in terms of the results of the photo. Strava, co-owned by WinStar. Go ahead, Richie.
And Reylu Gutierrez is still on his horse, so they don't know, either one of them. And I'm going to tell you, from being in that position, I used to hate to come back and the numbers weren't posted yet.
Why?
You have to walk around. There's so much anxiety involved. You know, did I get there? Was my nose down on the wire first? Even if you think you won it, then you start to second guess. It's all about the Bob.
Oh, that is so tight. And it's not like we're right on the wire.
It's a little
bit of an angle. Who does it favor?
Watching that again, I'm starting to lean towards the outside now. But you know what? A dead heat wouldn't be a bad thing because both these horses ran too good to lose.
Too good to lose. And here's where Flavien Prat Yeah, a force in the saddle, but pretty stoic. At this point, we're looking at jockeys and body language and give us some sort of indication. Nothing. You're getting nothing from Pratt. Another look, heads bobbing.
Wow, I tell you what.
From our angle, I think Strava, but it's been a few
Run Classic got all of that bob, and it seemed like a long bob, like his head lingered out there a bit.
He looked bigger. He looks like a big horse to begin with.
Yeah.
Run Classic on the outside. It's been several minutes, and as we know, and he could be looking at a dead heat.
Again, they may be stoic outside. Inside, your nerves are bubbling over. It's just the same thing when your number's blinking in any inquiry. How are they going to look at this?
We have a tie. Dead heat in the 6th race, Churchill Downs. They do hit the wire simultaneously. You said nobody deserved to lose. Nobody does. They share this one. Strava, Flavien Prat, Run Classic, Reylu Gutierrez in a thriller in the 6th to kick off the Derby City 6.
Yeah, fantastic way for us to come on set and get a dead heat. And for people at home, so they know, right, it's usually 60% to the winning horse and 20% to the runner-up. Now they combine that 80%, they'll both walk away with 40% of the purse.
Yeah, but who's the happiest man in the building? Who's the happiest man in the building?
The track photographer.
There you go. Lots of winner circle photos all around. Strava, Flavien Prat, Dallas Stewart, man who engineered the biggest upset in Kentucky Oaks history, Lemons Forever, several years back, and Reylu Gutierrez right there. Run Classic for trainer Brett Calhoun, a 4th lifetime win in 2nd here at Churchill.
Yeah, and he got it done. His head, nose on the wire at the exact precise moment to secure that dead heat win. And if I'm Reylu, I'm probably feeling pretty good about it because his body wasn't in front of Flavien's body, and usually you feel like, well, I didn't get there.
Yeah, because, if I'm Flavien, I'm like, I thought I got it.
Right.
And for Reylu, they're going to split this one. Reylu Gutierrez, date with South Lawn in tomorrow's Kentucky Oaks. We'll have those results following the dead heat in the 6th race at Churchill Downs. Meantime, post time, Oaklawn. Good-sized field. You have a few defections for this 5th race. Arkansas breds, $30,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. 1 mile is the distance in Wild Rosie. Richie, the favorite at 2-1. Francisco Arrieta. And this one, trained by Brett Calhoun, could win 2 races in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Wild Rosie really responded well to the stretch out in distance last time. Her first 6 starts, all sprinting. Not always very good out of the gate. She has a propensity to act up a little bit in the gate. But last time she broke cleanly, was able to put herself in a clear position, and just got a much easier trip on the stretch out.
Something to watch once they start to file in. Wild Rosie, 2-1. Towards the outside, Amazing Debate, second choice. Richie, 3-1.
And now she's stretching back out. She did route 4 starts ago where she showed good speed. And she gets John Court, the ageless wonder, John Court, who is not bashful about allowing horses to show their speed.
No, he'll let them rip. He will let them rip. There goes, hey there, Goji Girl. And the favorite, Wild Rosie, who is in. Eyes on post position number 6, if she can stay composed. Loading into the starting gate, quiet for the time being. See what she does in this 5th race. It's post time. Jim Beyer standing by from Oaklawn.
And the last 2 to load, Rivercrest Girl and Jerry Dawn. Jerry Dawn heads forward. They're in the gate. And they're off. 40 Bug a step slow away from there. KJ's Pistol Annie is showing speed. So is Wild Rosie. Dancing in the Pulpit in the pink is up there vying for the lead as well. And so is Betty Joe. She's fanned out about 4 wide. And then back toward the inside, it's Hey There, Joji Girl. She gets into position, saving ground, and racing now in 5th. Followed 3 back by Amazing Debate, and then She Be Sheehan on the inside. The back 3 are Rivercrest Girl, 40 Bug, and Jerry Dawn. As they move on to the backstretch, it's a narrow lead for KJ's Pistol Annie. Dancing in the Pulpit is head and head with her. And Wild Rosie sits outside of that pair, and Wild Rosie is right up on the engine as well. And then some 2 lengths, and Hey There, Joji Girl to Gray is 4th toward the inside. Right alongside her is Betty Joe. very much within range. And then Amazing Debate caught 4 wide to the outside. 5 wide, Rivercrest Girl. There she goes. Rivercrest Girl in the orange is moving up. Rivercrest Girl is making a determined bid. And she has ranged all the way into the lead. Past KJ's Pistol Annie. Wild Rosie has dropped completely out of it as they come to the top of the stretch. And look at Rivercrest Girl. She's opened up. The finish line is the 16th pole, and she's got a 5 or 6 length cushion in the top of the short stretch. And then on the inside comes Hey There, Joji Girl, followed from Between Horses by Betty Joe. And up on the outside, Amazing Debate, but this is going to be a double-digit win. A gigantic win, Rivercrest Girl under the wire. Hey There, Joji Girl finished second, and then came Betty Joe and Amazing Debate.
No dead heat, no photo finishes necessary for this one. Rivercrest Girl by many out at Oaklawn Park. Wow.
What a move this filly made. She started a run about a half a mile from home in, a very Arazi-esque blitz around the far turn, and then she continued.
She said, watch this Angel of Empire.
Yeah, that was an Angel of an Empire kind of move.
Just sustained rally and just kept widening.
Is strengthening my conviction about him.
The only thing not strengthening my conviction on Angel of Empire is how many are starting to feel that much better and better about Angel of Empire. Much more on the Derby as our coverage continues leading up to the 149th running post-parade here at Belmont opening day, spring summer meet, muddy track. Just saw Dylan Davis there, and here is an icy reply. Currently 10-1.
Going a mile out of sprints and had good sprint speed recently.
Our girl Faith, Pennsylvania bred, just like Angel of Empire.
Yeah, well, we're looking for another Pennsylvania bred to win the Derby, like Marty Jones.
Marty Jones, who also won the Arkansas Derby. She caught my eye, a first of 2 for Aqueduct's leading spring trainer, Linda Rice.
Yeah, definitely a major contender here.
Maggie T, quick turnaround for Linda Rice.
Oh, Linda Rice has done this move very successfully a lot recently.
Wishing on a Star, second, facing similar at Aqueduct.
Yeah, going a mile and an eighth, and now she turns back in a good draw here towards the outside.
And on the outside, Carbon, first after the claim, Madkin Cantamasi.
Cantamasi's do a really good job. Another one getting a nice draw from the outside. Should be able to stock, honestly, 12-1, too big a price for Carbon.
That is the field, 6-race Belmont. Starter allowance, 1 mile, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. 2-1, number 6, Maggie T, Kendrick Carmouche, teaming up with Linda Rice. Looking at the 5, She Caught My Eye, and Jose Ortiz in the saddle. So Jose Ortiz got the job. Last Saturday, I believe it was, flew to Louisville, breezed Kingsbarn before returning to Aqueduct and winning 2 races in New York. It all worked out in the end. Jose Ortiz will try for that first Kentucky Derby win aboard the undefeated Louisiana Derby winner.
And he's very high on this horse. Loved what he felt from him during this work, and he had worked him previous, even before he ever ran. Now, I try to explain to people, when a jockey goes to work a horse, and not necessarily always having the mount secured, it's a lot like an actor going to read for a part. You're auditioning. They want to see how you get along with this horse. And, of course, you want to ride for the best trainers, which are your best directors, if you want to ride for Martin Scorsese and Quentin Tarantino, right? You want to ride for the people that are going to supply you with good material. Well, Kingsbarn is really good material.
Apparently he nailed the audition, did Jose Ortiz. He's won the Preakness, early voting, the Belmont Taprit for Todd Pletcher, best finish in the Derby. Jose Ortiz, 2018 second with Good Magic behind Justify. Ortiz headed for Louisville tomorrow, but here, Acacia riding She Caught My Eye. There she is. Favorite to her outside, Acacia, and Linda Rice with a strong 1-2 punch in this 6th race.
Certainly does, Lafitte, and Jose Ortiz has had a very good opening day at Belmont too, but as far as She Caught My Eye does go, she is a very big and leggy type of filly. So despite the fact that sometimes there are some questions if Violence could potentially go a further distance, and that has been a little bit of the conversation with Forte in the Kentucky Derby, She Caught My Eye just didn't really seem to handle the distance last time out. She was on the front end, she was able to control the pace, and and she seemed to have everything going her own way. She lost the lead on the turn and then just didn't really have much to offer in the stretch. She's a high energy type of filly as well, much like Forte is very much on his toes before his races. So Jose Ortiz She Caught My Eye with the pony, trying to keep her relaxed out on track and conserve that energy for when it really counts. I like the cutback in distance for her in here. Coming out of that same race is the 7 Wishing on a Star. If you watch her last couple of races, especially last time, she was running with her mouth wide open. She was very rank, very hard to handle early on in the race, and kind of drifting off the first turn too. And I asked Horacio De Paz about it, and I said, she does not look like she's easy to ride. And he said he's been on her in the morning. He said as soon as you start pulling on her mouth, she'll throw her head up in the air and really start fighting you. So he said he was really encouraged by the fact that Trevor McCarthy has ridden this filly before and has won on her as well, because he knows what to do. And he says he just wants him to give her head and allow her to run free, not necessarily on the lead, but wherever she wants to put herself, because otherwise she'll waste precious energy fighting her rider and pulling. When you start to have a horse that's with a really soft mouth and you pull on them, that's when they'll throw their head and try to get off the bit and make it your life very, very difficult. The number 6, Maggie T, the other Linda Rice in here, comes back on a 6-day turnaround. And Linda has very good numbers doing exactly this. When you have a horse that comes back on a quick turnaround, I typically look to see if that horse is maybe not doing so well in its weight, maybe in its demeanor. I do wish I had a little bit more substance, a little bit more flesh on Maggie T today. She's normally a lighter frame type of filly, and with horses like that, that's when these quick turnarounds can be a little bit tough. She comes off of a good race, and again, the barn has good numbers doing this. I just wish I saw a little bit more substance, especially across her flank where those horses push off of. Lafitte?
Maggie T, Acacia, as you mentioned, defeated favorite, ran fine last week. The quick turnaround. This is her last win. March 12th, Aqueduct. This is her first start for Linda Rice. Richie, Maggie T in control from Jump Street.
Yeah, and I think that's when she does her best running, when she's allowed to get comfortable, more free running, no dirt in her face. It's interesting that the 5, the other Linda Rice training, She Caught My Eye, has speed as well. But I think Maggie T has more natural speed, and She Caught My Eye has shown the ability to come from off the pace. I think if Maggie T is going to be effective, it's going to be freewheeling along the lead.
Yeah, She Caught My Eye more tactical. Otherwise, why run them against each other?
Yeah, they would just hurt each other then.
Speed is her weapon. First to 2, as you mentioned, Linda Rice, She Caught My Eye. Maggie T, and circling back to the conversation and what Acacia was mentioning about Wishing on a Star and Trevor McCarthy, tricky to ride here. And you were pointing out the difference between 1-turn and 2-turn races for her.
Well, at Aqueduct, you have about 7 seconds in a 1 1/8 race from the start of the race till the first turn. You've got to make a lot of quick decisions in 7 seconds, and with a horse that's difficult to ride like Wishing on a Star, you get caught in behind horses, and then she gets keen. You have no choice but to get into a fight with her. A 1-turn mile at Belmont Park, you have probably 38 to 40 seconds before the far turn. You got a lot more time to make those decisions, let your horse run into your hands, get a lot more comfortable. I think she's definitely more effective around 1 turn because it gives you more opportunity to get along with her and not get into a fight with her.
Talking about Wishing on a Star, Trevor McCarthy looking for a second win on the afternoon. There she is. 3 of them at 5-2. The 2 for Linda Rice, She Caught My Eye, Maggie T, and the 7, Wishing on a Star. Post time for the 6th race. Opening day from Belmont. Johnny I standing by.
Waiting for Our Girl Faith and Carbon. And we're set for race 6. And they're off. She Caught My Eye. Maggie T is there. Far outside, it's Carbon towards the rail. Ice Reply. 4 of them scrimmaging for the lead. Wishing on a Star sits just off of them in 5th. Dashing Della being hard held there in 6th. Vodkatini has gotten off the rail and is moving up now on the outside from 7th. And the trailer is Our Girl Faith in 8th up the backstretch. Maggie T is the leader here by 3 parts of a length. Ice Reply and Carbon right together, 2nd and 3rd, and the opening quarter mile was run in 23 and 2/5 seconds over the muddy and sealed track. Ice Reply looking to come through on the inside of Maggie T, and now the two of them are on even terms. Carbon runs in third, Dashing Della down at the rail, and on the outside is Wishing on a Star. It's 3.5 lengths back to Avatka Tini, followed by She Caught My Eye. Our Girl Faith is at the back, the half mile in 47 seconds. So it is Ice Reply and Maggie T heads apart for the lead. Dashing Della moves off the inside. Then it's Wishing on a Star in the red blinkers. They're at the head of the stretch. It is Ice Reply and Maggie T, and they continue to battle it out here. Ice Reply with the lead. Wishing on a Star now coming on and takes second. Ice Reply trying to hold off the late charge here of Wishing on a Star. It's Wishing on a Star who has the momentum and who now has the lead. Wishing on a Star draws away here at the end. Wishing on a Star, a 3.5 length winner. Ice Reply was second, and it's a photo for third.
Might not be the easiest filly to ride. Trevor McCarthy figuring her out. The victory, Wishing on a Star in the 6th at Belmont Park, closing at 5-2.
And she settled beautifully today. You know, that long run down that backstretch, you can just break quietly. You don't have to ask them. You don't have to get in their mouth. Let them find their best stride. Trevor was a little bit wide, but we saw him win a race earlier in the day with the same move, maybe a little bit of that Belmont balcony move that we used to see quite often, horses running down the center of the racetrack, but very confidently handled. Maggie T showed the speed we thought. She Caught My Eye. Absolutely refused to run through the kickback, and you saw her throw the towel in early.
She was farther back than expected, and sometimes in these situations, and whether it's the footing or the kickback and really resenting it, at some point, yeah, horses, let's wave the white flag.
Yeah, just get discouraged. And you see that more with lower level horses. You know, your good horses are good horses because they overcome things.
I'm impressed she finished third, completely spinning her wheels. I thought she had completely dropped out of it.
Yeah, I think it's really important, people, to watch this replay. See how much she resented, see how far she dropped back, and see when she was able to get kicked back out of her face, how she actually did finish a little bit.
Wishing on a Star, second win in the afternoon. Trevor McCarthy, the daughter of Liam's Map Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner at Keeneland in 2015. Results coming up from Belmont, 7-3-5-8, back to Churchill. Dust just settling following that thrilling finish in the 6th. The dead heat with Run Classic and Strava. Flavien Prat inside Rayla Gutierrez, outside, and no, they couldn't separate them, hitting the wire simultaneously.
The track photographer special here, the dead heat. Strava just holding on. Run Classic getting his flared nostril down on the wire to procure a dead heat, and two happy groups.
See? Everybody's happy, and you mentioned the track photographer. Rayla Gutierrez riding South Lawn, major contender tomorrow's Kentucky Oaks. Strava, Run Classic, just a thrilling horse race as the season goes to throw it down. And Flavien Prat, we know how good he is. And Rayla Gutierrez, an ascending young rider.
Raylu's basically breaking out this year, right? Leading rider at Fairgrounds. He's handled by Jose Santos Jr. And I'm always amazed. These horses run 7 furlongs, and at the end, you can't separate them.
That exciting dead heat in the 6th race. Much more from Churchill Downs, more stakes racing. The opening verse later on here at Belmont. On opening day, 2 wins on the afternoon. Trevor McCarthy, Wishing on a Star in the 6th. Results when we come back.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Opening day, Belmont Park. Live coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Turning for home moments ago, race 6. Wishing on a Star, Richie, as you mentioned, and Trevor McCarthy, several lengths off the rail.
Yeah, and, you know, it worked for Trevor earlier in the day, kind of getting out to that clear path on the outside. I don't think that the inside's bad, but it seems like everybody's been staying somewhat off the rail throughout the day. Got a good tight seal on this racetrack. Horses are running over the top of the ground, and it's very, very smooth for riders. When a track is harrowed and muddy, there's a lot of undulation to it.
Big fan of her sire. Doesn't look anything like him. The gray Liam's Map. Woodward winner at Saratoga, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, the favorite, overcoming all kinds of trouble at Keeneland back in 2015, not far from Keeneland, Louisville, Kentucky. And a busy afternoon out at Churchill Downs. The Thurby party rolls on post-parade for the 7th. There's Valiant Praise, 11-race maiden, very one-paced.
Very one-paced. Gets the right rider, though. Brian Hernandez, a position guy, saves ground.
Good turn, $2,500 purchase, bred by Godolphin. Interesting. Number 3, Home Port. First time starting 4-year-old filly Cold on the board.
Cold on the board, but is a half to Dream Marie, who's a stakes winner. Actually ran in the Kentucky Oaks.
Proud performer off the board in all 4 starts.
Yeah, would have to improve.
Good to have around. She ran well at Keeneland 2.5 weeks ago.
Yeah, and took a step forward, big step forward from her first start, major player.
Travis Stone would agree with this. It's all in the call. 17-1, James Graham, second in her debut at Turfway.
On synthetic, and it translate to the dirt.
It's a bling thing. Third at 51-1 in her Keeneland debut.
Ran well, though. Was a little bit fractious at the gate. We'll keep an eye on her.
Kiki Crazy, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, always dangerous.
Makes a meaningful drop in class, too, from maiden allowance to this maiden claimer.
Merrily Rush, number 9 here. Cross-traffic debuting filly than the 10, Red Hot Genie. A better post drew the rail in her debut.
Yeah, that was on synthetic. Grand Am was a stakes winner on the dirt, though.
11, Fearless Christie. A big class drop. Blinkers on.
Ran well sprinting first time. Maybe didn't want the mile on the 16th. Maybe this is the Goldilocks effect. The drop in class, sprinting just right.
Handicappers think so. She's the favorite. There's Doodle Doo debuting homebred.
With T.C. Stevens aboard. And this is out of a mare that was a 5-time winner at the lower level, but she has not produced so far.
Hall of Fame jockey, our friend, colleague, Gary Stevens, his son, T.C. on Doodle Doo, the first-time starter towards the outside. There's the gray, and Valiant Praise does have experience in her corner, not what you're typically looking for in maiden races, but she does have it, trying to graduate in her 12th career start at 6-1. As they continue to warm up, send it back to Churchill Downs. Maggie and Paul standing by. Guys.
Hey, Lafitte and Paulie, let's talk about number 5. Good to have around. Well, she's going to have to prove her worth.
Yeah, right.
Here she tries to break through and start number 3, but the thing is she just doesn't have that much early speed. Is that going to get her in trouble here?
It might. You know, she ran well last time out, but then I looked down at the PPs. Okay, she ran into Churchill Downs maiden $50,000 race. She was 54-1. So how is the maiden $50,000 race at Keeneland? Was it that much weaker? Off a 26 buyer to be 8-1. That's my only worry. Like, could that be a phony number to me? It confused me a lot when I looked at the 5. I didn't really know what to do with the horse.
Yeah, same here. She looks fine out in the track. I have no problems with her physically. She matches up very well and favorably against the rest of this field, but I don't know. It just feels like you want to be forward on this racetrack too, and I just don't know if she has the right kind of style to be successful.
Yeah.
Number 7, It's a Bling Thing. She was acting up in the gate. She did have to break from the inside. Now she's drawn a little bit further out. And for a Washington bred by Pontiff, she made an excellent impression in the paddock. She kind of won me over a little bit. I wasn't expecting that.
You know, the Washington breds, I always equate them to the Arizona breds, because you know that's where I'm from. They usually show speed. They really do. They are speed bullets. That's their game when it comes to Arizona and Washington. They're lucky it didn't rain because they love the rain up there. But, yeah, Jane Elliott gets in the iron. She's very, very capable.
Actually, Le Peru.
Oh, Le Peru gets in the iron.
Picked him
and, you know,
up.
this horse, you're right, took A funky step first time out, didn't kind of get left. I think maybe she'll break a little bit better today.
Definitely.
And she showed some good speed after she got left.
Yeah, I think she was sharp as well, so I think she will be much closer at the start. Number 8, Kiki Crazy. She's like a true drop down in here. She was wired last time out by Amoretti, who was just so much better than the rest. She makes sense here for Phil Bauer.
She does. I mean, I would think on paper she's the one to beat. The negatives that you have is that you know that Phil debuted her going a mile in a 6-horse field. She beat 1 horse. Then they went into a 7-horse field. She beat 2 horses. So she hasn't really beat that many horses to be played like this. And I'm a little bit worried. I think that's why we kind of sort of both landed on the 11 a tiny bit in here.
Right, we've seen favoritism kind of flopping back and forth between the 5, 8, and the 11, who Fearless Christie, she is one that drops out of maiden special weight at Keeneland, tried to go long in her second start. She was 3-5 in her debut in that restricted maiden special weight at the fairgrounds. I like them putting blinkers on because, Paul, she didn't get away that cleanly last time, and then she just had this wide trip where she just seemed lost out there.
Well, she got in a ton of trouble, and you're right. I think she was a little green. But if you look at her morning workouts, she does it in the morning. She just needs to put it together in the afternoon. And if she breaks cleanly for this gate, from the gate, I would think Louis going to be forwardly placed. And if they give her the front end, she could be very, very tough. And you make a great point. Sometimes we look at a lot of these horses that get bet at 57-1. She was 3-5, so obviously she was working great before her first race.
Yeah, let's hope that she shows it here, though, Lafitte, because she looked fantastic in the paddock for Matt Shire. Short cup cheater blinker going on today.
Helping that focus so she doesn't get lost in her 3rd career start. Fearless Christie out there at 5-2. The filly we're looking at, Meg, you thought had a chance to graduate in her 2nd career start. Joe Talamo aboard.
Yeah, I thought she ran okay on the synthetic first time. And if you look at her pedigree and you dig a little bit deeper, her Grand Dam Ellie's Moment was a stakes winner right here in New York for Jimmy Toner. Really strong pedigree there. The Phillips family racing. That's all that good old Darby Dan pedigree. You get Joe Talamo, who recently made a change to his uncle-in-law. Marty McGee will now have his book. And it feels like yesterday Joe Talamo was an apprentice jockey when he started in 2006, and here we are 2,294 wins later, and he's a seasoned journeyman, and I just think he's on a horse that's getting to maybe a preferred surface.
We're going to miss Marty's work, his writing and everything that he's done over the years is at the Daily Racing Form, but that does feel like it's going to be a real good fit.
Well, and you know when you have an agent that has, a relationship with you, and this is now a familial relationship, right? Isn't there a song, me and Marty McGee? No, I'm sorry. Bobby McGee. Yeah, it's
Close enough. Marty McGee and Joe Talamo on Red Hot Genie as they have reached the starting gate. Really excited about some of the one-turn dirt races we'll see this weekend leading up to the Oaks and Derby. Richie, the Derby City Distaff, the first stakes race we'll see on Saturday, Grade 1, featuring Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner champion Goodnight Olive. The Churchill Downs and Cody's Wish, his first start this year. Winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, Pat Day Mile, which is absolutely eye-crossing, as it typically is. Pat Day Mile.
I mean, listen, obviously the Kentucky Oaks on Friday, the Kentucky Derby are the main focal points. But look at this celebration of thoroughbred racing put together.
Exactly what it is.
Yeah, when you have every division, it feels like an early spring Breeders' Cup.
In every division, racing at the highest level. Tomorrow, the march towards the Run for the Lilies Kentucky Oaks. On Saturday, 149th Kentucky Derby. They call this Thurby kind of a locals party now. A big crowd, a big party as the energy continues to build, getting closer and closer to the main events.
Yeah, and you can always feel it. The atmosphere is palpable. You walk in, and it's thick with that excitement.
Jock's Room just feels different at Churchill Derby Week. Having spent a lot of time in the Jock's Room at Church, it just feels different.
It was really different for me after my first Derby, and I shut somebody off in the first turn, somebody who reduced to do 126, and I hid in the bathroom for about 45 minutes.
I'm not related to him, am I?
No.
All right, just checking. Just checking. At the gate for the 7th at Churchill Downs. Still have the opening verse a little bit later on. Travis Stone standing by with the call post time from Churchill.
Waiting for Doodle Doo. They're in the gate. And they're off. Valiant Praise down toward the inside is away well. So too is Homeport looking for the lead. Proud Performer is also there. It's a bling thing. Far outside, Red Hot Genie races up, and farther out is Fearless Christie down the backstretch run. So Homeport punches through toward the rail, grabs a short lead. Proud Performer's right there. It's all in the calls up into third now. Merrily Rush is racing fourth. Fearless Christie is fifth. It's a bling thing in sixth. Good turn. Now seventh. Valiant Praise toward the inside, racing in eighth. Good to have around is ninth and moving up. A break of 3 lengths back. Kiki Crazy is 10 lengths off the lead for the far turn run, just ahead of Merrily Rush. And then it's a big break back to the trailer, Doodle Doo. The leader is Homeport. Homeport heading for the quarter pole, in control, just half a length though. Red Hot Genie on the outside starts to crank up the pressure. These two off the turn. Homeport shrugs off that first challenge. Homeport's off the turn in front by 2. Red Hot Genie second. Fearless Christie trying to get on track late. Good turn down toward the rail. 1 furlong to go. Homeport spurts away. 4-length lead at the 8th pole. Fearless Christie runs up into second, but is clearly second to Homeport. 23-1 by 5 on the wire. Fearless Christie was second. Valiant Praise was third. Looks like Red Hot Genie held fourth.
Hey man, what just happened at Churchill? This first-time starter, this 4-year-old filly, debuting filly, Homeport at a big price, 23-1, and she wins like she was 2-5.
And listen, she comes from a good family too. Her half-sister, Dream Marie, was a stakes winner, won the OB at Delaware Park, and actually ran in the Kentucky Oaks. So here she is, not taking any money on debut, but handled this field with ease. Nice effort.
Sometimes 23-1 shots win. It can look fluky. Like, that was authoritative. That was a no doubt about it performance.
Yeah, she showed good speed in hand. She turned for home, took a big challenge from the 5. Red Hot Genie shrugged her off and kicked on for home and won seemingly with something left.
Acacia would have taken one look at that filly in the paddock and said, go time. Here in the Belmont Park, Acacia standing by with the paddock report.
I'd like to think that, Lafitte. But taking a look at a couple here in the paddock for this upcoming race, we'll start with Sweet Mystery, who my notes from her last time were that she needed one for fitness and she wants to go longer. And I get my wish today. She has that race under her belt and she gets some more distance to deal with. I love the stretch out to the mile. I think that that's what she prefers. And I think that she got a lot out of that race as far as her fitness does go. She looks like she's carrying less condition than she was last time. She just really seemed like she was carrying a little bit more weight than typically off that 4-month layoff. And sometimes with big fillies like her, the best way to just get them fit is to race. And that, I think, was clearly a prep, that sprint last time out. So Trevor McCarthy looking for his 3rd win today. And I think Sweet Mystery is in the right spot to potentially give him that. The number 1, Bustin' Bay, is off the claim for Linda Rice, who does send out 2 in here. She won last time out, actually at this condition that she was in for the claiming tag in there, so she can come back and run here again, and now protected, which I do appreciate seeing. She's a big price at 7-1, and I don't know why she is such a bigger price than the likes of Mia Be a Star. Bustin' Bay has some tactical speed as well. I think that her coat has come in nicely. She looks really healthy. She's carrying great flesh in here. I see an improvement from the way that she looked physically last time, and she got the win. Now, do take note, she was trying to kind of drift out a little bit last time out. So Dylan Davis will be climbing aboard on here today. And hopefully we'll be able to keep her on a straight course, as she had her head kind of turned out a little bit in the stretch and maybe just starting to wander a little bit. Breaking from the inside, we'll need to navigate a trip, but I like everything that I see from her here in the paddock, Lafitte.
Looks good there. See if Dylan Davis can keep her straight when it matters most in the stretch. 7th race, Belmont is next. When we come back, he never gave him a chance at Aqueduct. Manny Franco, leading rider by 21 wins this spring. In his own, riding in the Kentucky Derby aboard Hit Show on Saturday, breaking from the rail. Stay tuned.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
You're watching America's Day at the Races live on Fox Sports 2. Enough live racing for you? Opening day, Belmont. Derby, they call it. Churchill Downs getting closer and closer to Oaks and Derby. And here at Oaklawn Park, live look there. It is post time for the sixth race live from Oaklawn.
All in line. And they're off. Good start for Mrs. Beans. Wobberjod is going to test him, and there goes High Cruise. High Cruise, as usual, goes to the lead, and he tries to get a little bit clear from Wobberjod and Mrs. Beans. And then to the outside, One for Richie is fourth, and Alexandros, just inside of him, is racing in fifth. He's about 4 lengths from the lead. 3.5 clear of Freudian Fate. And Holding Pattern is at the back as they race into the far turn. It's High Cruise and Christian Torres with the lead, 1.25 lengths. Mrs. Beans, One for Richie to the outside in pursuit. Wobberjod drops back. Alexandros is outside of him. Alexandros remains about 4.5 off the lead on the outside. And then about 5 lengths back to Freudian Fate. And Holding Pattern, they're off the turn and into the stretch. Mrs. Beans up to confront High Cruise. Those two now hook up. Then One for Richie. Wobberjod's not fully out of it yet and ducks toward the inside. Way on the outside is Alexandros. Not nearly enough for him as Mrs. Beans has the lead. One for Richie, the outside. Wobberjod, the inside. Another gutty performance for Mrs. Beans. A half length over a really game Wobberjod, then One for Richie and High Cruise.
Driving finish in the 6th race, Oaklawn, Mrs. Beans. It looked like maybe Freudian Fate, the 7, had taken a funny step. We'll have the results from Oaklawn when we come back. And at Churchill, you want to see a horse with an A-type personality, watch Forte in the Churchill paddock. Game time's approaching, and he knows it. Can he keep it contained? Just 2 more days. If so, look out.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time.
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long shot, Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Another look at the Derby field. You know the drill. 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter, $3 million purse. Todd Pletcher training 2 of the top 3 choices. Number 5, Tapit Trice, second choice, 5-1. Number 15, the favorite, with Irad Ortiz, 3-1. Forte, overcoming that outside post in the Florida Derby. More of a workmanlike performance. Richie, it was how he was behaving pre-race that may be throwing some people off. It wasn't as flashy as most Derby favorites win their final prep, but a win in the end.
Yeah, and a race where it looked like in the Florida Derby he couldn't win around the far turn. He looked like he was spinning his wheels, running in place. Finally was able to angle out. Look at all the kickback he took. He was covered in kickback. And then he picked up the leaders quickly and kind of geared back down again. I thought he overcame a lot, and I know some people are detracting from him because of that Florida Derby win. I think it's a better race than it looks. Now, what you're talking about, he is a horse that got hot before the Florida Derby, hot before the Fountain of Youth, but he's been training at Churchill Downs. He's been immersed in that atmosphere there, the build up to it. I expect him to get warm, but I don't think he'll be any worse than he was for the Florida Derby.
Let's say I watch 3 races a year, hypothetically, and you look at how well favorites have done recently in the Kentucky Derby. Since 2000, 10 of 23, 44%. Hardest race to win. It's all of a sudden become one of the easiest to handicap. Rich, strike aside, 10 favorites. But the question is, Forte, if I'm watching the race, and we'll go through this post-parade Belmont, but very quickly, I'm watching him in the paddock, I'm watching him pre-race. The difference between high energy, ready to run a big race, and no, I've spent too much energy or I've left it all in the paddock.
Don't want to see lather, and I don't want to see him shake. If you see him shake, you can put a line through him. And that's when a horse is really overwhelmed with his atmosphere.
Forte for Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, 3-1 morning line favorite for the Kentucky Derby. Wagering will open up tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. Post-parade Belmont, race 7. Just saw Jose Ortiz. He'll pilot Kings Barnes in the Derby aboard Sunset Louise. And then Dufresne. I root for her on name alone.
Dufresne, well, have to go through some filth there to get to the clear, huh?
The theme, Amity Island, there's your New England movie theme exacta. Sweet Mystery runs well at this level.
Yeah, and I think she gets the perfect distance for her. Trevor McCarthy riding well, Pat Quick, and Gallagher Stud.
BB's busted. There's Manny Franco. First after the claim, Jeffrey Englehart.
Manny Franco riding here tomorrow as well before heading to Churchill Downs by Bustin' Stones, maybe the most underrated stallion ever to stand in the state of New York.
You're a big Bustin' Stones fan.
I am.
Mia Be a Star trending in the wrong direction, currently 9-1. Another look at BB Busted, the mare by Bustin' Stones. For jockey Manny Franco, rode Tis the Law, defeated odds-on favorite in the 2020 September Kentucky Derby. He rides Hit Show, who was not getting a lot of luck in terms of the draw. He draws the rail for the Derby, had the far outside for the Wood Memorial, and was almost able to overcome it all.
Yeah, and I thought he ran extremely well. Now, it's funny, watching Hit Show work at Churchill Downs, when he worked inside of his stablemate, he didn't look as impressive. When he worked outside of him, he was much more impressive. He's inside of Lord Miles here, and if his early morning trials are any indication, he's not that comfortable inside horses, and now he gets post one.
Not a good formula, not a good combination. Hit Show, there he is. Owned by Gary and Mary West. Know what it feels like to own a Kentucky Derby winner. Maximum Security disqualified, though, in 2019. The Bloodlines, the Damn Actress, was a Black-Eyed Susan winner at Pimlico. And remember last year, the Withers winner did eventually win the Preakness Stakes in early voting.
Gotta love what you see from his gallops. High energy, looks great. Brad Cox getting his horse to come to hand at the right moment. And he was outfitted with draw reins there. And basically, it's an elongated rein that attaches to the girth, and it's almost like a pulley rein, and it makes horses bow their head and use themselves more efficiently from behind if the rider is good at using them, and that rider looked good at it.
In case you're just joining us, a late defection. The Santa Anita Derby winner is out. Practical Move is out. Cyclone Mischief draws in. That will impact the pace. More on that later. Acacia standing by with about a minute to go till this 7th race at Belmont. Acacia.
And Lafitte wanted to touch on a filly that's in very good form right now. The number 2, My First Love, at a generous 7-1. She comes off of a win last time out and stepping up from the 1 other than allowance race to the 2 other than allowance like she is often a big jump, but she's done really nothing wrong with the exception of that lone sprint race since she's been in the Jimmy Ferraro barn. You have to appreciate a filly like her. She looks good once again. I like the mile for her. She seemed to stack up nicely with this bunch, and we'll see how she handles the step up in class. The 3, Sunset Louise, is a little bit intriguing given the fact that she comes back off of a layoff since October and was facing some good company prior to that. We last saw her in the Empire Distaff where she was really, really bad at the gate. She had to load without the rider. She was really antsy. She was tough. And then she just had nothing to offer after expending so much energy early. The blinkers come off, often allowing her to see her surroundings a bit can help for horses that are tricky as they bring her to the starting gate now. She's a very big filly, may need one for fitness, and it looks like she goes in pretty smoothly. And quickly, one quick note on the 7, BB's Busted, claimed with intent for Jeffrey Englehart as she is in New York bred. I think she'll outrun her odds. Lafitte?
Not getting Manny Franco at 9-1 very often these days.
No, he's been moving the board, and rightfully so. Physically as strong a rider as we have here in New York, and he's been so good at placing his horses in position to win from.
See if she can outrun her odds as Acacia expects. That mare, BB's Busted. Moving into line, John Imbrial standing by with the call. It's post time from Belmont.
Train and Mia Be a Star. They're all in. And they're off. Mia Be a Star from the outside. Sweet Mystery now moves up. So does Sunset Louise, and Sunset Louise grabs the lead. Dufresne, and on the outside, Sweet Mystery. They are right together. My First Love down on the inside along with Bustin' Bay. And then it is a length and a half back to Amity Island, and to her outside is Mia Be a Star, who has been shuffled back. The trailer is BB's Busted in 8th. The opening quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Sunset Louise who leads here by a length. Bustin' Bay is down at the rail. Sunset Louise, the leader here now by 2. Bustin' Bay is running in second. as the field goes around the far turn. Now moving up is My First Love. My First Love grabs second. Bustin' Bay down to the inside in third with Sweet Mystery alongside in fourth. And then farther back it is Amity Island along with BB's Busted. And they are all chasing Sunset Louise, who continues to lead here. It is Sunset Louise in front. Sweet Mysteries on the far outside. Bustin' Bay down towards the rail. My First Love is in between horses. Sunset Louise holding the lead here. Sweet Mystery and Bustin' Bay giving chase. Sunset Louise has a 4-length lead with just the 16th to the finish. It is Sunset Louise, and Jose Ortiz gets his third win here on the opening day card. Sunset Louise by 4 lengths. Bustin' Bay was second. And then came Sweet Mystery to round out the trifecta.
Saved all of her energy for just the right time and then put this field away off the bench. Sunset Louise, big opening day. Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, Jose making the most of his opportunities here opening day at Belmont Park before heading to Louisville to pilot Kings Barnes in the Kentucky Derby. You saw early on in this race when Sunset Louise got as comfortable as she did on the lead. She was going to be tough to beat. Very controlled fractions, long run down the backstretch, 47 and change. Not a fast opening split. And she had plenty left with blinkers off for trainer Bruce Levine. And Bruce Levine is a guy who's been winning races in New York for as long as I can remember. And that's career win 2,207 for Bruce.
How many?
2,207.
A lot of wins. Still going strong. Bruce Levine, results coming up. He's always going strong. Joel Rosario. Won the Derby with Orr back in 2013. Just missed last year. Epicenter rides a long shot. Disarm. Can he trigger the upset a year after being upset? Find out in a couple of days.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Exciting day, exciting week to be a thoroughbred racing fan. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Opening day, Belmont Park. Rain, muddy track. Still great to be back at Big Sandy. And for Jose Ortiz, a winner's circle he knows very, very well. And 3 more trips to that winner's circle today following this winning ride on Sunset Louise.
Just got super comfortable on the lead, relaxed with those blinkers off, and had plenty left through the stretch, kicked on, and what does Acacia like to say? Clean faces wins races.
Exactly the case in this race number 7, Belmont. Sunset Louise, and Acacia talked about how nervous she can be and kind of a bundle of nerves, and much more relaxed during the running of the race, and saved it for when it counted most.
Yeah, and that's usually the desired effect when you take blinkers off. You want a horse to settle more, flick their ears up, use themselves more efficiently. Sometimes with the blinkers on, they get a little keen, they run through the bridle, and they never really settle or take that breath. Today, she really got comfortable.
So 3 wins today, Jose Ortiz. Joel Rosario, a couple of weeks ago, we watched him sweep the stakes racing out at Oaklawn, that stirring ride on Proxy in the Oaklawn Handicap. Yeah. I'm not saying he's going to do that this weekend at Churchill, but he's going to try. 16 stakes races. He's riding in 15 of them. Wonder Wheel in the Oaks, and some live mounts on Saturday. Big Invasion, Fort Bragg, Far Bridge in the American Turf, Spooky Channel in the Turf Classic, Richie. But what about Disarm? An outsider, 30-1 on the morning line. What do you make of his chances?
I think he is going to run the race of his life. Now, if that's good enough, I'm not certain. But the way he's trained at Churchill Downs, he has been the horse that's caught my eye more than anybody. His penultimate work before this was as good a Derby work as I've seen since watching Orb train up to the Kentucky Derby. This is his last work just yesterday, I believe. Maintenance move, just gallop basically into the bridle, all the heavy lifting's done. He's the spitting image of his sire, maybe not quite as big, not quite as imposing, but I think he is coming to hand at the right time, and I think he's going to run extremely well.
Steve Asmussen, the one record he's probably sick of hearing about. Hope he's not listening. Most Derby starters without a win, 24, and he's been really close. Those 3 second-place finishes last year. Epicenter, looking at Leah, Big Price, Nero, and then horses like Curlin in Gunrunner, third with both of those.
And 2 horses that went on to do their best running as they got older and developed. And that's one of the things that Steve's so good at. I think Disarm is going to take a big step forward.
It would be poetic justice, Richie Migliori. Winchell, Asmussen, Rosario, a year after Epicenter loses to an 80-1 shot, winning with a 20-some-odd 30-1 shot with Disarm. Post-parade Churchill on the Thurby program. There's a Circle Back Jack at 16-1. Then a contender, Louis Saez, in Fight Fiercely.
A major player here, a horse that has speed, should be forward, taking a drop-in class.
Number 3, Morning Cup. Burn some money at Keeneland.
Yeah, another one taking that drop-in class, though. Maybe just looking for that proper spot. Irad Ortiz.
Speaking of which, there's Joel Rosario, Rocky Rocket, owned and trained Dwayne Lucas.
Riding for the coach here.
Navy Soul, 2 starts back, 40-1 maiden winner.
Yeah, it's going to have to improve. I don't see this one being a contender.
Bucktown, can't see those silks without thinking of one dreamer at Churchill Downs, upset Breeders' Cup Distaff winner back in '94. The 7, Lend It to Me, has won on this trip.
Yes, sprinting at Churchill, but that was for maiden 20.
Undismayed, first start on dirt.
Yeah, a horse that's been on synthetic is going to have to improve on dirt.
One particular Harbor, his last race, the day before Taba won the Santa Anita Derby. Been a while.
Been a while, and he's going to have to improve from his form that we've seen.
Group hug. Feel like our entire crew could use a big group hug. Run, Rapidash struggled this year on synthetic so far. They're moving quickly. Color Field, a long shot, blinkers on.
Long shot there. Let's get back to the 11 briefly, 29-1. This horse has actually only run on dirt 1 time. Actually ran the fastest buyer figure of anybody in this race in that one dirt start.
This was Run,
Rapidash. Yeah, 1 start at Keeneland last April of 22. 4th beaten 5 lengths, but ran an 80 buyer figure. That's the fastest buyer figure of anybody in this field on dirt.
It's a plug for a 29-1 shot. Let's see what Paul and JK think. Trackside.
Yeah, and let's give a congratulations to David Ryder, his first win here at Keeneland, his first actually win as a trainer. He's only 30 years old, and he got home port. And like all of us, at least you and myself, we're knocked out of the pick 5. So let's go to the pick 4. JK, where do we start?
It's the best part about the pick 5 is the pick 4 is right after it. I like the 10 Group Hug. I just feel like things are kind of going back in his favor. I think Group Hug probably wants to go around 1 turn, back to 1 turn now. You look at some of the races going 1 turn, going a mile, but now cutting back to the 7. The last race, I'm going to forgive Group Hug for that race. You know, it was wide all the way around there. Hadn't raced in a bit on the dirt. I think he's going to be a little bit tighter today.
You're getting a square price at 6-1. When you look at the 2 and the 3 in here, Fight Fiercely in Morning Cup, they're kind of the same horse. One's 1 for 9, one's 1 for 6. They're both forwardly placed. Do you have preference between those two?
I do. I like the 3 Morning Cup significantly more. Here's what I'll say about Morning Cup, is that if you look at what he was doing down in the fairgrounds, he had some really nice races down there. He shows up at Keeneland in a starter allowance race. It's a tough spot. Now he's back in for a tag, or he's in for a tag, a much easier spot. I don't love the price on Morning Cup, but like you mentioned at the top, Paulie, if you're playing the pick 4, I would be very sick to my stomach if Morning Cup beat me. I had an opinion a little bit later.
Yeah, and that's why I use Bucktown. I like Bucktown on the cutback, second time in the Randy Morse barn. I thought there was other horses to go. If we're going to start searching through the rest of this pick 4, I thought the next race was pretty competitive. If you get to the opening verse, is it just Annapolis? Or is it Annapolis, and is it also, set piece?
If you get to the look, I'm always trying to get there, Paulie. I put the bet in. I'm thinking I'm definitely going to get to the opening verse. And if I get to the opening verse, all I need is Annapolis. Set piece, I'm kind of tired of his act. Look, he's always been an interesting horse that shows up in these races, but he feels like he always needs things that kind of go his way. Annapolis, the up-and-comer, wins the Grade 1 last fall. I think Annapolis is the horse to beat in here.
Yeah, and Lafitte, when it comes to the opening verse, I just know the opening verses of a lot of songs, and then I shut it down.
And we remember opening verse for pulling off that big upset in the 91 Breeders' Cup Mile. It was the Paulsons, it was Patrick Valenzuela, and about a half an hour later, Patrick Valenzuela rode a 2-year-old by the name of Arazi in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Who catapulted around the field, around the far turn. He was going so fast, he almost couldn't make the turn.
Alex Solis on Bertrando looks over like, what just happened?
Yeah. His horse
Who
was
just
running.
went by me?
His horse was running.
Just sure.
And he got passed like he wasn't running at all.
Back in 91, Arazi, Patrick Valenzuela, the opening verse coming up, the feature with a $300,000 purse. Todd Pletcher with the favorite. Annapolis all set for his 4-year-old debut, 7-5 on the morning line. This 8th race, Richie, you touched on a long shot who could be dangerous, run, Rapidash. And the guys were talking about Group Hug with Ricardo Santana, 5-1, a contender as well. Do we have a late scratch? What's going on?
It looks like the gate crew's getting a hold of number 4.
The Lucas horse.
4, excuse me, I can't.
Rocking Rocket.
Rocking Rocket. These gate crews know these horses so well. They share information. They were putting a shank over his nose. So obviously he's a horse that's difficult, a bit tough around the starting gate. Is he take? Actually, it looks like he's taking the tack off.
Looks like a late defection.
He is taking the tack off. So, and you even see here how careful you got to be on the ground when you're trying to take the saddle off a horse that's sidling. Horses have the ability to cow kick forward. And you've really got to be careful, especially when a horse is amped up like that.
For trainer Dwayne Lucas, Rocking Rocket is out. A late scratch before this 8th race. On paper, does this impact the race shape or the pace in any way? Because it looks like he had some speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit on the turn back with Joel, he maybe wouldn't have been as forward. But obviously, listen, it protects the betting public. It protects the horses and jockeys if a horse isn't 100% to scratch them.
An announcement from Churchill Downs. We don't have all the details. What we can tell you is that Lord Miles, trained by Safi Joseph, the upset winner of the Wood Memorial, will scratch. Lord Miles is out. That's the second horse today. Practical Move, the Santa Anita Derby winner, now the Wood Memorial winner. Lord Miles is out. We'll have more details on this developing story. And who draws in? Mandarin Hero, who there are many horse players who have been crossing their fingers hoping Mandarin Hero would draw in, runner-up to Practical Move in the Santa Anita Derby.
Beaten just a nose by Practical Move in that Santa Anita Derby, and we've talked about it all week. You know, the recipe for success that the Japanese horsemen have been able to put together and win internationally on all kinds of surfaces and all kinds of situations.
This is the statement from the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission and the Board of Stewards. For the betterment of racing, the health and welfare of our equine athletes, and the safety of our jockeys, all horses trained by Safi Joseph Jr. are scratched, effective immediately and until further notice. This action is taken after consultation with Mr. Joseph that includes Lord Miles, who was entered in the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. Again, that's from the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission and the Board of Stewards, Richie.
And again, there was a situation at Churchill Downs. Saffie Joseph had a few equine fatalities, and until they get to the bottom of the what and why, it's the prudent thing to do.
It definitely feels like the right call, given we don't know exactly all the details of what happened to horses trained by Saffie Joseph, who expired as a result of a heart attack.
Yes, and I applaud the stewards and the Kentucky Racing Commission for taking this stand. As difficult as it may have been, it's the right move.
Mandarin Hero drawing in just a year ago. Horse from the also eligible list was not in the body of the race Kentucky Oaks Day. He was in the race Kentucky Derby Day. Rich Strike at 80-1. Post time for the 8th from Churchill. Travis Stone standing by.
And they're off. Colorfield from the far outside, Lend It to May from mid-pack. Both of those broke well, and they're racing for the early lead as they advance up the chute, come for the main track. And from the outside, Run Rapidash comes on to join them, and so too does Morning Cup down toward the rail. Lend It to May is up for a narrow lead, leads by a neck down the backstretch. Run Rapidash's second, Morning Cup toward the inside in third. Colorfield on the outside is racing up into fourth. Fight Fiercely advancing in between fifth and is right there in behind the leaders. Circle Back Jack toward the inside is running along in sixth. Navy Soul is now seventh. Undismayed toward the inside is eighth, about 5 lengths off the lead. Group Hug advancing on the far outside, ninth to within 6 lengths of the lead. Farther back, it's Bucktown, and the trailer is One Particular Harbor. The opening quarter in 22 and 3, they round the far turn. Lend It to May's got a short lead. Morning Cup is keeping pace. These two head to head. Fight Fiercely comes on from the outside, 3 wide and closing in. Colorfield is there. Group Hug is on the scene as well. They're off the turn. It's Morning Cup in front, tenuous lead. Circle Back Jack trying to rally in. Fight Fiercely's there. Group Hug down the center. 1 furlong to go. Morning Cup, tenuous lead. Here comes Circle Back Jack, Fight Fiercely, and Group Hug down the center. 50 yards to go. Circle Back Jack comes away with the lead and got it. Circle Back Jack the winner. Fight Fiercely photos with Group Hug for second and third. Morning Cup was fourth.
Wild finish in this 8th at Churchill. What price was he? Circle Back Jack, first after the claim. Gennaro Garcia fending off all challengers. He's going to put away the leader and then dig deep, find more, hold on at 7-1.
Gerardo Corrales, very strong finisher, a guy that gets a lot of run out of horses on Circle Back Jack. And Group Hug's coming down the middle of the track. He had to lose a bunch of ground, but he did what he's kind of done in the past, Lafitte. He kind of gets there and is very happy to run alongside horses as opposed to running by horses.
Pack animal, herd type, not necessarily that alpha you want in those types of stretch drives.
Yeah, definitely some horses are more herd bound than others, and some want to be that herd leader. He seems very content to be with the pack.
Circle Back Jack, 7-1 in the 8th at Churchill. And later, the Thurby feature, marking the return of a Grade 1 winner. There he is. Annapolis 2023 debut. Coolmore Turf Mile winner at Keeneland. That's later in the featured $300,000 opening verse at Churchill.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner. It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run. It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Horses in the paddock for the 8th. We're still on the turf course, not the inner turf course, but the Widener turf course listed as good. 6 furlong sprint, $62,500 allowance optional claimer. Acacia's in the paddock. Acacia, fluid situation, who we're looking at. He's on that every other pattern. It bodes well for his chances today.
It does, Lafitte. Today could be the day for Fluid Situation, who had his last couple of races down at Tampa Bay Downs, where John Terranova did keep a string over the winter. And as far as Fluid Situation is concerned, I remember when they tried the turf with him in Saratoga this summer, and I had watched some of the workouts and getting a chance to see him train over the grass, and he just didn't really seem to reach over it. And it seems that going shorter is when we will get to see the best of him when going on the turf. I thought that his last couple of races when sprinting down at Tampa were strong. Last time out, I did notice that he was hanging on that left lead, though, and I think still kind of figuring things out as far as his turf races are considered. But he's shown some speed. He has the ability to be forward and to be tactical, and Jorge Vargas will take them out on him today, and looks great coming in here for his first start back in New York. The number 9 grooms all business to the outside. Has some class, too, given the fact that we last saw him back in October here in New York in the Carl Place. He looks good off the layoff. Maybe will be better after having a race just as far as getting to tuck up a little bit, but he's very sharp here in the paddock. And I thought as a 3-year-old last time out, he ran some big races, including in that Carl Place where he ran second behind Run Curtis Run. Not the best beginning to that, and I thought drifting a little bit, maybe still kind of figuring things out too, but a very good second place finish in that effort. If he's sharp and ready to roll off the bench, I think he's a big player in here. And I do like what I see in the paddock as he gets to go the 6 furlongs in this spot. The number 7 big package also comes in off of a layoff, and I think it's interesting too that Dave Donk brought him back in 2022 in the elusive quality, opting for a little bit of a softer spot here. Maybe not 100% fit, but he's a horse with quite a bit of back class, and he has been marching around the paddock here and looks like he's excited to be back at the races. Lafitte?
Fresh, and like all of us, happy to be back at Belmont Park. Big package. That's coming up next in the 8th race here at Belmont Park. Shifting gears back to Oaklawn. It's post time for the 7th. They're at the gate here. You see the field and updated odds for this $100,000 allowance optional claimer. Good race. $104,000 purse. Mile and a 16th. Short wire, Richie. El Tomate, the favorite, number 7 at 2-1.
Yeah, and big full fields at Oaklawn Park all year. What a great sustained racing season they've had. And I remember when a $100,000 purse might have been the biggest race of a meeting.
Not even a stakes race, brother. Wet Paint, who took the Hot Springs route to Louisville. The favorite in tomorrow's Run for the Lilies, the Kentucky Oaks. Post time for the 7th live from Oaklawn.
Heroic Move. Black Powder steps up, and the last to load then will be Line to Gain on the outside. Line to Gain is in. All in line. And they're off. Perfect start. And Black Powder came out of there quickly. So did Mr. Muldoon on the inside. GT 500 wants a piece of that front end. And so does Heroic Move on the extreme outside, while 4 wide. Back to the inside of Belief, and this Livin' is racing in 5th and maybe edging up just a bit from there. St. Liam, or rather Sir Liam, in between horses, was steadied a bit into that turn. He's the gray. Outside of him is Wrecker Point. Down to the inside, El Tomate is about 5 lengths off the lead, but saving ground to the backstretch. Then Jules Town, Line to Gain, and Silver Heist is trailing the field as they advance up the backstretch. It's Mr. Muldoon on the inside with the advantage by a neck. Right to the outside is Black Powder, and then 1 length to the long shot GT 500. A Belief in this Livin' is racing at 4th. Heroic Move is settled 5th outside of him. He's 3 deep in the black cap into the far turn. Then Sir Liam and El Tomate. Wrecker Point. Silver Heist is in front of Jules Town and Line to Gain as they round the turn. It is crowded and congested up front here. Heroic Move is making a 4 wide bid. In between runners is Black Powder, and right on the inside, the early pace setter, Mr. Muldoon, drops back. So does GT500. El Tomate is loomed on the extreme outside. A Belief in This Living on the stretch out is in that second flight. Heroic Move and Black Powder. And they come to the furlong pole together. Black Powder the inside. Heroic Move to the outside. Black Powder goes to the lead. Then Heroic Move. A Belief in This Living is third. It's going to be Black Powder. A second today for Keith Asmussen. A Belief in This Living second. Heroic Move faded to third. El Tomate was fourth.
It's been so much fun to watch. Father and son, another victory at Oaklawn. Black Powder, Keith, and Steve Asmussen.
I'm really enjoying watching the progression and the development of Keith Asmussen as a rider. Yes, he has his father supporting him, but he's done this without ever being able to ride as an apprentice.
Incredible.
He's ridden as a full-fledged journeyman from the start. And the reason people have the bug or apprentices, it gives them the opportunity to develop. He's had to compete on the square from day one.
Results coming up, Oaklawn. Post parade here, Belmont. Again, they're on the Widener. Good turf course, 6 furlong sprint, running with scissors. Always a good idea. 6-1. There he is.
Yeah, Count comes off a quick turnaround. Ran one on April 27th with an absolute perfect trip.
Turn of events, 4-time winner on grass at Belmont.
Yeah, and gets Kendrick Carmouche here. Rob Falcone having a terrific year.
Fluid situation. Acacia talking about, yeah, shorter is better. Productive in these sprints.
Coming out of races where they're going 43 to the half, he should be, if not on the lead, very forward.
Big package, exciting closer, unraced since last summer's Lucky Coin at Saratoga.
Really nice horse, honest. His subpar races have come on turf with a little give in it. Dave Donk's horses are usually better with a race under their belt.
Marvelous Mike in the money in 14-24 lifetime.
Yeah, one start on the turf was actually pretty good, too.
Grooms All Business, another layoff, idle since October, 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, I've been training at the private training center, Colts Neck Stable. Jorge Duarte was the assistant trainer to Al Goldberg for many years before taking over as the head trainer, and was a terrific rider as well. Had his apprenticeship here in New York.
There's the 1, 7 cents, 9-1 with Eric Cancel aboard.
Yeah, and they're getting a nice warm-up here. Big striding gray horse for Tom Morley, getting back on his preferred surface. First off the layoff.
Back at Churchill Downs. Fun finish. Circle Back Jack emerging victorious. $16 for the win. Holding off Fight Fiercely in Group Hug.
Yeah, Circle Back Jack, very good. Strong handling. Gerardo Corrales fighting fiercely. Game move between horses. Group Hug. Big run from the outside. Got there. Just hung a touch.
Stakes racing is next. St. Matthews, and then the main event opening verse in race number 10, Churchill Downs, here at Belmont Park. Warming up for this 8th race. Towards the outside in the post parade, we saw Grooms All Business and Dylan Davis. And, you know, the opportunity, Richie, for Dylan Davis, Flavian Pratt, Joel Rosario, they're in Kentucky. So Dylan Davis gets the call on Zandon for his 4-year-old debut in tomorrow's Westchester.
I'm so excited to see Zandon as a 4-year-old. He was one of the top 3-year-olds last year, maybe just a cut below one or two of them, you know, especially Epicenter. But he always had the look to me of a horse that needed to grow into himself more and fill out in the right places. And I'm going to be really curious to see if we get that version of Zandon as a 4-year-old that I envisioned we were going to get.
Broome at the top in the handicap division. Flightline retired. Taba, a no-show for the Saudi Cup. Stirring Wind Proxy in the Oaklawn handicap, and those 8 in tomorrow's Westchester. Exciting addition to the Westchester, and for the favorite Zandon, 2-1. Yeah, really excited to see what he does, not having raced since last year.
Yeah, and again, he's been working steadily. Chad Brown, so good at getting horses ready off the layoff. Repo Rocks is right outside of him. Big run from him earlier in the year. Toboggan Carter, but he was really trying to get out last time. And, you know, I think that's a tell when a horse isn't 100%. I'm going to be curious to see what we get tomorrow in the Westchester.
Last year's Westchester, won by Cody's Wish, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, running on Saturday in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs. And, well, Churchill Downs here at Belmont. 3 minutes out until this 8th race. We check in with Acacia standing by at a price running with scissors. Acacia currently 6-1. What are you expecting from him today, the 12-time winner?
He's a cool horse, Lafitte. 7-year-old gelding, 12-time winner, as you mentioned, banked nearly $500,000. And he's coming off the back of a win just 7 days ago, too. And with this quick turnaround, it's not uncommon for David Jacobson to do. He was a horse that they took all measures to keep very relaxed. You kept him back behind the saddling stalls, away from the rest of the field. And Paco Lopez typically will take a horse away from the pony and kind of circle them out on the track, much like we saw him doing with that 2-year-old earlier in the first race today. And he's kept this one pretty quiet, staying with the pony, a relaxed warm-up. And you don't have to worry about fitness with this 7-year-old running with scissors, because he did just race and win a week ago. And so I think that that's kind of the intent with this horse in here too. Just keep him happy, keep him doing what he's doing, and see if he can keep the good momentum going. He did end up running down a pace setter last time out in that New York bred race. I think he meets a tougher field in here, but he's in good form right now. And sometimes when you have these older, hard-knocking, tough veterans, the key is just to have a happy horse, and they will reward you.
He's a pro. Acacia running with scissors. My only question, Richie, is he better on firm ground? We have a good racetrack, a good turf course, the Widener turf course, but it seems like some of his better races on when the bottom's a little bit harder.
Yeah, when he kind of bounces over the top of the ground. Listen, he ran tremendous last time, but he got an absolutely perfect trip under Javier Castellano. Sat that coveted pocket turf trip, was able to angle out after they made the corner into the stretch. Can he get another absolutely perfect trip a week apart with ground that's going to be less than firm? You know, he's 5-1. I think that's a fair price for him. I just have questions that he can work out that same kind of trip. I'm interested in the 9 Grooms All Business off the layoff.
Acacia mentioned how sharp, good he looked in the paddock, and you're getting 7-1 Grooms All Business with Dylan Davis.
Well, and usually, a lot of times, the biggest step a horse will take is from 3 to 4, from a physical development standpoint. His numbers as a 3-year-old, especially later in the year, were as good as most of these horses have run, right in the same neighborhood. So if he took that step forward, and he's a better version of himself now at 4, yeah, he's got to deal with the layoff. Given the ground, outside posts, he's got natural speed, tactical speed. I think he's going to sit a really good trip.
Question about the lukewarm favorite. Big package, the exciting closer. Does it bother you that he's for sale, that he's in for the $62,500 here?
No, not really. I mean, he's a 6-year-old. You know, I think they're taking advantage of the fact that he's coming off a layoff at a bit of an older horse. Is he the same horse? There's always questions about that stuff. What bothers me is I don't think he's as good on less than firm ground. He is a closing type, so from a fitness standpoint, maybe it's negligible. But that being said, Dave Donnick's horses are usually better with a start or two off the bench.
Unraced since last summer at Saratoga. Big package, the tepid favorite. Does his best running late. We saw Marvelous Mike acting up, number 8, Richie. Trying to keep him settled down. There he is, being coaxed forward.
Yeah, they open those front doors so they see some daylight. Some horses are claustrophobic. They don't want to walk into that tight space.
Grooms All Business towards the outside. Richie's top selection. And we're all set. Johnny Embrial standing by with the call. Post time, race 8, Belmont.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Grooms All Business. And there goes Dr. Jeff moving up. And Momos is right there. And now gaining ground is Fluid Situation. But it is Dr. Jeff who has the lead. Fluid Situation, Momos right together, 2nd and 3rd. Grooms All Business far outside, runs in 4th. Turn of Events down at the rail in 5th. Running with Scissors, looks to advance in between horses from 6th. Then it's Marvelous Mike in 7th, followed by the Gray. 7 Cents, who's in 8th. And Big Package trails the field in 9th, opening quarter. 22 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Dr. Jeff on the inside and Fluid Situation on the outside. Those two are heads apart for the lead. And on the far outside, it is a Grooms All Business. So it's 3 of them across. Running with Scissors sits just behind in 4th. Running with Scissors now moves to the extreme outside. It is Dr. Jeff still the leader. Grooms All Business and Running with Scissors running well now here in Deep stretch. It is Running with Scissors who has taken over the lead. Dr. Jeff back in second. Then Grooms All Business and Momos. Running with Scissors, a sharp victor today. Grooms All Business was second, close for third.
The old pro. Yes, he is a happy horse. 13th lifetime win, Running with Scissors. No issues with this good turf course on this afternoon.
No, he didn't even break particularly well, kind of rushed up into the turn. There was a bit of a jam. Someone took up, I think it was the 3 Momos, took up abruptly. Don't know if we'll get a chance to see exactly.
I think it was turn of events, I thought.
Okay, maybe.
I thought.
Maybe it was, but there was something went on there. But Running with Scissors was decidedly best. I mean, he just galloped up in behind horses, was able to angle out around your runner-up, Grooms All Business, who just came up second best. Good run from him. Don't give up on Big Package yet. Usually Dave Donk's horses improve with racing.
Big Package from off the bench, Running with Scissors, and it did look like right where I thought it was turn of events took up, that Paco Lopez was nearby with Running with Scissors.
Well, it just looked like he kind of ran into a spot, and somebody ran out of ground there. And you know, without the benefit of seeing ahead on, you just don't know.
Running with Scissors, David Jacobson, winning owner, winning trainer, the 7-year-old gelding, 13th lifetime win. Running with Scissors, Belmont Park. Oh, the headgear, the hats, all part of the tradition, all part of the celebration. They're fired up, fist pump, getting closer and closer to Derby 149, getting closer to stakes racing. The St. Matthews is next as our coverage continues, leading up to Saturday's Run for the Roses.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
As they head to the back stretch, it's a tight pack.
He's going to pull ahead. The TwinSpires expert picks were all optimistic.
You've got the best speed rating in the field. Don't fail me now.
Man, I love this horse's name.
And from far behind, here comes Frank. It's neck and neck. Frank is winning. Frank wins!
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
In the heart of legendary Cooperstown, New York. Cooperstown Distillery's handcrafted, artisanal spirits are produced from the highest quality, locally sourced grains, grown only by people we trust and respect. We invite you to taste for yourself and discover our Cooperstown Select distinguished whiskeys. Cooperstown Distillery, the taste of excellence.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Enough action for you? Not slowing down anytime soon. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. On that Widener turf course, just saw Running with Scissors at Belmont. Results coming up. Stakes racing, second of 3 at Churchill. Called to post. Big crowd for this program, the Thursday before Kentucky Derby, hence the billing. Thurby. This is the St. Matthews overnight 6-furlong sprint for older horses. Bag Boss kicks off the post parade, unraced since last summer's Grade 1 Bing Crosby at Del Mar.
Wow, making a nice impression on the racetrack. Gaudy record at Churchill Downs, 4 starts, 3 wins in a second.
Miles ahead, second in the Whitmore at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and a horse that should be sitting right in behind the pace could get a real good trip under Joe Talamo.
Pirate Rick exits a series of graded stakes sprints
And a horse that should be involved. He likes to be a part of the pace.
Heart Rhythm would be a surprise?
Would be a surprise, more of a deep closer. He'd like to see them kind of chew on each other early.
Will to run out. Surveillance is in and a Jimmy Graham in the saddle.
Yeah, for his Derby trainer, Keith DeZormo here.
That's Team Confidence Game. Then Bango, 2-1 morning line favorite, now 9-5.
Another horse with a gaudy record at Churchill Downs with 9 wins from 16 tries.
And on the outside, Collaborate. Luis Saez, date with Tappet Trice in the Derby, rides this 5-year-old for the first time.
Yeah, been in good form in South Florida. Should be stalking from the outside.
Field for the 9th at Churchill. Second of 3 stakes races on the afternoon in 5 minutes. St. Matthew's Overnight Stakes. What'd you come up with here, Richie? Who do you think takes this one down?
Well, I think there's plenty of speed signed on here. I was a little bit interested in the 2-horse Miles Ahead. I think he could be just sitting that right kind of trip directly in behind the pace. Got to say, watching the horses warm up and it just in the post parade, Bag Boss looked really, really good, the one.
With the Rat Ortiz. Right back to Churchill Downs. Maggie and JK standing by.
Yeah, let's talk about Bag Boss here, JK. I saw him in the flesh, up close and personal, nearly just a year ago, 3 starts back. It's amazing, JK, that he looks pretty much the same despite not running in 10 months. He looks really ready here for Brendan Walsh, who I better be nice because he's literally standing right behind you.
Oh, there he is. Brendan, we're not going to say anything bad about your horses, I promise. We're going to say good stuff.
Said anything bad.
Good stuff. No, and that's the biggest question is how is this horse going to come in off the layoff? And if Maggie says looks the same as when he left the racetrack back in July, that works for me. Now, the rail's a little tricky for a horse that doesn't always show a lot of speed, but does have some speed.
I agree.
If Irad wants to be aggressive, which is not typically a word that ends up in the same sentence as Irad when it comes to pace.
Yes, he does prefer to take one in hand. Let's talk about number 2, Miles Ahead. I thought last time it was a bit of a tough trip because the pace did, in the end, come apart. But he kind of got separated from the field and shuffled back around the turn, and then he re-rallied.
Yeah, he fell really far back.
Yeah.
It almost like he didn't need to be that far back. So maybe, just maybe, Joe Talamo probably watched that race just like we did and said, let's get him a little closer in here. They're only running 6 furlongs. There should be some pace to close into. Let's see if Miles Ahead can stay a little bit closer. Definitely has a chance if he can. He's going to be up against it, against this group of horses if he does that same act, falling way out of it.
Yeah, another horse that does come out of those Oaklawn races, too, is Pirate Rick. I get it. I get why he might be appealing. I just don't think he's heading in the right direction. I know his form might not say that, but what I see from him physically.
Pirate Rick can win this race if Pirate Rick gets loose and gets comfortable and gets brave. It's a lot of ifs. But if he does that, I mean, he's got back races that suggest that could happen.
He could be the speed, right?
Right, and I think he's probably an okay price right now, 6-1 on the board. It's just because I don't know who else is going to kind of go in here. I mean, there's horses that can find the front, but don't typically do that.
Let's talk about the Churchill Downs loving number 7, Bango, who is your current 2-1 favorite. He comes off his own respective layoff, a gaudy 9-for-16 record here. He looks amazing. I was talking to Travis Foley, son to Greg Foley, who is his assistant, and he said to me, this is one of those times where you couldn't ask a horse to be doing any better heading into a race, and if they don't perform on the racetrack, you kind of question your overall just experience with the horses. Like, what have I been looking at? So they are really high on Bango, and I gotta say, he looks the part.
And the thing about Bango is that if he doesn't often make the front, but if he can stay close, he's one of those horses I feel like when they get to the half-mile pole, if he's within 2 lengths, he's like the winner.
Yep.
If he's in the clear, which he should be drawn on the outside, if he's within 2 lengths, I don't care how fast they're going or how slow they're going, I think he'll get it done. I think he'll win. I like Bango in this spot. I don't love the price, but I do like the horse.
Let's talk a little bit about the nearly white Son of Constitution, Surveillance in here. He seemed to really love it down at the fairgrounds on the main track. And then in his last start, which came in that Count Fleet Grade 3, it was kind of an odd running from him. He looked to be getting out around the turn, but on the straights he was, running on and running fluidly. I just question, did he not love being on that inside lead around the turn?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great observation. I mean, when horses get stuck down on the inside and they don't run well, it's something I try to take note of. And I don't think that he has to necessarily end up there today. So to your point, I think maybe getting a kind of an outside swooping trip might kind of fit him.
Yeah.
The biggest issue, I think, is that we happen to be in Louisville, Kentucky right now. And I think that we're probably a 2-hour flight to Fairgrounds. The airport's close, but I don't think he's going to make it in time. He's 6 for 6, or 6 of his wins have come at Fairgrounds. We're not quite there. It's owned by Churchill. I don't know if maybe he's just a CDI guy. I'm not really sure.
Well, he does have the Cajun connections with Keith DeSormo as his trainer, and as James Graham, he calls himself the Irish Cajun. So we'll see if their magic can heat things up leading into this Kentucky Derby, Lafitte, as they'll be teaming up again with Confidence Game in the 149th Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, what layoff? 78 days off, Confidence Game. It was authentic, one with 7 weeks off. That's been the longest since, I believe, the 20s. Confidence Game trying to win the Derby off 70 days rest. We'll see if he can do it on Saturday. This team well represented here. Graham, Keith DeSormo. His last dirt win, Richie, like, watch this. This was the Kenner late January at Fairgrounds. Surveillance. Watch this, like, diagonal move by Jimmy Graham to win this thing and beat Bango, who he faces again today.
Yeah, he moves up inside. You can see he's got horse underneath him, right? He's traveling well. And now he's going to tip out, right? He angles in. He started to tip out. And then he goes sideways in, dives for the inside, or a spot there. Now, I wonder if this horse doesn't run better inside of horses, because he had every opportunity to go outside just as easily. But now you can see he's trying to drift out after he got in there. Maybe Jimmy Graham knew that if I put him outside, he's going to continue to drift outside. And he got it done. And this is another horse. Keith DeSormo does incredible work with horses they don't spend a lot of money on. This was a $25,000 yearling purchase. And
we've seen it time and time again.
Consistently, right? Exaggerator wins the Preakness. Was he a $40,000 purchase?
Incredible.
So I liken it to a baseball scout, right? Go watch kids play, and they pick out the one that's going to be the star. There might be flashier ones. There might be ones that are garnering more attention, but they hone in on the one that ultimately has the most talent.
Go get that Tom Brady at the end of the draft. And Keith DeSormo, just incredible eye, incredible trainer, and we'll see what Confidence Game does, not having raced since winning the Rebel at Oaklawn Park. And it sounds like the 5-year-old you like Bag Boss, like the team is pretty, was it Bag Boss that we saw that you liked in the post parade, yes?
Yeah, Bag Boss and the 1-2. I'm going to the inside here. Full disclosure, I'm boxing the Exacta. Interesting watching the outside horse warm up, collaborate with Luis Saez. He was braided, French braids, tight braids, his mane, all the way down to his withers. And so Luis Saez undo the bottom ones. You got to give a rider a little bit of mane to hold on to. They're going from 0 to 35 miles an hour in a stride.
You see that with the Asmussen runners quite a bit, yes?
Yes.
Luis Saez making those adjustments. Collaborate on the outside post. Time for the St. Matthews overnight.
And they're off. And Bango bounces out on top. Pirate Rick hustled hard for that inside post, and Pirate Rick now comes on through to take the lead. Bango backs off to track the pace from second. Bag Boss up to the inside, racing third, collaborates on the move from the far outside, fourth, miles ahead, coming on through as well from fifth. And also right there is Surveillance in sixth, and that leaves Heart Rhythm at the back, but it's a tight pack down the back stretch run. The opening quarter's on the board in a sharp 21-2. Pirate Rick in front for the far turn run. Bango is right there, and here's Bango now putting in a bid with 3 furlongs to go. Bango's in front midway round the far turn. Pirate Rick second. Surveillance comes on 3 wide. Collaborate 4 wide. Bag Boss set to strike in behind. Miles ahead is stymied down at the rail. Quarter pole. Bango's off the turn in front by 2. Surveillance is set down for the drive in second. Collaborate is third. Miles ahead. Heart Rhythm is there down toward the inside. Pirate Rick 1 furlong to go. Bango bounding past the Twin Spires with a 5-length lead. And it will be Bango. Bango looking good. 5 lengths in the end. Miles ahead's up for second. Surveillance was third. Bag Boss fourth.
Making it look all too easy. Bango. You heard from Maggie how confident the team was going in, and Bango performs accordingly, hammering this field in the St. Matthews.
Man, was he good. Now his 10th win at Churchill Downs from 17 tries. not only was the connections, the trainer, the assistant confident. Check out Tyler Gaffleone's goggles. He never took the plastic saran wrap off the top goggle.
Don't do that 6:45 Saturday night, Tyler. Don't do it on verifying. Maggie standing by with winning trainer Greg Foley.
Looks better than he's ever looked in his life and trained that way.
Here with the trainer Greg Foley, a jubilant winner's circle. Greg, we were just talking. You couldn't have asked a horse to be traveling better than he was here.
Yeah, he looked like he was just having fun today, you know. I mean, that was a nice field of horses, but like I told you just a second ago, this horse has trained so good the past month, and he's never looked this good in his life. He's a picture of health, and he's just happy, and he would have made a liar out of me today if he hadn't run good.
I'm not going to lie, your son said the same exact thing to me before the race, too. But talk about his affinity for here beneath the Twin Spires, 10 wins.
Say it's 10 wins. He needs one more to tie the record, 2 to break it. We'd sure love to do that. And put him over he's a millionaire now after today, and he's just a nice horse.
Yeah, he's kind of like the banner horse as of late for you guys. So what does he mean to your stable?
Let me get can I get the owner in here?
Yeah.
Fred. Well, he's a star of our stable. We had him in Wisconsin last year. She went to the breeding shed. Fred Schwartz, the owner, Bango, him and his wife, Deb.
Fred, well done keeping this horse in training and for Greg bringing him back like this.
Well, Greg in the backside just did a great job with all of our horses, and this horse is special. I mean, he's just, he knows where the line is. So anyway, hats off to Greg and his group.
I think you could have put it anywhere the finish line today, and you would have been there first. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, in the St. Matthews, all about the Churchill Downs Love and Bango.
That's amazing. 10th lifetime win at Churchill, 1 to tie, 2 to break for most wins by an individual horse at Churchill Downs. That's incredible.
Think about the history of Churchill Downs and how many years it's existed. That's a huge milestone. I hope he gets it done. Boy, the form he's in, the way he ran, great job by Greg Foley and his team. And Bango. Again, I'm just struck by that close-up shot, Tyler Gaffleone going over the line. He never took the saran wrap cover off his goggles.
Tyler Gaffleone, and I love that when the trainer, you saw Greg Foley approaching Bango, and there he is, and the pat on the shoulder, crop uncocked, never needed it. Bango standing there, he's such a pro, and the look on Tyler's face, just shaking his head in a big smile.
Just when a horse
what wow looks like without hearing him say wow.
Yeah, right. A horse runs that fast and that comfortably. That was fun to watch.
All the racing at Churchill, and Bango one shy of tying the all-time mark most wins by an individual racehorse. Incredible. We'll be right back.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragozin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
A fun day at Thoroughbred Racing. Great week of racing. You're watching America's Day at the races. Proud owner, proud trainer, and an impressed jockey. Smiling Tyler Gaffalione aboard Bango. Sensational at Churchill. 10th lifetime win beneath the Twin Spires.
Yeah, just very impressive. Never looked in doubt. Ran fast, ran the whole way. Over $1 million in earnings now. I mean, that's just a huge milestone right there. And he's on the cusp of history. If he can win 2 more races, he'll stand alone as the king of Churchill Downs with the most wins ever by a horse.
That caught me off guard when he referenced that being the record. 1 shy, and in the way he's going, and this 6-year-old, this sprinter, the way he's training, and it was funny just hearing from the Foleys and what Maggie had passed along from his son. Like, if he doesn't run well, you start second guessing if you're, your own training.
Right, your knowledge of your horses, right? Well, he certainly ran to his looks. I learned something yesterday, a little Churchill Downs history.
What'd you learn?
Isaac Murphy is the only jockey in history to win the Kentucky Derby, the Kentucky Oaks, and the Clark in the same year.
The same year? Wow.
1894.
3-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey in the Hall of Fame. Oh, it's the Clark, the Oaks,
and the Derby, all in the same year. Part of that inaugural class, too, 1955, to be inducted.
Calvin Burrell, the jockey on your screen, he's in the Hall of Fame, in large part because of the damage he's done on the first Saturday in May. From Mind That Bird, Street Sense, and Super Saver on that wet track, skimming the rail, a first for Todd Pletcher. Burrell, who during those few years, the go-to Derby rider, and he produced.
Well, he had that Calvin Burrell highway that he called his own, the rail, where he just would skim through. And, when a rider's brave, horses get brave too. And he had no doubt. You could see when he head to those spots, I'm going to get through. I know I'm not going to get shoved. It really miraculous rides.
Incredible with Todd Pletcher. And it was Nick Zito, who I believe trained the runner-up. Was it Icebox, I believe? And the handshake there between he and Todd Pletcher, Calvin Burrell celebrating, that was his third, was Burrell's. It felt like the handshake to Todd Pletcher from Zito felt like a welcome to the club moment. Zito, who had won 2, that being Pletcher's first.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen, you knew it was just a matter of when, not if Todd Pletcher was going to get a Kentucky Derby. And I'm sure there's still more for him to tack on his resume.
A great chance, arguably, collectively, the best group of horses he's ever brought to the Kentucky Derby. Forte, the favorite. Tapit Trice, second choice. Kings Barnes with Jose Ortiz, undefeated Louisiana Derby winner. And Super Saver, who prepped right here, defeated by Line of David in an upset in the Arkansas Derby. Part of the reason he paid $20 or whatever it was.
Yeah, just incredible. Calvin Burrell wrote his name into basically the Racing Hall of Fame with his exploits in the Kentucky Derby.
No question. Here at Oaklawn, where we might have a late scratch, this Natural State Breeder Stakes, this is their Thursday feature with a $150,000 purse. Do we know who the late scratch is? We no confirmation just yet. Maybe a long shot, number 7, maybe.
Well, there's going to be a delay when the gate crew has the gate all closed up and they just opened all the stall doors. And for people that know, it's an electric current that holds a magnet. That's what holds the gate closed. And when they cut the electric current, the magnet releases and the gates open. So they already opened the gates. They'll let everything kind of relax, right? And then they'll close it up again.
So a slight delay before the start of the 8th race. It looks like a late scratch. Do we have that confirmed just yet? Richie mentioning from what he can see, the front of the door is open. There will be likely a late scratch. We just don't have confirmation. We believe the 7 at Oaklawn. We will confirm and pass along once that's been announced. On the right-hand side of your screen, on the track, sun's out here at Belmont Park, opening day for the spring meet. And this 9th race, off the turf on the main track, 6 furlongs. New York bred maidens, favorite number 3, Power and Glory at 5-2. As you look at Graceful Rose, Michael Gorham homebred 3-year-old debut.
Well, the complexion of this race changed dramatically coming off the turf. And I guess Power and Glory's run good enough races on the dirt, albeit for maiden claiming. I prefer others in here at bigger price. I can make more of a case for the 2, Admire My Crown at 11-1.
Ms. Big Bucks, a solid debut last month at Aqueduct, and then the 10 at 35-1 an outsider here. Phineas Harbor, a quick Manchee Stable homebred.
Yeah, and sometimes speed in races like this, and you know, Central Banker, they usually like off going, and they usually possess speed.
Midnight Confession, number 12, Jorge Vargas. Make the rider Jorge Vargas at Belmont. No late scratch at Oaklawn. They are filing back in for the Thursday feature and this $150,000 Natural State Breeders' Stakes. Number 3, Kaboom Baby, the favorite, at 2-1. All set for the feature at Oaklawn. Jim Beyer standing by.
Connie K is next in. Then Courtney Fay. Summer Shoes. Outside of her is Pattern Bet. Penny K and Susie 2 steps in. That leaves 3 to load. Samoria. Proud Victoria. The outside filly is She's Storming. Samoria heads forward. She's Storming the last to load. 14 of them here. Track fast, cloudy in Hot Springs today. She's Storming gets right to the verge and steps back. Now moves in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Benny K and Susie 2, along with 2 Pretty, are heading out forwardly. Summer Shoes is going to join them from the outside. And very eager and up behind horses was Cantex. Cantex ran right up almost on heels. She's in the blue cap in between. Outside of her is Pattern Bet. And then farther out comes Proud Victoria, who's about mid-pack as they turn onto the backstretch. Then comes Run Fearless in the red from between. Kaboom Baby has secured a spot at the rail. She's about 7 lengths off the lead in the green with the yellow sleeves. From there, the back end of the field is Connie K. Courtney Fay is saving ground onto the backstretch. And then comes She's Storming and Arden, Arkansas. And Samoria is about 10 lengths off the lead, and it's at least 10 or 12 farther back to Solway, who's 14th and last as they advance into the far turn. 2 Pretty, Francisco Arietta with the lead here, and up on the outside it's Summer Shoes, and she is responding well and moving into second. Benny K and Susie 2 now third. Cantex is under a hard ride and is racing in fourth, followed by Kaboom Baby. She's racing in fifth as they come to the top of the short stretch. Luis Quinones keeping her inside. She's about 5 lengths off the lead. They straighten away at the top of the stretch, and Summer Shoes has ranged up to take the lead away from 2 Pretty, and here is Kaboom Baby. She is out for the stretch drive and is coming at Summer Shoes. Kaboom Baby, Summer Shoes to the inside. Kaboom Baby in time in the natural state to Summer Shoes. And then came 2 Pretty and Cantex fourth.
A scampering late, wrong lead, right result. Kaboom Baby in the Natural State Breeders' Stakes in Oaklawn Park. Those results coming up back here at Belmont. Yeah, this makes a little more sense with the entry at 4-5 here as you look at Loon Cry off the turf on the main track. New York bred maidens sprinting 6 furlongs. We'll check in with Acacia shortly, but you are trying to smoke out an upset.
Yeah, I'm interested in the 2, Admire My Crown. Katie Davis rode so well over at Aqueduct. Ray Handel's barn's been very, very hot. I thought this horse's one race that was off the turf was actually pretty good. And I'm going to take a little bit of a flyer with the 2, Admire My Crown, fully admitting that the 1A, Loon Cry, will be a handful.
3-5 for Christophe Clement. Big opening day for Jose Ortiz. 3 wins thus far, and how important it is for riders. And when you were riding, to get that big meet started on the right foot, just as Jose Ortiz has this afternoon. We check in with Acacia.
Mount Loon Cry does look to be the one to beat in here. Unfortunately, you're going to have to take a very short price, but she does have that one debut race on the dirt, albeit on a sloppy track that day, and it was a pretty wet track that afternoon. She was pretty erratic. That was at the very end of her 2-year-old season, and then she came back last time out and on the turf, and she ran very well, and it improved by her speed figure as well. She makes a lot of sense in here. She also looks really, really well muscled and strong, making the second start of her 3-year-old season. And the bottom side is much more of a dirt pedigree as well. The number 12, Midnight Confession, we learned earlier how dangerous it can be, not just taking the main track only and the tried and true, potentially dirt horse in the field. There's not much to go off of as far as Midnight Confession's first race. Jorge Vargas will take the call, but she was fractious in the gate. She had her head turned at the start, hesitated, broke out. It just totally eliminated at the beginning of the race. So at 7-1, Carlos Martin keen to keep her on the main track. She could be intriguing in what I think is a race full of turf horses, including the 5 Ace up her sleeve. But physically, I did like her, and she's run some fast races. She started her career on the dirt, and she didn't run very well at all. But maybe she's a horse that has just improved quite a bit. Eric Cancel kept her with a pretty quiet warm-up out on the track. This is a horse that ran well on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream. And often, horses that handle the Tapeta, it kind of tends to lend itself to play a little bit more like a turf course. So I'm not sure how she'll do with this track in here today. Physically, I really liked what I saw. But for her and many of the other players in here, I'll look to see them back on turf next time out, Lafitte.
Ace up her sleeve, 8-1 if you like her. Richie, we've spent so much time at Aqueduct, our first day of live racing here at Belmont, going back 10 months. We saw a lot of wet tracks at Aqueduct with the weather. Any difference as far as when it's like this at Belmont here and you have a muddy track in terms of whether it's the player at home handicapping or the jockey out there riding?
Well, it always seemed a bit looser to me at Aqueduct. Where Belmont, they call it Big Sandy, right? 1.5-mile racetrack, seems to absorb the water more, and they're able to get that tight seal over it and stays a little bit tighter. They run over the top of the ground. Where Aqueduct, you'll have more standing water. And Aqueduct, to me, becomes more pronounced as far as biases go.
It's an interesting conversation when we can continue, but it is post-time. Johnny I standing by for the 9th at Belmont.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 12, Midnight Confession, and she is the trailer. The early leader here is Ms. Big Bucks, who sprints out to a 2-length lead. Finney's Harbor is racing in second. The big favorite, Loon Cries, on the outside in third. Admire My Crown down at the rail in fourth. Power and Glory in between horses and in fifth. And after that slow beginning, Midnight Confession has advanced up into sixth, followed by Ace Up Her Sleeve in seventh, and Graceful Rose is the trailer in eighth. And the quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds over this muddy and sealed track. And the leader is Ms. Big Bucks by 3/4 of a length. Loon Cry, heavy favorite, running in second. And then Admire My Crown next in third. Farther back it is Finney's Harbor and Midnight Confession. They are in the stretch, the half in 46 and 1. Ms. Big Bucks is still there. Loon Cry is all out in second, trying to get to Ms. Big Bucks. Ms. Big Bucks by 2.5 lengths. Loon Cry down towards the rail, a 16th to the finish. Ms. Big Bucks is in front, and Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap at 8-1. Loon Cry was second. Photo for third between Ace Up Her Sleeve and Graceful Rose.
Pedigree might suggest otherwise, but Ms. Big Bucks handles the mud at Big Sandy beautifully and breaks through in her second career start.
Yeah, I thought this horse maybe was getting overbet a bit on, good race first time on turf, being by War Dancer, who's been a really good sire here in the state of New York, but a little bit more turf-oriented there, but is out of a Katianis mare. Katianis was by Stormcat, was good on the dirt himself, but Miss Big Bucks, no prisoners from the gate. Jose Gomez put him on the lead and just kept on.
Aggressive Jose Gomez pays off 8-1 over the odds-on favorite Ms. Big Bucks at Belmont. Want to see a good horse? There he is. A superstar in the making. Annapolis, highly anticipated 4-year-old debut live in the Churchill paddock. Big things expected in 23. All starts today. In the opening verse, next.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Opening verse is coming with his run now. Chaudier looking for running room. Priolo's in behind a wall of horses. Belle de Bois passing the furlong pole. Opening verse has now taken the lead. And Danseuse de Small moves through toward the inside. A late charge from Star of Cozine down to the wire now. Opening verse. Yes! He pulls off the upset.
I was so irritated after that, Richie. My old man was on tight spot, one of the favorites. He wound up finishing 9th in the white cap right there. A 9th and a dead heat with In Excess. Dead heat in 9th with In Excess.
In Excess. Wow.
Opening the door for opening verse, Patrick Valenzuela. What a performance, an upset, and as we mentioned, the first of 2 Breeders' Cup wins in about 45 minutes. A half an hour later in those same colors, about 40 minutes later, Arazi in the Juvenile.
Arazi, Frowin, Paulson, and like a rocket ship around the far turn. Arazi, opening verse, very workmanlike, determined, doggedly got it done while drifting out through the stretch. Pat Valenzuela, tremendous talent. To me, his best Breeders' Cup ride ever, Fraze in the turf.
92 turf.
At Gulfstream.
That was for Bill Mott. Also the Paulsons, who won multiple Breeders' Cup wins for the Paulsons. What a team. And right here at Churchill in 91, that upset opening verse, and his legacy, his career honored with this $300,000 opening verse, the centerpiece of the Thursday before the Kentucky Derby program. They call it Thurby. And a post-parade brewing with a star in the making. Annapolis, the 4-year-old, the Grade 1 winner for trainer Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, Team Forte, 4-5. And rightfully so, Stitched acting up a little in the post-parade. Call the foot, field the post. Opening verse stakes, Annapolis, odds on 4-5. And he has been that good. We'll see what he does off the bench. Post-parade, there's Native Thunder. Flavien Prat, Dallas Stewart teamed up for a win earlier.
Yeah, 29-1 here on Native Thunder would have to improve.
Kentucky Ghost, Rafael Bejarano won this race back in 2006. All eyes on Annapolis.
Annapolis, love those colors. Avatar won the Belmont Stakes right here at Belmont with those colors in 1975.
Joel Rosario trying to keep Stitch settled down.
Coming out of turf sprints, looks like the speed to me.
Set Piece, who won this race a couple of years ago.
Deep closer, 4 for 6 on this Churchill Downs turf course.
Defending champ, Grace Fable.
Another horse that, last year was showing more speed, and he was actually on the pace, and recently he's lost all his early speed.
Churchtown, you saw Luis Saez. There's Camp Hope and Brian Hernandez.
Another one that gets Brian Hernandez, a rider that I think is very underrated in a lot of respects.
Smiling John Velasquez, English B, the Calumet homebred. Time to party towards the outside, the Southern California Invader.
Yeah, that's a rider change. Bravo was named on, right? And you get Umberto Rispoli here.
And on the outside, Get Smokin' representing outside speed, and he's revving his engines.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana kind of blasting off with him from that post. I'm sure he's going to show some speed. I think there's ample speed signed on here. A lot of speed.
A lot of speed. Yeah. And from the outside, as you saw, with Santana, Get Smokin'. Annapolis, his Grade 1 victory at Keeneland. And as he continued to develop as a 3-year-old and now looking like one of the best turf horses in North America, this the biggest performance, that Grade 1 win at Keeneland last fall.
Yeah, and you can see how brave he is too. Put his shoulder on the outside rival to make a little room for himself. Kicked on. He's versatile. They go too slow, he's going to be on top of them. If they go too fast, he can settle more. That makes it easier for a rider to adjust to how the pace scenario plays out in a race. Being by Warfront, just an incredible sire for Claiborne Farm. Annapolis off the bench for a trainer, Todd Pletcher, who can prepare horses to win off the bench.
Absolutely. How do you, as far as him against this particular field, Annapolis, his first start in 2023, the Grade 1 winner, 4-5. We check in with Maggie and Paul at Churchill.
This is a pretty fascinating race because, Paulie, there feels as though there's some speed in here, which benefits the two favorites, but they both have to come off layoffs.
Yeah.
Let's start with number 3, Annapolis. Well, I have to say, though, he looks ready to rock and roll. Looked great, too, in the warm-up, moving over the track with Gerard Ortiz.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher already looking for a double on the card, especially when it comes to the turf course. And listen, this son of Warfront really has done nothing wrong. When he got into the Breeders' Cup Mile, he just got left in the gate, and he just had no chance. I asked you, how's he look? You think he looks fit? He might be tough to handle in here.
Right, and the other horse in here is Set Piece. Very accomplished runner for Brad Cox, 11 wins. Now, they take the blinkers off. He has won 3 races in his career without them on. So it feels like a horse you kind of got to keep changing things up to catch him off guard, to catch him by surprise possibly. But at the end of the day, from what I saw from him in the paddock, he looks like he might benefit from a start.
Yeah, and, he's 4 for 6 over this turf course. And, let's be honest, this turf course last year, you could not pass a horse. It was very favored to horse going towards the front end. And Set Piece is a horse that just runs his race upside down. He's going to come from way out of it with a big kick. And I think with the newer turf course, it's been playing towards horses that can come from off the base.
Well, example A, as to what you were just saying with the turf course last year, Grace Fable.
Right?
Last year's winner.
Yeah,
he was
true.
so wound up in the paddock that day, Paulie. It was no surprise when he just burst out there and took them gate to wire.
Yeah.
Today, he looks phenomenal, but he's a lot more subdued, and that's what we've seen, too, in his running style.
Yeah, and you make a good point, because I know you like the 4 a tiny bit and Stitch, and when you look at the 7, Churchtown, they're probably going to cut out the fraction. So where does Grace Fable land? This is a horse that, all of a sudden, the last 3 starts, can't get out of the gate.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's why the horse went to the sidelines. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I don't love to see that with these types of horses, but you mentioned the possible speeds in here. You would have to think Stitch stretching back out in distance and having those 2 sprints under his belt, that he should be forward in here. This is a horse I saw back at Canterbury 3 starts ago when he won the Mystic Lake Derby, and I written looks like a turf miler. He looks phenomenal, too, as Greg Foley looks to go back-to-back in these stakes.
He beat Evan Singh, who's a pretty good horse. He's going to have to step it up. But every time he's hit the top of the lane with a clear lead, he's finished the deal. He's 5 for 10. He's kind of an all or nothing horse. He's going to have to run to beat Annapolis and Set Piece. But if they let him get away with soft fractions and turn into a sprint home, he's got a shot.
Don't you think Churchtown's a bit interesting?
Yeah.
7-1 here for this Roger Attfield trainee. Luis Saez climbing back aboard, just beaten half a length last time to steady on in the Appleton, who was the favorite that day. Churchtown carved out the fractions. He looks phenomenal. He's one that I had seen before back at Aqueducts, and I said a mile is his absolute perfect distance. He just screams turf miler in his physicality, and he made a super impression on me.
Listen, I think a lot of people that are not out there, Roger Atfield is the Canadian trainer. He's won the Queen's Plate, which is their version of the Kentucky Derby, like 8 or 9 times. The guy is like in another stratosphere. He's an unbelievable trainer. And when he ships horses to Keeneland and Churchill, he usually means business, and he usually employs Luis Saez. He ran a big 43-1 in the Breeders' Cup turf last year. I would not put it past Mr. Atfield. He is a master.
And he's great with these turf milers. I mean, look at the Breeders' Cup last year. Cheryl Spike flying home just to get beaten narrowly in that big race. But guys, this is Annapolis's 4-year-old debut. Will he return to the winner's circle at 4-5?
Strictly the one to beat Annapolis. Richie, one of the intriguing subplots, the story within the story. Maggie and Paul just talking about number 7, Churchtown, ridden by Luis Saez, trained by Roger Atfield. The horse who will break to his inside, Gray's Fable, that's the horse last year who won this race and at the time was trained by Roger Atfield, ridden by Luis Saez. So for Saez and Atfield, they're here to like defend their own opening first title, but with a different horse. And the winner breaking to his inside.
It feels like there was a trade, like a player to be named later, right? But Churchtown, to me, makes a lot of sense. He ran really well in the Appleton. That was off of a bit of a layoff. Roger Atfield, a Hall of Fame trainer, both in the Canadian Hall of Fame as well as the United States Racing Hall of Fame. What happened to Gray's Fable's speed? This is a horse that used to have speed. He's lost all his early speed.
Took it to him last year, wire to wire with Saez and Atfield. Now Castellano and Brian Lynch. Camp Hope towards the outside. We're all set for the Thurby feature $300,000 opening verse. Annapolis, odds on. Here's Travis Stone.
Waiting for Stitched, English B, Time to Party and Get Smokin'. Waiting for Get Smokin'. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stitched bounced out okay. Churchtown is there. And from the far outside, Get Smokin' races up to join Churchtown. Those two share the lead into the first turn as they try and back down the pace. Get Smokin' outside. Churchtown at the rail. Those two sharing the lead. And now Get Smokin' goes on with it. So Get Smokin' has taken over. Opens up a length and a half on Churchtown, who defers back into second. Stitched is hard to control toward the inside. In a bit tight there, and Restive is that one, followed by English B Racing in fourth. Camp Hope is 3 wide while fifth. Annapolis comes away in sixth and is 5 or 6 lengths off the lead, covered up in behind horses. A break or two back to Time to Party, who's racing on the outside of Native Thunder. They're together 7th and 8th. Gray's Fables in 9th, Kentucky Ghost, and Set Piece to Trailer. Get Smokin' negotiates an opening quarter mile in 24 1/5 seconds and gets away with a half in 49 1. The pace is soft. They're on the far turn. Get Smokin' continues to roll along up top, holding on to the lead. Churchtown getting a little bit closer from second now. Here comes Annapolis. Annapolis comes on the scene just like that, ranging up 3 wide into third. And Stitched is set to strike in behind while fourth. English B is there too. Time to Party's in behind horses. They're off the turn. Churchtown charges to the front. Annapolis is set down for the drive with a half length to make up on Churchtown, who's a tough customer. Churchtown digs down. Annapolis Annapolis surges. Churchtown and Annapolis nip tuck to the wire. Annapolis gets up to do it. In a hard-fought but narrow win, Churchtown has to settle for second. Farther back, it was either set piece or English B.
Fireworks in the stretch of the featured opening verse. Churchtown, Hatfield, Saez, they're trying to go back-to-back in the opening verse to the outside. Annapolis finally wears him down in the shadow of the wire.
This was a terrific horse race. I love the ride Luis Saez gave Churchtown. This is textbook. Leave, get your position going forward. It forced the outside horse with Get Smokin' with Ricardo Santana, to open up, and then he was able to sit second, but here came Annapolis. Good race.
It's going to be a big weekend for Todd Pletcher, standing by with Maggie.
What a triumphant return to the races here by Annapolis. Todd timed it perfectly with a rod.
He did, yeah. I was a little concerned. He was kind of bottled up for a while. The fractions were pretty moderate, but once he got out in the clear, he really kicked nicely.
He seems like a horse that's just very push button.
He is. He's very, very tractable. You know, the main thing is just trying to get out of the gate well, which he did not do in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Pretty good today. Kind of veered in a little bit, but he's able to get to a pretty good spot in the first turn, save some ground. Then he just got a pretty nice seam at the top of the stretch.
Where could we see him next?
We'd like to be ready for the 4-Star Dave this summer at Saratoga, so we'll probably have a start in between now and then.
Well, Todd, congratulations. Best of luck this weekend. Keep things rolling.
Thank you.
All right, I like that plan. Guys, 4-Star Dave, it sounds perfect. And we got our answer. It feels like Annapolis is truly a miler.
Yeah, 4-Star Dave, eventually, that works for us. That's Team Forte, Red Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, Annapolis, Churchtown giving him all he could handle this afternoon.
If Churchtown was going to beat him, he was going to beat him today, right? He had a race under his belt where Annapolis had to shake off some ring rust, had a perfect trip, creating that separation with Luis Saez, and then getting first run and having something left to battle with. But Annapolis was dead game off the layoff, and you got to think he's just going to go forward off of this effort.
Shakes off the rust and wins the opening verse at Churchill Downs. They'll team up with Forte on Saturday. Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher. First, a celebration at Churchill following that victory. Annapolis victorious in his 4-year-old debut.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Brad Ortiz, Annapolis, he had to work with a stubborn Fro who's about to strike the front. Churchtown, blue colors, Luis Saez. He keeps digging. And in the end, Annapolis calling on all his class, finally putting him away.
He came home the last eighth of a mile in 11 3/5 roughly. For 220 yards to come home that fast, the last eighth of a mile, they were rolling through the stretch. And Churchtown was giving Annapolis all he could handle, but that makes Annapolis' effort even more impressive.
Because that was going to be the question. Did you think Annapolis was a little rusty off the bench, or did Churchtown step up to that level and just run that well, forcing Annapolis to work?
Yeah, I think he took his game up a notch, and Annapolis kind of got stuck behind Stitched, who raided coming off of turf sprints with Joel Rosario and kind of jammed him up into the first turn. So he had to wait, extricate himself from a tough spot. Got in the clear and kicked hard, but now you've got a horse that has gotten to have an easy trip, fresh in the clear, going slow fractions. So he kicked on with you. The fact that he was able to outgame him the last eighth of a mile, to me, makes this effort even more impressive.
The class. When a horse race turns into a dogfight, some horses fold, others step up, get brave. We saw that from Annapolis. Yeah, he can be brilliant, and he can blow away his competition, and he can also do that. Claw, scrape, scratch his way to the wire when necessary.
The way I like to put it is a lot of horses can throw a punch. Not every horse can take a punch.
He took one today.
He took a punch and kept coming.
And countered.
Yeah.
Annapolis in the opening verse at Churchill Downs. Our coverage continues from Churchill and Oaklawn at the gate for the 9th. Moving into line. Exciting edition of the feature we saw about 25 minutes ago. Starter allowance here, 1 mile. Post time, race 9 live from Oaklawn.
Yet he's loaded. Now, Flat Out Winner and Home Run Trick. Home Run Trick, the gray moves forward. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tapping for a dance out well. So was Home Run Trick on the outside. Wartime Hero splits those two. June Gloom in the lime green makes it a 4-pronged battle. And then Chapel Barn sits in behind them in 5th. Fort Peck is alongside. And then comes up on the outside, the favorite, Don't Forget. He's just moved up a couple of spots in the pink. Don't Forget has rallied all the way up to 3rd now as they turn on to the backstretch. The back two are Flat Out Winner and Cold Truth as Home Run Trick takes a short lead here past June Gloom onto the backstretch. And Don't Forget has moved into a pretty contentious 3rd from the outside, then Tapping for a Dance in the yellow on the inside, and Wartime Hero in between runners. Fort Peck positioned toward the outside. Fort Peck is racing in 6th, only about 4 lengths from the lead. Then Cold Truth and Flat Out Winner, and Chapel Barn has been shuffled back to the inside and trailing the field. The finish line, the 16th pole here, and Home Run Trick is in front, but Don't Forget is closing right alongside. Don't Forget moves up to Home Run Trick. And then a gap of some 3 lengths. And toward the inside, it's Wartime Hero. Fort Peck is racing in 4th. And Flat Out Winner is now a distant 5th, just outside of Cold Truth. They're in the stretch. Furlong to the finish. Don't Forget battling it out here with Home Run Trick. Don't Forget to the lead. Then Home Run Trick and Wartime Hero. Don't Forget is hard pressed here, but he's drawing clear as they come to the final strides. He'll take it by 3.5. Over Wartime Hero, and it was a photo behind them.
Accelerating late and a second win in his last of 3 starts. Don't Forget, and leading rider Christian Torres at Oaklawn Park.
Been so impressed with Christian Torres, watching him ride consistently as we cover this Oaklawn Park meeting all this year. He shows so much poise, and I didn't realize he was as young as he is, and he's just a rising star, Lafitte.
25 years old. Remington, he was a leading rider. We saw that with David Cabrera the year prior.
Yep.
The difference here is David Cabrera injured towards the end of the Oaklawn meet last year. Christian Torres running away with the rider title now and bound for Churchill Downs, next stop for him.
Yeah, kind of taking that next step forward, and you like to see this development. His agent's done such a good job moving him into different outfits. You know, it's one thing, you're winning, you're developing, but then you need the opportunities. You need someone to open doors for you. And his riding has been, you know, just lights out when he gets those opportunities. You saw him riding for Lucas and Asmussen, and you name it, he's in a big outfit. He's got his foot in every door.
It was just missing with Last Samurai last week and a couple of weeks ago in the Oaklawn Handicap, and that opportunity for Dwayne Lucas. Christian Torres, another win at Oaklawn Park. When we come back, coverage continuing from Churchill Downs. And for that young trainer, opportunity of his young career tomorrow afternoon. Grew up in the shadow of Churchill Downs, Norm Cassie. With this filly, South Lawn, winner of the Fairgrounds Oaks in New Orleans. Can she take home the Lilies in the Kentucky Oaks?
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
As they head to the backstretch, it's a tight pack.
He's going to pull ahead. The Twin Spires expert picks were all optimistic.
You've got the best speeder rating in the field. Don't fail me now.
Man, I love this horse's name.
And from far behind, here comes Frank. It's neck and neck. Frank is winning. Frank wins!
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Gorgeous Belmont paddock. Oh, now the sun's out. Watch America's Day at the Race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. They've been running the Kentucky Oaks much longer than 100 years. The biggest race for 3-year-old fillies in North America. Mile and an eighth, $1.25 million purse. Take a look at the field for tomorrow's edition. Great storylines, wet paint. Real good this winter at Oaklawn, just like last year's Oaks winner in Secret Oath. Could have her hands full with the fillies exiting the Fairgrounds Oaks, specifically South Lawn, Richie, who pulled off the upset on that afternoon, 7-1, and Raylu Gutierrez stamping her ticket for the Kentucky Oaks.
She just really seemed like she changed, developed, came to hand now as a 3-year-old. Both her starts this winter at Fairgrounds were impressive. She just got so good and found more. And you saw the way she just extricated herself, out of traffic, right? She almost got a little blind switch, had to jump over horses' heels, and then instantly caught her stride. So showing that nimbleness, that athleticism is going to help her in a big field. And she's a filly that is not slow. She should set up shop right in behind the pace. I think she's developing at the right time.
What does this opportunity mean for trainer Norm Cassie?
Well, Norm Cassie has shown that he can compete at the elite level. I mean, he's done a lot in a very short period of time. And he was with his father, Mark, for so many years with a lot of good horses, winning classics with like War of Will and Tepin and going international. So he understands his way around a good horse. He learned his lessons well. He's a third-generation horseman in that family. His namesake, or he's the namesake of Norman Cassie, his grandfather, who was one of the founders of OBS, a tremendous horseman in his own right with Cardinal Hill Farm.
Again, grew up real close to Churchill Downs. Norm Cassie. You mentioned Tepin, owned by Bat Masterson, who owns South Lawn. And after Tepin won the Breeders' Cup Mile at Keeneland, Mark Cassie had already won a Breeders' Cup race the day prior, his first, in fact. He was so emotional, was Mark Cassie, after the win by Tepin in the mile. And when he was asked, he said, he could barely get the words out because of my son, because of Norm, because of how closely Norm had worked with Tepin, having meant that much more. And now Norm on his own. You can imagine how proud Mark Cassie must be. He's probably more nervous than Norm Cassie is for tomorrow's Kentucky Oaks.
Well, I think it's fantastic. And I've known Norman since he's an infant. Mark and Norman's mom wanted to go to a show, a Broadway show, and dinner. And Carmela, my wife, and I, we weren't married yet, but we took Norman for the evening so they could have a night out. So he better not get too big for his britches because I did change his diaper when he was a baby.
Sure, he's thrilled you
he loves when I
to
say
a
that.
national audience. And with Ray, what an opportunity for Ray Lou Gutierrez as well.
Really has come to fore. Ray Lou was a terrific apprentice rider, bounced around, traveled around a bit, is in the hands of Jose Santos Jr., who's doing an amazing job for several riders on several different fronts. Leading rider at the fairgrounds. Not a tough nut to crack there. You know, very clicky. He's got a infectious personality. He's not afraid to work hard, not afraid to travel. Came in here, rode Aqueduct one day. The next day he was, I think, back in Kentucky. I mean, it's fun to watch someone work hard and be rewarded. I applaud hard work being rewarded. And Ray Lou Gutierrez has worked hard to hone his craft and to show people how bad he wants it.
And Norm Cassie has said that just fits this filly, South Lawn, that well. And that Norm gets more confidence just because of how confident Ray Lou is in her. It's going to be a great story to see if they can pull it all off tomorrow afternoon.
Easy for a rider to have confidence, too, when you have a horse that you can steady a touch, move out, and they catch their stride instantly.
You saw Pretty Mischievous running second. She's parked outside in the 14. What needs to happen for her to be a factor and to win from out there?
Well, I think she's tactical, and she adds blinkers, not so much to add speed to her abilities, but for her to finish off her races. She seems like she gets there and she loses focus a little bit. She's got a long enough run to the turn. You get Tyler Gaffalione, who is just so good at Churchill Downs. He knows the place like the back of his hand. I think she's going to sit a really good trip, and to me, she's the horse to beat.
Gaffalione, I believe, a 6-time riding champ at Churchill Downs. Monomoy girl, she won from the 14. I'm not saying Mischievous is Monomoy girl.
No.
I'm just saying it has been done in recent history. Tomorrow's Kentucky Oaks $1.25 million purse. 3-year-old fillies taking center stage before the boys on Saturday. We'll have racing from Churchill tomorrow. We have racing from Churchill this evening. The 11th is coming up. Scratch number 5, a field of 10 older horses here in this $25,000 claiming event. 5-2 favorite, Legal Deal. Another contender, number 8, Race Driver, with aforementioned Ray Lou Gutierrez in the saddle. Will he take home a Kentucky Oaks tomorrow evening? Find out around 6 o'clock. The Kentucky Oaks tomorrow from Churchill Downs in front of 100,000 plus.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Gorgeous scenics from Claiborne. Derby winner back in '84. Swale, one of my favorites, no reason in particular. 149th Kentucky Derby coming up on Saturday. Some changes in terms of the complexion of the race today. The announcement of 2 defections. Practical Move is out. Lord Miles, a scratch. The Santa Anita Derby winner, the Wood Memorial winner, the first to draw in Cyclone Mischief, which figures to impact the pace dynamic early on.
Yeah, it does. Now, Joel Rosario was named on Cyclone Impact, right? And he's also named on Disarm. So I would assume that Cyclone Impact is going to need a rider, right? I mean,
right.
And I wonder who Dale Romans goes to. It's a tough blow for Tim Yaktine and his team with Practical Move and the rider too, right? Ramon Vasquez. You're excited. You're getting this opportunity. The horse won the Santa Anita Derby. And I like the fact that Tim Yaktine has had this horse in his stable all along. It was his horse.
Right.
And it just felt like that was fitting. Tim is such a good horseman. He worked for Charlie Whittingham. Then he worked for Bob Baffert. His foundation is so strong. And having had the opportunity and the pleasure to ride for him in California and talk horses with him and ride horses and work for him, tremendous horseman.
Yeah, it looks like an Ivy League background and education for an up-and-coming trainer. You feel for everyone associated. For those horses that don't have a chance to race for Practical Move, won't have a chance to compete in the Kentucky Derby. But things change. That's how we wound up with Rich Strike in the body of the race last year. We'll see how this continues to develop with about 48 hours until the 149th Kentucky Derby. We're 3 minutes out beneath those Twin Spires till this 11th race at Churchill Downs in a post parade a couple moments ago. $25,000 claimer, 6-furlong sprint. Hooper drives the boat drawn inside.
Yeah, Hooper drives the boat, Chief. Jimmy Graham got his Derby mount all lined up for Saturday.
Hasn't raced in a while, but yeah, he's good to go. Emerald Express, little one paced on paper.
Yeah, little one pace. Gets the right rider, Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery likes to hug the rail, loves to save ground.
Dark Timber, quick, the favorite with Ricardo Santana.
Deserving favorite. Norm Cassie winning at 27% on the year. Little dress rehearsal for Oaks Day.
Palace Kitten, 4-time winner, Churchill debut.
Churchill debut. Been running consistent figures that would make him competitive here.
Gary Stevens would bet that guy. Boise.
Yeah, no doubt. Native of Boise, our own Gary Stevens. Get Rafael Bejarano, who's really kind of reemerged again. Legal Deal, Luis Saez just missed in the opening verse. You know, this horse runs well when he's up close. Got the right rider. Luis Saez puts horses in the game. Rayler Gutierrez, South Lawn in the Oaks, race driver right here. There's the 9 Crime Spree towards the outside. Yeah, Crime Spree, another horse that can lay up close, work out a good trip from that outside post. All eyes west. Ramon Vasquez would have dreamed of riding in tomorrow's Kentucky Derby. Yeah, tough blow for him, but he's got to keep his head up. He'll be okay. Good rider. He'll get another opportunity. Solidify on the outside, 22-1. Big long shot, but interesting. You get a 10-pound apprentice, Joel Navas, 3 for 15. You know, so he's actually started his career at 20%. Now, for people that don't know, riders get a 10-pound allowance in weights before they win 5 races. It's an incentive for owners and trainers to give them an opportunity. So this horse would carry 118 with a journeyman. He gets in with 108 with an apprentice. After he wins 5, he'll have 7 pounds until his 35th winner, and then he'll have a 5-pound allowance back to the date of his 5th winner, 1 year or 40 winners. I think, honestly, when a kid starts at 3 for 15, he's not going to be at a 10-pound apprentice long. Very long. How long did it take you? I think I've rode about 27, 28 before I won my 5th. Pretty good, though. You're pretty good. Yeah, but I was lucky because I was under contract to a big stable, Steve DeMauro, and once people see a big-name stable, and he was coming off of years of having Wadjaman, Daily Precious, winning the Eclipse Award, gave me instant credibility. Other trainers would say, well, if he's good enough for Steve DeMauro to ride him, then he must be okay, even though I wasn't okay yet. What's the biggest race you won as an apprentice? Probably the Long Island Handicap. I did win like 13 stakes as an apprentice. My first $100,000 stake was in Saratoga on a homebred of Steve DeMauro's. that we bottle fed as a baby because the mare passed away.
That's a cool story. That should be a feature.
Yeah, we should make a movie out of that.
That should be a feature.
The Sippeter's Hope.
Story time with Uncle Mig. Nothing like it.
Put you right to sleep.
Clark, Timber the favorite, Ricardo Santana. Travis Stone standing by with the call. Post time, race 11, Churchill Downs.
Waiting for Boise and Solidify. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Race Driver, racing right for the lead. Dark Timber is there. Dark Timber now comes on. So Dark Timber, a narrow lead. Race Driver is racing into second. Hooper drives the boat, sent up hard. Hooper drives the boat, squeezing through down inside of Dark Timber. These two go head-to-head. Race Drivers right there to third. Legal Deals in behind while fourth. All Eyes West fifth. Boise in sixth. Crime Spree now seventh. Palace getting toward the inside at eighth. Emerald Express is ninth and solidifies the trailer in 10th. Tight pack though. Far turn run. And a quick opening quarter in 21 and 3. 3 furlongs from the wire. Dark Timber's short lead right at the 3/8. Race Driver has been prominent throughout. It is right there. All Eyes West spun out 3 wide. Hooper drives the boats fading down toward the inside as they come for the top of the stretch. Dark Timber turning for home. Tenuous lead. Race Drivers right alongside these two head to head. Solidify, who was last earlier, is fourth, is now third, is closing in quickly. Hooper drives the boat, is resurgent down inside. Final 16th coming. Solidifies up for the lead right at the 16th pole and kicks away. Solidified down to the wire. Last two first. Solidify under the wire by 2. Tight for second there. Legal Deal or Hooper drives the boat. Emerald Express was fourth.
Right on cue. The Old Novice, the Apprentice, and Solidify in an upset in the 11th and final on Thurby from Churchill.
Well, he just vaulted his win percentage to 25%, now 4 for 16. I'm going to tell you right now, this is a future star. Look at the way this kid's finishing. If he's got the mind to go with his physical riding ability and the way he finished on this horse, you may be looking at a future Eclipse Award contender here. I mean, this kid rode not like a 10-pound apprentice the way he finished.
Specifically, what are you seeing? What's the first thing that jumps out at you when you watch him?
I mean, his rhythm with the horse, the way he got together with the horse, is not as easy as people think to really get into that rhythm and a flow with a horse. He looks strong. Usually it takes a long time, just muscle memory and repetition to get as strong, your legs, your foundation where they need to be. This kid's really together. I mean, and this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You know, a little bit of leg movement there, but for a 10-pound apprentice, not what you would think. I mean, didn't get overexcited. I like a lot of what I see here. This kid showed a lot of poise and a lot of strength for his 16th mount.
Bright future, the understatement. He's looking at the, what price was I? That's right, 25 to 1 in the Thurby nightcap. I hope you got down.
I did not, but you know what's interesting, too? This is how you get people's attention. You win on horses that are unlikely win candidates. And you see it a lot with young riders. Horses outrun their odds. Why? Because their enthusiasm. They believe they can win. And horses feed on energy, and I believe they feed on positive energy. So this kid goes out there. He's not looking at 25 to 1. He's like, man, I'm in the gate with, you know, Ricardo Santana and Raylu Gutierrez and all these great riders, right? And it's Derby
week. And I just beat him.
Right. This is fantastic. This really, it just makes me happy when I see young people kind of get this opportunity and make the most of it.
Do you remember your first win at Churchill or early on in your career looking up at the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs as he must be winning here this week in front of this crowd?
Well, he got his first win at Churchill a lot faster than I did. It took me a while to get there. I actually won the Goldenrod for Mark Cassie on a filly named Kamikaze Rick in 1984. So I was 19 years old when I won my first race at Churchill Downs, but I was already riding 4 years.
Yeah. How exciting this much. 16 races.
And 4 for 16. He's on a fast track, let's say.
And this one Solidify from well off the pace. And you could see that he was finding his best stride out in the clear and able to run them all down in a stretch at a huge, huge price.
And he just did so many things right. Yeah, he came wide, but he had a bad draw to begin with. And once he got in a rhythm with his horse, and I picked him up coming off the quarter pole, I said, hey, that kid's horse is running. And again, horses run for young riders because, hey, listen, as an older rider, you get a little beat up. And you go, man, why'd my agent put me on this horse? He's 25-1. You don't feel like that as a kid. Now, this horse did lean in a little bit.
I was going to say, you want to cold water the story?
Yeah, he did lean in. Watch the horse, the white blinkers. But honestly, if you watch the pan shot, didn't really steady. I don't think that's a lot there, do you?
I haven't seen anything yet. Again, this is an objection, not an inquiry.
And he's clear. No.
I didn't, from what I just, okay, let's take another look.
He's wide out here.
Blue cap.
The only horse that gets put in a little bit tight is the horse, the white blinkers, and it might have been as much the inside horse coming out than the outside horse coming in right here. That's nothing. He didn't even really steady.
He didn't steady. You got to sell it a little bit better than that if you're going to object.
If you're going to do it, at least
you got a Vladi
jump up in the air, let your fanny bounce off the saddle. Oh God, he pulled a knife on me, right?
You got to flop.
But
you're watching the NBA playoffs, flop.
And you don't even have to grab the reins. Grab the mane and do it. Like, and, you see, a little bit of that herky-jerky action. Oh God, Judge, he almost dropped me. Did you see that? This, to me, is a frivolous claim of foul.
Do you think that more seasoned riders out there are going to be more aggressive to claim foul when an apprentice, someone with that little experience, is involved?
Yeah, I do think guys are going to be more prone to take a shot because it gives them the opportunity or the license to say to stewards, did you see what that kid did to me, that his inexperience and what have you? But meanwhile, you should be ashamed of yourself trying to take a win away from a 10-pound apprentice who did very little. That was not blatant whatsoever. It was really, that's a frivolous claim of foul if I've ever seen one. Unless I'm missing something that happened earlier in the race. I didn't see anything there.
You're seeing exactly what the stewards are looking at Churchill Downs. And they're still looking at that same angle. So, no, from what we saw, it didn't look like anything. And it should be very quick.
I would be shocked if there was a change here. And honestly, I don't know which rider claimed foul. To be honest with you, whoever was in the white blinkers there. Go home
trying to make out who it is.
Go home and do a little soul searching. Come on, man. That ain't right. And if I was there, I would say it to their face.
Go home and do a little soul searching. Line of the show. Yeah. For the time being, a 25-1 shot. Solidify in this 11th and final. We'll await the decision from the stewards out at Churchill. No, we won't. We're going to break. We are going to break? I think we are going to break. Because this filly's favorite in tomorrow's Kentucky Oaks. Wet paint the same path as Secret Oath through Oaklawn to capture last year's Kentucky Oaks. The favorite, Wet Paint, takes center stage at Churchill tomorrow. 5 seconds to break. Still no decision from the stewards. Hang tight.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Go get a leg back up, young man. No change. Solidify. 25-1. You're watching America's Day at the Races from Churchill Downs on Fox Sports 2. Solidify. Fired up. Yoel Navas. Another look. Widest of all. Gathering momentum. Turns it on late. And doesn't bother anybody.
No, he really didn't. I mean, this was not much at all to hang your hat on for a claim of foul. You know, there's a couple things he could do better, and this is something, if you're talking to a young rider, you say, listen, next time you didn't corner well, make the corner a little better, and, you know, go to your left-hand crop. You don't have to stick the right hand and let them float in. You're going by horses, stay away from them. But what a good feeling, right? When they put it official and you walk back to the horse, you saw his chest out, little strut, get that leg up, you feel like you're king of the world. Somebody much smarter than me when I was young told me, Lafitte, couple rooms you want to stay out of. The courtroom and the operating room, because you never know which way it's going to go. We can add the steward's room to that list. I'm sure a great relief. And a young rider that I'm going to do a little research. I want to find out where he learned to ride. And I think we're looking at a kid with a big future.
The other side of that story, the rider who we believe claimed foul, we believe Ramon Vasquez, if he's frustrated today, it's understandable.
Sure.
We get it.
Yeah.
The horse he was supposed to ride in the Kentucky Derby, practical move, Santa Anita Derby winner, a late defection.
Yeah, you can understand if he's frustrated.
Afternoon.
I don't agree with him claiming foul in that spot, but you get that sometimes when you're frustrated or in the wrong frame of mind, you're going to do things that you may look back on regretfully. I remember when I was a kid, I shut Eddie Maple off. I came out over heels, and I just shut him off. I was a 10-pound apprentice. Came back to the room. He didn't call the stewards. He dressed me down pretty hard, yelled at me, and our lockers were side by side. So the next day I came in the room, I'm tiptoeing around. I'm afraid to see him, and he talked to me and acted like nothing happened, and it was a lesson. You know, he was hot in the moment. I learned something from it, but you let things go and you move on.
We move on to tomorrow's Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. 3-year-old fillies, mile and an eighth, $1.25 million purse on paper. The favorite, number 7, Wet Paint, Flavien Prat. Angel of Empire in the Derby, Wet Paint tomorrow. Her last start, the Fantasy. It's incredible how narratives change going into the Fantasy. Maybe she's a vulnerable favorite, right? Just in the Fantasy. Maybe she's just that good on wet tracks. Post-Fantasy, she might be the top 3-year-old filly in North America and is the morning line favorite for the Oaks.
And what you got to really like about this effort was it was different than her other efforts. Obviously, you know, faster racetrack, not sealed. She made a long, sustained run. She was on them by the quarter pole. In her previous effort, she was like a broken field runner, making the last run and negotiating traffic and hitting spots with acceleration. This was more grinding. So she has the ability to kind of conform to how the race is going to shape up. I like that you saw a different style from her. Has speed, but can also grind.
So Prat kind of riding similar horses in both the Oaks and Derby. Angel of Empire, Wet Paint, the favorite, 5-2 on the morning line for the Oaks. How about Botanical? And the fact that, here's another oddity of this year's Oaks and Derby, the 2 horses with the fastest Beyer speed figures coming in off synthetic track efforts. 2 fills in the Derby, Botanical, who's never raced on dirt.
One thing about Botanical, though, Lafitte, is she's got a pedigree that says she should be better on dirt. And watching her train on dirt at Churchill Downs, she gives you every indication that she's going to be just as good on this as she was synthetic, and maybe better. And that's kind of a scary thought.
Do you still subscribe to the theory? I remember you pointed this out 12 years ago with Animal Kingdom. You loved his last work, and you said if a grass horse is going to run well on a dirt track, it's going to be at Churchill Downs, and we all saw what Animal Kingdom did at Churchill in that 2011 Derby.
I believe that then. I believe that now. I think that the way the track is at Churchill Downs, they tend to kind of roll it tight, and they run over the top of it. They're not getting down into it. Like a racetrack like Belmont Park, Big Sandy, it'll really show up on a horse that's more turf or synthetic meant. Not so much at Churchill Downs, particularly Derby week and Derby day.
It's bizarre. One of the major contenders for the Oaks, first race on dirt. It's that kind of year. We'll see what Botanical does, but of course wet paint. The favorite, Brad Cox, trying for a third win already in the Kentucky Oaks. He has 3 for the Oaks, 4 for the Derby, 1 with Monomoy Girl, 1 with She Dares the Devil, and a strong hand tomorrow. Today, though, Bango. What a performance in the St. Matthews. 10th win at Churchill, 1 more, and he ties the record for most wins by an individual racehorse. Annapolis shakes off the rust, wears down Churchtown in deep stretch of the opening verse for Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz. They'll team up with Forte on Saturday. Tomorrow, all eyes on that filly, Wet Paint, the favorite in the Kentucky Oaks beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs.